Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our we legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. We might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we ignite the whole stadium. Look around, is all away. Jumping up past Pamalaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, is all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around, yeah.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick, see what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's the play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough.
No. Hitman or Nico.
Good morning, Dhananjaya, captain of Sri Lanka emerging players. Good toss to win, you feel?
Yeah, we decided to bet first, so we won the toss and elected to bet first.
Any changes to the team from the victory in the first 4-day match?
Yeah, two changes. Today, Angela Bandar and Milan Hansaka playing. Two changes.
How did you think you went overall during that first match?
Yeah, we try our best, so it's work.
All right, good luck for this match.
Thank you very much.
All right. Teddy Bishop, West Indies Academy captain, lost the toss. What would have done if you had won it?
Yeah, we would have liked to bat also. I think the wicket looks pretty dry compared to the first one, so I think it's a good wicket to bat.
Any changes to the team from the first 4-day match?
Yeah, McKenny is out, Zishan Motara comes in, and Justin Jagasa is out, and Dindial comes in.
And how do you think you went, Teddy, in that first match? A couple of chances there that you could have knocked Sri Lanka over for a bit less in that first innings, and that the lead of the first innings was the difference at the end of the match.
Yeah, I think it was a good game for bowlers. I think this game our batters have to put their hands up. No one didn't get a really big score, so I think it's a perfect opportunity for our batters and for our bowlers to continue doing the good job.
And yourself, you think you're in pretty good nick?
Yeah, hopefully I get some runs this game. I think just keep being positive and playing towards my strengths.
No problem. Good luck for today.
Thanks.
On Cricket 360, toss has been won by Dhananjaya, the Sri Lanka emerging players captain, and he will take first strike.
Bring alongside my colleague Terry Laraja. We heard there at the toss the West Indies team for today. West Indies Academy team: Teddy Bishop, captain; Akeem Ogis, Nathan Edwards, and Becky Joseph; Rivaldo Clark, Kelvin Pittman, Colin Boyne Tuckett, the wicketkeeper; Joshua Bishop, Zian Matara, Mavindra Dinal, and you also have one more, Ranisa Smith. The players left out has been Justin Jagasa and McKenny Clark from the last game. As I say, good morning to my colleague Terry. Morning, Terry.
Good morning, Vernon, and good morning to all our viewers, and good evening in Sri Lanka for this very important second 4-day first-class clash between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Sri Lanka 11-4 today is Dhananjaya Lakshan, captain; Ravindra Rasanta, Siobhan Daniel, Janishka Pereira, Ahan Wickramasinghe, Sohan Dilivera, it's a century maker from last week; Dilam Sudhira, Ashian Daniel, Malan Hasanka, Dulaj Samadita, and Anjala Bandara. So a couple of changes there also for the Sri Lanka emerging players. Bandara in, and also Wickramasinghe.
So, Terry, I wasn't here at all for the first game, and
They missed you, Vernon.
Yeah, some splendid bowling performances, and also, like you said, some strong batting performances also from the Sri Lankan players. So I give you the opportunity, Terry, to start. Number 71 starting for the West Indies. That looked like Smith.
Yes, Ronaldo Smith, who made his debut last week in the first 4-day match, which Sri Lanka won by some 75 runs, which was basically their lead on first innings. And he'll be bowling to Rasanta. He's got a short leg, 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg on the boundary as he's into Rasanta. Very wide down the leg side, beats Bowen Tuckett into the boundary, 4 wides. Wow. So not a good start there by Smith.
Yeah, he
Radar not working.
sprayed that all over the place, and Kalamboy took it, goalkeeper style, diving away. Couldn't get there. And it's got to be on the money very early, young man.
He looked impressive in his first match. He's certainly built like a fast bowler, as you can see. Vernon.
Teddy Bishop starting with 2 slips of gully, backward point, mid off cover, short leg pretty far.
Bang on target this time, Smith. Well defended by Rasanta. Yes, interesting game last week. It was a good game of cricket, but just thought that West Indies Academy fighting back late in that first session on day 1, where Sri Lanka emerging slump from 70 without loss to take lunch on 89 for 4. Just could have driven home the advantage in that middle session. We didn't see the wicket taker, local boy Calvin Pittman, to about half an hour before tea. And Sri Lanka got away. Smith into Rasanta, left outside the off stump.
Because it's early days for me, Terry, based on my assessment looking, but the carry so far on this track, the ball seems to be dying. The delivery before, that kept low. And then this one almost dying in front of Kalamboy and Tuckett, but we'll wait and see what's the first over like.
Yeah, it was a bit of an invariable bounce as the match went on last week. A lot of grass on the track, keeping it together. Very dry conditions here at Coolidge. Smith again into Rasanta. Good delivery. Well left by Rasanta.
Congratulations are in order for South Africa, who finally got over the line in the big circle of winning the ICC World Test Championship, joining New Zealand and Australia as 2 of the other teams who would have won that. So I think that's good for world cricket.
Yes, good for South Africa cricket. It was that match, wasn't it, against West Indies? West Indies failed to chase 260 odd. That got them going, and then they ended up in the final, so it's good to see that they continued on. Interesting game, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think yesterday was the best day. The third day was the best day for batting.
For batting, yes.
It was beautiful. I think there was a belief in the South African team that, hey, listen, and you heard the commentators talking about that, the Stark and Hazelwood partnership.
Where could they put on 50 odd for the last wicket, wasn't it?
Stark looked good as usual, but that was a superb 100, and you really have to give some credit to South Africa's captain Bavuma, who's really under immense pressure.
Smith in again to Rasanta. Rasanta is cutting this. Can't beat Joshua Bishop at backward point.
I think he missed out there.
Yes, yeah. Short set up.
Yeah, he really should pounce on that. But again, the bounce, and I don't think he got close enough to it, Terry. If you look at where his right foot was, the right foot got deep and a little closer, he'd have been able to find the gap, really. But early days yet. This is just only the first over.
Smith in again to Rasanta. And that one has him defending up to mid-on to complete the over. So at the end of the first over, Sri Lanka emerging players after winning the toss and electing to bat are 5 without loss.
Yeah, pretty early start here. And folks, if you just tuned into 360, Sri Lanka won the toss and decided to bat in the second unofficial 4-day test match, as you would claim it, between the West Indies Academy. I'm alongside my colleague Terry Loraja.
And of course you were doing the LICB T20 Festival. Did you enjoy that?
Terry,
State of the cricket, I mean.
It was impressive to see Anguilla. I mean, on a mission, they looked the better team on the day. I just thought that Antigua more or less missed out and missed a trick. I don't think the Antiguan team was balanced, Terry. And 3 wicket keepers in one squad. I found it very strange that Mackay McKenzie did not bowl in the final. I'm still in awe. I really don't understand. I couldn't understand that at all. Really, nobody can explain that to me, Terry. That's one of the biggest injustices I think I've seen in cricket for a long time. This is a young emerging player, and you're playing in a big final. Yes, I know everybody want to win, but he's been a match winner. He's proven the last time there was a cool and smooth tournament in Antigua and Barbuda, he was the MVP of the tournament, playing against almost some of the same players.
Nathan Edward taking up the attack from the northern end. Troubles batsman there. Through to the keeper though. No edge. Yes, very surprising because he was also leading wicket taker in that T20 breakout league. And it was interesting to hear comments from Shea Hope and Darren Sammy. Hope is saying that they're looking for a leg spinner to come into the T20 team, but not just at the moment.
Let's have another discussion, Terry.
Right.
Because they're always looking for somebody. Please.
Edward down the leg side again, through to Bowen Tuckett, and there's no run.
Because they have not handled the spinners. If you look at Hayden Watch and Correa, right, they brought them into the team, Terry, with an expectation that every time they come in that they're supposed to be a match winner. It doesn't work like that, Terry. It's a work in progress. You have somebody like a Hayden Watch who's easily one of the best fielders in the world. He's a utility player. He can bat, he can bowl, he can field. But then you don't find it time to give him a long enough run. You know, you just toss him about. Same thing with Correa.
Edward into Siobhan Daniel. It's better directed delivery, but all left by Daniel. Edward bowled a magnificent spell last week in the first match, second innings of Sri Lanka. Picked up his career best figures.
I'm glad for Mackay McKenzie. You know, he's going to St. Lucia Kings for the CPL, you know, but I don't want somebody to retire. You know, I think we need to get one or two technical coaches to help our young spinners in the Caribbean. I think that's where the problem is, Terry.
Tucked round the corner by Daniel. First runs off the bat.
Beautiful piece of fielding there from Kelvin Pittman. Moving around very quickly on the final leg area, picking up with his left hand.
Yeah, he's looking good. Pittman, career best figures for him also, but Edward in the second innings last week, 14.2 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 23. The left arm seamer. Right-handed Rasanta comes back on strike. But with Anguilla in that LICB T20 festival, the senior players stood up, weren't they?
You know, Jama Hamilton, he came to the party, led by Chesney Hughes, who they all had roles, really. And I think when you look at the cricket that would have played, Dimitri Adams would have maybe failed the first 3 matches. He came into his own. But you could tell that the leadership, the batting leadership of their only test player, their only senior player, Jama Hamilton, stood out. He was striking the ball sweetly, really.
So just adjusting the fielder, got a leg slip now. Rivaldo Clark is in at leg slip. Joshua Bishop has come from backward point to first slip. And they've left cover open for the right-handed Rasanta as Captain Teddy Bishop has went into the backward point position. So just a single off Edwards' first over, and it's 6 without loss.
I maybe just need to ask you something, because it has to be that cricketers change. If you're short leg, right?
Yes. Not 3 pitches away.
I don't know. You know, Mally likes to remind me that, you know, this is the new time, but as far as I'm concerned, Terry, even when I'm looking on the television in the World Test Championship, I shot a short leg right there.
Where he should be. But as I say, maybe it's a short square leg rather than a short leg.
bemuses me, Terry.
It does.
It bemuses me.
And Uncle Smith will continue from this, the commentary box end. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Siobhan Daniel.
This is a move which I always disagree with.
Yes, and that's beautifully played through the covers into the boundary, 4 runs.
That was a half volley.
Mm-hmm.
And he stroked that. You look at the positioning of from heel to toe. Beautiful. Balance. That was a lovely cover drive, Terry.
Yes, excellent shot. Yeah, looked good last week also, Siobhan Daniel. A lot of these young Sri Lanka emerging players have got a lot of experience under their belt.
Well, technically, Terry, Sri Lanka will always produce very technical batsmen.
True.
You got to really understand that.
Smith in again, and that one is played straight to Becky Joseph there at short extra cover.
They have some elegance about them. If you check to the Jayasara and the Jawadin and those guys, they've just got a touch about them. Outside of their wrists, their technical ability in terms of their positioning, how they get into position, and that comes from repetitions, drills, consistently. You go from heel to toe every time as a batsman, so you're always leading with your head and your shoulders. There's not a second guess. It's either backward on your back foot or on your front foot. And that's the art of batting.
That one played nicely, but they put protection out on the deep backward point boundary, so just the single for Daniel this time.
And that's the issue that I now have, Terry. This is just only Smith's second over, and you already have a sweeper out onto the offside. Which
Just
means
because
that
one shot and that was off a bad ball.
Yeah, but he has to come back and bowl the lines that the captain wants you to bowl. It's not a one-day field. It's 4-day. And you got to be disciplined. You got to be able to hit those areas consistently. And you have to start at this level.
Smith back over the wicket now to the right-handed Arasanta. 2 slips, gully, short leg. And that takes the edge. It just bounces in front of the gully fielder there in Teddy Bishop.
Squared him up there, Terry.
Certainly did.
I think simply because his right foot, he was caught in no man's land. If you look at where his right foot is, it turned him right around. It never got
moved.
deep into the crease there. So that's something that you have to work on. But got away with that because he played it from right under his eyes with nice soft hands. So it sort of died going down into the fielder. Smith looked like a work in progress.
Yes, he does. Most definitely.
He's a big, tall, strong guy. Don't want him to be bowling medium pace anyhow. I want him to be bowling fast.
Spot on target that time. They think of the single, but sent back, and rightly so. But I think, as you said, Vernon, you hit the nail on the head with as far as the Sri Lankan batsmen are concerned. They've always been very balanced. That is, brings about a lot of their success.
And they've always produced some exciting stroke players, when they get going, whether it be a left-hander or a right-hander. You know the trails that have come out of Sri Lanka are played.
That's over.
And if you recognize that one, Terry, that was an effort ball. But it was almost like a tennis bounce, really, because it took a long time to get there.
So over completed. Sri Lanka emerging after winning the toss, electing to bat at 12 without loss. Rasanta is on 1 and Daniel is on 6.
Yeah, television people seem not to be able to get the scoreboard up and running as yet.
What about the electronic? You like the addition of the electronic scoreboard?
Well, I'm wondering what has happened to the other one here. That's been down now for some time.
Yes, true.
But we have to give some credit to the manual scoreboard. Mr. Blacks and his crew have done an excellent job. Working without the sun, without any shade at all.
Nathan Edward from the northern end. And that's clipped through a mid-wicket by Rasanta for a couple. They'll think of 3, and they're coming. Good running. Score goes on to 15 without loss. Rasanta moves on to 4.
That was Smith feeling that, right, Terry?
Yes.
So why would we have Smith in that hot position?
Yep, straight after bowling an over.
Just an inquiry, just a thought process. Thought you would maybe try and save his legs.
Edward to the left-handed Siobhan Daniel. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and fine leg on the boundaries. He's in now to Daniel, wide of the off stump. Daniel had a pretty good match last week. Scored a couple of 40s. First innings 47. Second innings he reached his 50 exactly off 53 deliveries. Santa also had a half century in the second innings. That's pulled through mid-wicket. Didn't quite get the timing right.
Yeah.
Take a single.
Like a pace there as well too. I think Edwards, the line here for Edwards now, I think will have to be a more fuller length, Terry.
Yeah, full. Try and get
Get
swing.
the swing, yeah. He's tried to bang the ball in short here. There's going to be a very early tennis bounce. And if you sort of look at the track too, it looks dark, really, in the process. It's got a tinge of grass, but the
Grass is
when you checked it this morning, there was a lot of live grass, Terry, when you went out on the toss.
Yeah. Same as last week, although it is a different pitch. Very dry conditions. 16 without loss. As Edward into Daniel. Cooler day though here so far in Antigua. Very hot yesterday.
Oh, it's been hot all the time, Terry.
Yeah, yeah.
Good thing
It's
about
getting
it.
hotter.
Good thing about it is that depends on which area you are. You get a lovely breeze.
True.
Depending on where you are in Antigua and Barbuda, you get some breeze. So not too bad at all. It's expected that the summer will be hotter. They played technically again, covering that line of the off stump. Any swing there from Edwards. I think finally our folks have got the scoreboard up.
Here we go. In living color.
They've got a sort of leg slip position. You think that will carry, Terry?
Well, they tested it last week. And that's pulled down the fine leg, beats the fielder 4 runs.
And the reason why I ask you that, Terry, is that if you're going to put that leg slip in line, that's the delivery that is going to be bowled. Do you really need to be bowling that
line
that sort
so
of line?
early? Yeah.
You know, you got to make that assessment. It's almost like the clock is just like a spectator, more or less.
Well, it was deployed last week, and it would have worked, except it was going straight down Clark's throat, and Bowen Tuckett dived, and the catch was dropped. So they've gone for it again. At the end of the over, 20 without loss, Sri Lanka emerging players. Rasanta is on 8, and Siobhan Daniel is on 7.
Sri Lanka looking to once you win the toss, you're thinking about batting once.
Once, yeah.
That should be the objective. Doesn't always mean that it is the objective. But these two have looked very organized so far. No real demons from the West Indies Academy bowlers as yet. Mali and yourself called the game last week. It was a whole different track. Today's a new day. So they'll have to forget last week and concentrate
Start again.
Start all over again.
Round the wicket, Smith into Daniel. Plays that nicely up on his toes. Through backward point for 1. Moves on to 8, 21 without loss.
I'd like to see Smith just bowl a fuller length. Sri Lankan players are very comfortable because of the easy pace on this track here. They can just stand up straight and play with a nice straight bat into the offside. It's been a very busy year, Terry, with cricket.
Cricket galore, even today. West Indies up against Ireland in Ireland. West Indies women playing South Africa women in Barbados.
And the ABC is starting their 40 over competition.
Good ball, good carry. And that delivery by Smith.
Got some four matches all around Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, they've split it in, gone back to the 2 zones for the ABCA Super 40.
I just have not gone through the process yet. I'm wondering what's the difference if everybody played everybody as compared to the 2 zones.
I didn't understand that myself.
I couldn't, and they were talking about time.
Time constraints.
This is summer.
Yeah.
And you really want to be playing cricket. I like when everybody plays everybody, Terry. It gives you that feel more cricket.
Definitely. Got him on the gloves this time.
And I think he maybe might have got bruised before because straight away the physio was looking to come out.
He had an interesting morning last week. He was caught and given not out. And then a beamer nearly flattened him.
In fact, is that Joel Wilson saying to the physio to wait? Yeah, he sort of sent him back off very quickly. I think the player's safety comes first, right? Or should.
But he seems to be all right. Smith in again to Rasanta. And that one short wide, and well, he didn't move, just flayed it.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery. Short and wide. He deserves the treatment. Again, the right foot still not getting across, Terry, but the hands, because it's so wide, he can be able to extend his hands there, Daniel.
He moves on to 12, 25 without loss. Positive start this for Sri Lanka emerging after winning the toss and electing to bat.
I think he's in also trying to speak to the umpire.
It says my hands hurt me.
Yeah, I think he looks like he was indicating that he's still having the conversation with the square leg umpire. Well, let's see if the physio will be called upon at the end of the over.
Yeah, 2 balls to go. Smith in again to Rasanta. And that one traps him. A very, it looked high, but a very confident appeal by Smith. He almost wasn't going to turn around then.
But I think in the appeal, Callum Boyne Tuckett didn't go up either.
No, you
so
could clearly see
he kind of started, and then when he recognized it, was like, wow.
But a good delivery, cut back nicely.
On
fuller pitch.
That's the length I think that Smith would have to be bowling, especially on this track now. No need to be trying to bowl short deliveries. He's got to be able to make an assessment very early.
Yeah, and you can see both with Edward and Smith, the ones that they have attempted to bang in are just set up nicely for the batsman. Smith in again. That one took off. All taken by Bowen Tuckett to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka merging players 25 without loss. Rasanta is on 12 and Siobhan Daniel is on 8.
Be interesting to see if Rasanta is interested in still getting the physio.
Probably worn off by now.
Just maybe. All in the minor,
Yeah.
more or less. Daniel and the center having a conversation, more or less. But a quiet start here for Sri Lanka. 25 without loss, Terry.
Yes.
Just want to see the West Indies Academy seamers bowl a lot more fuller, really. That would be my objective. I think they have to make some adjustments in their lengths. And that's why spot bowling is so important.
Edward starts a new over into the left-handed down, and that took off. Peel by Bowen Tuckett. The bowler wasn't interested though. That definitely took off. That's about the first one we've seen take off from the northern end.
The interesting
Trying
thing,
to ride the bounce there.
yeah, interesting thing is that he was batting outside of his crease to negotiate against the swing of
Any
Edwards.
swing,
Yeah,
yes.
Edwards gets the ball to swing very late. Fuller length. He's got to attack those stumps. He's got a new ball, Edwards.
Interesting shot again, trying to pull that through mid-wicket from outside off stump. So he might be a bit unsettled here, Siobhan Daniel.
Don't think he was in position for that shot, but
Not at all.
he might have been better advised, maybe looking to cut rather than looking to pull that.
They're very experienced, these two, though, coming into this series. Daniel averaging 41 in his first-class career, 400s, 950s.
For how many matches, Terry?
Out of 29 matches.
There you go. Some of our academy boys have not even played 15 games yet.
Exactly. And Ravindra Lasanta, 22 matches, averaging 47, nearly 48. 400s, 450s coming into the series. Highest score at 244. Daniel's highest score, 209.
.25 without loss. If you're wondering what's happening on 360 television.
Fuller pitch, driven up to mid-off.
Yeah.
No run.
That's where I would like him to be. Trying to invite Daniel to drive. You know, you've got two slips, a gully. Get him driving. The short ball should be a surprise, more or less.
Just to bring you up to date on Cricket 360, second ODI in Barbados. West Indies women chose to field. South Africa women after 9 overs, 37 without loss. And no play, match delayed by rain once again between Ireland and West Indies in Ireland. Up on his toes, punching that to extra cover, no run.
It'll be interesting, Terry, the next time that we talk to the academy coach is to find out if this cohort of players, we know that they think they had a contract for a year. Would they maybe continue with most of them into the next season, really? Because I think they're building a nice unit here.
Yeah, I think they got a good thing going, and the last month or so brought in Sir Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh.
Not for 2 days, Terry. Don't go there, Terry.
But it was good that,
Terry can't be good.
well, at least they're teaching them about the legacy and what it means to play for West Indies.
Terry,
and I
you
think
don't
that's
have to-
very important.
You don't have to bring in Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose to teach somebody about the legacy. You already should
you
know the
shouldn't,
legacy.
but yeah,
there should be a manual given to you once you come into the setup with the legacy.
I
I
agree
just
with
think
that.
I just think that we need to, get these guys in a lot more early and a lot more longer. Because remember, they came in at a point in time where they're preparing. You in your off season.
Off-season,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's when you want to bring in these guys, really, Well, let's hope that can go from strength to strength. I still feel the problem that we're having is our batting.
Yes, the batting across the board, really.
Big save there by Pittman.
It's good fielding again, but they will take two as he tumbles over.
I think he might have pounded his elbow. Nathan Edwards picked that up as well on this hard ground here. But he came to congratulate him for a big save. I think he saved 2 runs there.
Definitely.
Because on the downhill here, that would have raced away.
Yeah, especially in these very dry conditions here at Coolidge.
Yeah. It's got a bowl full of Smith. It's just too wide. It's got to look to bowl. It's got to look to attack the stumps.
3 slips in a gully away, 27 without loss. Smith in again to Rasanta. Down the leg side.
And the reason why I raised that awareness with you, Terry, let's look at an Isaiah Thorne.
Well, I was just about to say, yes.
You know,
I'm very disappointed with that.
Isaiah Thorne was the next young, quick fast bowler coming out of the Caribbean, coming out of the West Indies Academy.
Yes.
Guyana just snapped him up.
Right.
And they've just isolated him.
Right.
You know,
so where does he go from here?
He could have been here playing for the academy.
Should have been.
And
in my
honing his
opinion.
skills and getting better.
Yes, most definitely. And he can, because he's still... And again, he tries, this time Rasanta trying to pull a ball on off stump through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. But he can, because he's still only 21. And you can stay in the academy to your 24, 25.
Yeah,
I just don't understand that.
But he's a young man, and you want him in an environment. I mean,
you want him playing matches.
Yeah, I'm even concerned about Ned. You know, Ned has just gone off the boil.
Yeah.
These are just some examples of what we're talking about.
Smith in again, and that one he chases high bounce, and he plays it deliberately high over. Backward point into the boundary, 4 runs. Well played, Rasanta. Right up, both feet off the ground. Deliberately uppercut that over. Deep backward point, who will now stay on the boundary. Partnership of 31 without loss. The first half hour's play here of this second 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging at the home of West Indies cricket here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. All the action coming to you live on Cricket 360 as Smith and he stumped that. He pitched up and he's banged that straight over the head. High, wide, handsome 6 runs. Good looking shot that by Rasanta. 2 aggressive shots in a row now, taking Smith on.
It's just wide, Terry. It's got to attack the stumps. Let's look at this, Terry. That delivery. Can get Jason to just whiz that up very quickly. And he was on the back foot, Terry, as if he was waiting for another short delivery.
He was.
Look at it.
Moved into position.
Look how wide it was.
Yeah.
All right. So he's got to attack the stump, Smith. You know, fuller length. Really bowl a heavy ball. That's why I think that he's got to be bowling. He's got 3 slips.
Yeah, especially with 3 slips in the gully waiting. Rasanta's moved on to 24. Better than a runner ball. 37 without loss. Smith in again to Rasanta. Now wide again and beats everybody down to the boundary. 4 byes. He's all over the place this morning, is young Smith. Short and wide again, and that took off, beat the leaping Bowen Tuckett to complete the over. So at the end of the over, expensive one for West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka move on to 41 without loss.
I think I see Kelvin Pittman going off the field, so I don't know if...
That's not good news for the academy.
The stop there, he might have maybe just...
Yes, with his elbow.
Maybe jarred himself. I hope it's just for a small treatment and he'll be back onto the field very quickly, because he's certainly going to be needed here.
Most definitely. Especially in the the form he showed last week. 7 for 28 career best figures. Edward continues the attack from the northern end, and that's driven beautifully through the point cover region into the boundary for 4, this time by Daniel.
Half volley there by Nathan Edwards.
Yep, and he pounced.
Yeah, it's gotta be on the money. Gotta be on the money. He's gotta lift his game now, really. Bowl some real effort balls here.
He moves on to 12, the score 45 without loss. But just getting back to Isaiah Thorne, there's nothing wrong with, his franchise, Guyana, taking him. But they need to play him. He's only played, less than a handful of matches over the last couple of seasons. Having said that, though, I'm very happy for Johan Lane. Marley and I were talking about him last week. Marley was saying, just a little bit more time. I was saying, I think he's on the verge. But we both agreed that it would be great if he was involved around the West Indies squad. And he is part of the 16-member squad to face Australia in a couple of weeks' time in the 3-test series. So congratulations to Johan Lane. And speaking of that, I believe Steve Smith dislocated his finger or something and is in doubt to come here for the test series. So
never count out those guys, Terry.
That's the problem, though, isn't it?
Got a lot of treatment, a lot of things taking place these days. So anything is possible.
Edward into Daniel, and Daniel is defending that to the offside, no run. So 45 without loss. Positive start here by the Sri Lanka emerging players. After the captain, Dhananjaya Lakshan, winning the toss, electing to have first strike. Lovely warm day here in Antigua with a good stiff breeze blowing across the ground to keep it relatively good for the players. One squared him up a little.
You see the difference when you're attacking the stumps?
Right.
He just looks a different bowler altogether.
Different prospect for sure.
Yeah, because it's a new ball and you're getting the batsman now to play at deliveries, because you're honing in at those stumps. And there's something, we always talk about batsmen have to be patient. Bowlers also have to be patient. You have to. You can't be, every day is not fishing day. You're not going to catch everything every day, so you got to make that adjustment.
Pitched up, driven, and
Somebody
well
could be
fielded.
Oh, they got back very quickly there.
I think that was Daniel there at mid-on to complete the over. So Sri Lanka emerging players 45 without loss. Rasanta is on 24 and Siobhan Daniel is on 12.
Pittman is back on the field, so that's good news.
Excellent.
I maybe just need to ask you, Terry. Normally is not on it. Is there a system where they what? This is going to be as Edwards' fourth, right?
Yeah.
Because Smith is coming back. Are they bowling? Is there a ploy to bowl them in 5-over spells? Or I don't know. You tell me.
Well, interesting you asked that, Werner, because Malay and I were having that discussion last week, simply because Calvin Pittman was on fire. You got the team in trouble, and you don't see him from lunch till about half an hour before tea, which therefore they failed to drive home the advantage with the guy that was doing the damage. But as Marley said, as we watch this delivery from Smith, and that is got to be plumb in front. Rasanta's not bothered to look at the umpire. He knew that was dead, kept a little low, And that looked absolutely plumb.
Look at where his right foot is, Terry.
Straight down the pitch.
Right? Yeah, but his right foot, he doesn't move
Move
across. He
across.
just stays there.
Mhm.
So you got to look to bowl him a lot more filler.
So Smith gets the breakthrough. Rasanta goes for 24. And Sri Lanka emerging are 45 for 1. Yes, but Mali made the excellent point that we have to remember that it is development stage. And therefore, they gave extended runs to Renato Smith and Nathan Edward before Pitman was brought back into the attack. But how do you balance that act, though, Vern? You still have to, you're still in a competitive match. You still have to play to win. So when you're in position where you can drive home the advantage, shouldn't you? Or do you stick to your plans that, we want this particular guy to have a longer spell, a longer run out, to run him into form type thing?
Do you think it is a competitive match? 'Cause
Well,
maybe we are having a different concept as
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
They could be looking for another scenario. Our thing is that because we've grown up into a society where we're thinking that, listen, once it's a cricket game, you keep Mali Richards on because he's the top bowler and you want to try and dismiss the team. They maybe have a different plan. But it'd be interesting to maybe find out.
Yes.
Because if we don't know, then we only can speculate in terms of what we see in front of us.
Very true.
So
the new batsman is Janishka Pereira, and he will be facing Smith. Another full pitch delivery, stroked nicely, but straight to Mbeki Joseph at short extra cover. So 45 for 1, good breakthrough made by Renato Smith.
Yeah, and it is something that the young academy bowlers are going to have to learn. And I look at them practice time and time, Terry, here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of cricket, West Indies, especially in the nets. And they're always going after each other. But I think there has to be a concept where you understand game awareness, game day. How do you get wickets? When you pitch the ball up, right? Yes, you might have got some wickets last week, but it's a different pitch. It's a new day.
And I agree with you, Vernon. I think they have to start with the basics, though, even though it's a new day, new pitch, new game. You still start with the basics of a new ball bowler, attacking the stumps, getting as full as possible. If there's any swing, any movement there, they will extract it. But Pereira, another one that's played 24 matches prior to this season, averaging 43 and a half. 300s, 12 50s, highest score 135. He made 38 and 34 in the first match last week. Siobhan Daniel back on strike.
And that is a comparison to the younger batsmen in the Caribbean. When you listen to the stats that you're calling about the Sri Lankan players, they've got 3-4 centuries already.
Yes.
The younger West Indian batsmen, maybe just have one. Don't have that consistency. You have to have that hunger, I tell you about Mali Richards, even at the under 19 level. I mean, those guys used to score hundreds for bat night. There was a tournament, that every time they went to a tournament, one of them are going to get 100.
Yep, and he
caught behind?
He take it, yeah. I think it took the edge, come back into Siobhan Daniel, get a little low again. An excellent catch by Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Yes, big inside edge. And Bowen Tuckett took it well, inches above the ground. So a double breakthrough here for the young Renato Smith.
Can you pull up that again, Jason, so Mali can see that? You see the lines again where he was bowling?
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about, right?
Oh, he's got it right in this over, that's for sure. Nice and full, jag back. Big inside edge. And well taken by Bowen Tuggett. So Siobhan Daniel has gone for 12. Sri Lanka emerging lose their second, 46 for 2.
Yeah, so double strike there from Smith. Just making that adjustment and just being patient. No need to, you just got to just remember the basics. Just attack the stumps. Once you got a new ball in your hand, you got to look to attack the stumps. Most batsmen are very uncomfortable, especially new batsmen, Terry, having to face up and to be, you get fidgety, you get nervous, especially when the ball is on target, it's attacking your stumps.
Absolutely, and good control by Smith too, because he got the LBW from over the wicket to the right-hander, and then the inside edge with another full delivery coming round the wicket to the left-hander. New batsman Wickrama Singh, spot on target.
Too easy.
Gets off the mark with bad fielding, actually.
Yeah, too easy.
They pick up 2 on the misfield there at short extra cover.
That was Pittman.
Yes.
You got to look. You don't allow the new batsman to just come and just get off strike. You got to close that down.
So he picks up 2 Wickrama Singh. He moves to 40. The score moves to 48 for 2. Smith in again. And that one beats him. Had him playing there. Good lift, good carry, good over. Double strike in that over by Ranako Smith. Sri Lanka emerging 48 for 2.
Oh, that's a good delivery. So, did Pittman start from his favorite end, Terry? Because I see he's coming from the CIA road end.
Yeah, he started. I think he started from the commentary box end, didn't he, last week? Yeah. So he's changed ends into the attack after 9 overs.
I think he's more dangerous from this end. He gets the ball to take off. I don't know if he's comfortable enough coming from the CIU road end. I might be wrong, but we'll wait and see. So Sri Lanka's, like last week, Terry, had a good start and then
yes,
lost some wickets.
Wickets in clusters. Pittman into Pereira. Pereira plays that up to mid-off, no run.
So straight away, Pittman on the money, looking to attack the stumps. Not a lot of chatter coming from the West Indies Academy, Terry.
Yes, in general you don't see a lot of chatter unless they get on a bit of a roll. Pittman in again to Pereira. So Wickrama Singh comes to the crease. He missed out last week with 0 and 8. But he has the 43 matches. Plenty of matches, first-class matches, over 2,500 runs, an average of 39.
How old is he?
24.
Jeez. That's pretty a lot of cricket there.
Yeah, a lot of cricket. 234, highest score, 600s, 1250s prior to this series. Two slips in the gully weight as Pittman into Pereira. Pereira's up on his toes.
Good length there. Good length. I'm beginning to think now, Terry. I'm searching around to figure out. We got a short catcher in front. Got a cover. Got 2 slips,
Two
right?
slips, yeah. Two slips in the gully.
All right. I'd like to understand the ploy for the short catcher, but let me find out. Let me just wait for a while.
No timing behind that shot. He looks to cut it through cover. Becky Joseph. You want some chatter? He was giving him some banter last week, and then he got rather annoyed when they dismissed him and gave him a send-off.
He couldn't take the heat. You can ask Mally about that. he will tell you that one.
Oh, full toss and dispatched. Through backward point, 4 runs.
50 up for Sri Lanka.
Yes, they move on to 52 for 2.
I think just a while ago, Pittman would have missed his rhythm. That's why, you know, when I look at it, there was almost like a stutter there. But full tosses have to be put away regardless of what. Because those are the ones that sometimes ends up getting you.
Getting the wicket, yes. Pittman in again to Pereira.
The ball.
Tucking that into mid-wicket region for 1. So Pereira moves to 6. And at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players 53 for 2.
So 10 overs bowled. Still on track. Smith has really upped his game. He's bowled, like we said, a more fuller length there. Had a double strike in that over. We'll be looking to continue here as well.
So he'll be bowling to Pereira, who's on 6. Wickramasinghe's on 2. 53 for 2.
Still would like to see a short leg, Terry. Somewhere in the reason, because Smith has got some pace. So if he can just get one up around the cage,
Takes off,
the ball automatically will just land in no man's land there. That died.
Has been a few that's died this morning. But he does have the 3 slips. Gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg on the boundary.
Oh, maybe just for the one that kicks on the body line, really, you know. If he's going into that area, into the rib cage, you know, you just give him something to think about. He's got to come back on the money. He's got to attack the stumps. He'll be quite comfortable with that. He'll just leave. And the reason why I say that is that he got one batsman leg before, and he got one with a length which was caught behind. So these two now will be thinking now. Somebody maybe might have said, you know, he's bowling a heavy ball. So you got to be thinking about that. That's why I think he just has to be looking to attack the stumps, especially early in the innings.
He's into Pereira again. Better delivery, but played with soft hands. Past Gully, chase on for backward point. Can't pull it back. 4 runs. Pereira moves on to 10, 57 for 2. Played that well though.
Yeah.
Bring you up to date on Cricket 360. South Africa women 55 for 1 after 17 overs. That's after being asked to bat first. Match still delayed by rain. West Indies men against Ireland. That one dies again and missed by Bowen Tuckett. Once again, 4 byes.
Yeah. Torrid time here.
Absolutely. One's flying over his head and the next one's rolling along the ground. 61 for 2 now, Sri Lanka emerging. As we approach the first hour of play. Smith in again to Pereira. 3 slips a gully. No, and that's take. Hey.
Wow.
Now, how you explain that one? One rolls along the ground, the next one takes off.
Yeah, it's going to be a torrid time here. It's really going to be a torrid time.
Interesting. Both captains said at the toss that if they won it, they would have batted.
It's maybe just what is to come after. So that's why you should be thinking about batting once on this track.
Smith in again to Pereira. Bang on target, but driven nicely. Well fielded there by... Looks like Mbeki, no? Daniel, I think that was there at mid-on. And that brings the over to an end. So Sri Lanka emerging players, 61 for 2. Pereira is on 12, is he? 10. And Wickramasinghe is on 2. Calvin Pittman will continue from the northern end. Bowling to Wickramasinghe. That's the 2 slips. Gully backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Square leg in front of the umpire.
Honing in on those pads there, Kelvin Pittman. Just for a moment, Colin Boyne Tuckett thought that Pittman had gone through. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Lovely day for cricket, as they would say.
Bang on target, Pittman, defended by Wickramasinghe. Score stays on 61 for 2. Yes, and if you're in the area, come and watch the future stars of both West Indies and Sri Lanka at the home of cricket here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Bouncer evaded there by Wickramasinghe.
And you see that, right, Terry? You know, that was banged in by Pittman. It took a
just
long time before he could get to Colin Boyne Tuckett. So there are just certain areas where when the ball lands, it just sort of balloons up, really. Folks, if you're just wondering what's happening, Sri Lanka won the toss. And as you heard from Terry, opted to bat first. So they're looking to at least bat once here. Set a platform and put the West Indies Academy under some pressure.
Pittman in again to Wickramasinghe, and that's a full delivery, and it's come all the way along the ground off the bottom edge of the bat between slip and gully, 4 runs.
Yeah, squeezed away, more or less. It's looking to go through the covers, but got around the edges. Terry described it, and it raced away down to the vacant third-man boundary for a much-needed boundary to Sri Lanka. They're scoring at a quick
I was going to say they're motoring along.
Yeah, 65 for 2, and this is only the 12th over.
Yeah, first hour of play.
You know, almost if we didn't know any better, we thought that we were in the power play. There's a tracer rail of boundaries here. Ooh, that squared
him up. Took the edge. And they'll get a single. The dive and Joshua Bishop knocked it down, but they sneak a single. A good delivery that by Pittman. Definitely squared up Wickramasinghe. Playing a fair way away from his, or in front of his body, I should say. Brings Pereira back on strike. 66 for 2. Pereira is on 10. Wickramasinghe is on 7. Pereira waits for Pittman. And very wide. In fact, called wide. So just losing the radar there a bit is Pittman. 67 for 2. Just the 2 slips in the gully also for Pereira as Pittman into him now. Bang on target, defended back towards the bowler by Pereira to complete the over. So we've had the first hour of play here. Sri Lanka emerging players after winning the toss and electing to take first strike. A 67 for 2. Pereira is on 10. Wickramasinghe is on 7. And the 2 wickets to fall today have both gone to Renako Smith. We'll take a couple of minutes break as the players take their water break here on Cricket 360 and return with live action shortly.
Welcome back, Mali. Good morning.
Morning, Vernon. Morning, everyone. Pretty competitive first hour of play here in the second unofficial test match between Sri Lanka Emerging and the West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka winning the toss, opting to bat 67 for 2. Made a pretty solid start, but young Barbadian Renico Smith 2 for 36 in his 6. I thought he's bowled brilliantly, to be fair. Just at times maybe a bit too short for this pitch, but generally his line has been good. He's gotten the odd ball to bounce quite disconcertingly, and we know these subcontinent players, that's where they get into trouble, when that ball just gets a bit big on them. More accustomed to playing on the slow, low pitches in Sri Lanka. This has a nice tinge of green. At times, good carry, good pace. The odd one just keeps a bit low though, so that will be in the back of the minds of the Sri Lankan batters. But it's been a good competitive start, 12.2 overs so far.
They've been scoring at a very big brisk rate as to Mali. They got some 8 boundaries so far within the concept here.
They've just lost wickets in clusters though, Vern. You saw that in that first match. Good opening stand. Losing 2, 3, 4 wickets short period of time. So they'll be hoping to address that in this second match. But Smith is on the money once again. Big, tall, strapping lad. One of the younger members of this West Indies Academy squad. Still a teenager, 19. Got another one in Zishan Matara, the leg spinner from Barbados as well.
It's encouraging times when you see Lane and Smith coming out of Barbados. Barbados is almost, as you would say, fast bowler country outside of the Leeward Islands. And they've really not had a young fast bowler. We're talking about somebody who's going to bowl genuinely fast for a very long time.
What's been encouraging is just the improvement from the first match to here on day one from Smith. It's been a lot more consistent, especially with the new ball. Started from the CIU road end in that first match. He's been switched over here in the second. And you were saying earlier, Kelvin Pittman maybe prefers the pavilion end. He's bowled beautifully from the pavilion end. His run up everything, the rhythm was spot on. But with Smith in the form he is here, picking up those 2 wickets. For the time being, Pittman is just going to have to do his work from the CIU road end.
I think that's what I would like to see. That's the line I would like to see him bowl in, Mali. Honing in at the stumps. Just leave the sharp pitches as surprise delivery.
And it's that length as well, isn't it? We saw on that wicket, especially to round the wicket to Chevron Daniel, caught behind by Carlo and Tuckett. Just a bit fuller in length. Pereira as well. Rasantha, sorry. LBW, just a bit fuller in length. He's a bit similar to a Josh Hazelwood in stature, big and tall. A lot of the balls, his stock balls, are just going to go over the stumps. Just because he's got that extra bounce. Over pitches and bad line there. That's worked away. So Wickramasinghe picks up the first boundary. Post drinks.
Yeah.
Gets into a good position there. Poor delivery. Just needed to get bat on that one. Big open spaces in the onside. End of that over. 73 for 2.
Everybody want to ready, man.
9th boundary of the morning, including 1-6. So they're scoring at a brisk rate here.
And both teams have actually scored at a brisk rate in this series so far, and it's just they've lost wickets at regular times, There'll be one decent stand. There was one stand in each innings in that first match. Sri Lanka is above 100. West Indies Academy as well in that second innings, 113 for 1 at one stage.
So they've gone for Joshua Bishop. Kelvin Pittman is being pulled. So maybe he might come now from this end, Mali.
took a bit longer for Joshua Bishop to come into the attack in that first match. Maybe sensing a bit more pressure here on the West Indies Academy bowlers. As you said, this rate just above 6. Just below 6, sorry. And we must say it was a poor match for Joshua Bishop here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's probably as poorly as we've seen him bowl in the last couple of years. So he'll be hoping for a comeback performance.
One of the things, Mally, is we've been paddled around here for 4. One of the things that I've found with Joshua Bishop, especially Mally, is that if the wicket in his mind doesn't look like it is bowler friendly for him, he doesn't turn up. And maybe listening to what you're saying, Mally, that's what maybe happened then in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't the most spin friendly conditions here. You know, probably saw the most turn and bounce maybe on day 2. We were expecting more on day 3. Not even the Sri Lankans were extracting too much turn here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. This one's worked away for another single. So he started slightly expensive again here. And this is a test for Joshua Bishop. We said that in that first match as well. He's been up near the top of the wicket-taking charts over the past 2 seasons in the 4-day championship, but he's up against a different proposition here with these Sri Lankan batters. They're very accustomed to playing spin bowling.
And he maybe have to just give the ball that quick loop. He's just bowling just too quickly.
It's too easy.
Yeah. They can just pick him off easy.
Just needs to find the ideal pace, really, for this pitch. That's a lot better there. Just forcing the batter into a slight indecision there. Just had to wait on that delivery a little bit.
Next time I talk to him, Mally, I got to find out why he didn't play in the breakout league. T20. Got to really, whether he was injured or something.
I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he was with the Barbados team.
Well, he didn't do anything. So maybe that's why no serious. I mean, he wasn't that effective as you're really accustomed, even with the bat, really.
You would probably expecting a bit more.
Yeah.
Perfect opportunity for someone like him to break out in that T20.
In that T20 league, yeah.
End of a slightly expensive over from him.
It's almost like, you know, the last captain, what's his name, for the academy, Naim Young. You know, Naim Young, everybody know Mali has come and gone past Naim Young. Matthew Ford, everybody. Naim Young was the guy who was coming out of under 19 into the academy, expected to excel. People were saying, well, listen, he's going to be the next Dwayne Bravo with his skill set. You know, he's just almost like on a halt right now.
Yeah, it's interesting times for quite a few players.
So they've gone for Nathan Edwards, Mal.
Yeah, they have. Maybe looking for a bit of swing here. We know Nathan Edwards' bowling is very dependent on that movement through the air.
So where he picked his wickets up from? This end?
Both, to be fair.
Okay.
Just there, a bit of swing away. Found something from around the wicket to the right-handers, especially in that second innings, Nathan Edward. As Terry said, picked up 6 for 23. His maiden 5-wicket haul. First-class cricket.
How you feel, Mally? Because, you know, I started the conversation this morning with Terry. Do you think we should have maybe had an Isaiah Thorne still around this academy setup, Mally?
Oh, 100%. Something we've spoken about at length. You know, seeing him here now, it's almost 2 years ago versus the Ireland Academy team. We've had a reciprocal tour since then. He's gone away. He's gone back into his domestic franchise setup at the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and it just hasn't gone his way. We don't have all the information, but for someone who looked like he was just on the verge to really make an impact in West Indian cricket, he's also just slightly gone off the boil. Still a very young man.
21 years of age.
Mm.
And I couldn't help this morning, Mali, but listening to Terry when he was calling out the stats for the Sri Lankan batsman. And you know, even sometimes from 24 games, Mali, some of the young batsmen already have scored 3-4 centuries.
Yeah, they're vastly experienced, aren't they? Even though they don't have any players above the age of 25 really in this squad. But if you look at their credentials, the amount of games they would have played, 30, 40, some even 50 first-class matches already. They've got a couple that have international experience as well, playing a couple ODIs and T20s. So that's what you want in terms of the next generation, your next generation of international cricketers, expanding that talent pool via the academy systems. It's something we see throughout the world, where probably we also had it a few years ago, is maybe in a different guise. The HPC down in Barbados, still the same thing, really.
Yeah, so the one in Grenada.
Grenada,
as well,
yes,
yeah.
so long ago now, over 20 odd years ago
Yes,
now.
Yeah.
That would have birthed someone like Fidel Edwards. And big movement again, but no pace from young Edward. But as long as he gets the ball to move, he's a problem for the Sri Lankan batters. A little surprised not to see Kelvin Pittman from this end, but
It's going to be a long day, for sure. It's either a team is going to get bowled out or somebody's going to score runs. I was following through on the, while doing the Cool and Smooth Leeward Island T20 Festival, following you guys, on the phone, to this, now and again get a chance to listen. And trust me, the scoring rate.
Gone. Draw.
Have to catch that.
Got to catch that. You're there for that reason once again.
You have to catch that.
Didn't even get a hand to that. That burst through the hands there at second slip.
You have to catch that, Mali.
Looks like Wickramasinghe once again defending quite wide of that off stump.
That's what you were talking about, Mali. You have to catch that. That was a beautiful delivery. Who dropped that? Is it Bishop?
I think it may have been to Josh Bishop in that position there at second slip. Have a look at this again. Rivaldo Clark in at first. There it is, Josh Bishop. It's normally in that second or gully position. And there, just didn't seem to pick it up early enough. You see the disgust from Nathan Edward there once again, producing a chance. But it goes a begging, luckily for the Sri Lankan on that occasion. But Bishop's got to get into this series. He really has. We were saying just before, in his previous over actually, Vern, he's up against a different proposition here. Players very much accustomed to playing the turning ball. Got a variety of spinners in Sri Lanka, maybe a few mystery spinners as well. So with his orthodox left armers, he's got to produce something here. For me, he's got to look to spin the ball. It's a good start.
His pace too. His pace that he's bowling. Maybe just needs to bowl the ball into the wicket to start with at first.
Ball still relatively new. And that's a delivery that he depends upon quite a lot. That arm bar, that extra pace, just coming back in with the arm, the natural angle.
And I'll make a point to you as well, to Mali. As compared to when he's playing in first-class cricket in the Caribbean, these Sri Lanka players are going to sweep. That is not something that you see West Indian players really master. So he will always be on the money. He'll be honing in on those pads. The Sri Lankan players, they'll be looking to sweep him.
And what they do is very well as well. They don't just lunge on that front foot all the time. They look to use the depth of the crease, get back turn balls, not just good length balls into short deliveries, maneuver the ball into the gaps. So they put the spinners under pressure, keep the spinners under pressure. Bit of extra bounce this time. Got to be careful with that sweep though. This ball's still relatively new. Will get a bit of pace and bounce. Fantastic camera work this. You'll get a good look at that one.
Good take there by Callum Boyne took it.
Very good take.
So much better over, Mali.
Yeah, good comeback over that from him.
Yeah, as you said, he's got to be on the money. He's the senior pro here, outside of Callum Boyne Tuckett and Teddy Bishop. He's got to put his hand up, especially in this bowling unit. You got to lead here by example, because he's going to have to bowl a lot of overs here.
It's funny you say senior pro, because we were also mentioning as well with his age, 24 years old now. This probably will be, he's winding down his period here at the West Indies Academy, isn't he? He's got this series coming up, 3 ODIs, or 3 list day matches to come after this match.
Expected.
Just got news, West Indies Island there, that second T20 international has been abandoned. Some poor weather there affecting that series.
Congratulations to South Africa.
World Test champions, eh?
Yeah.
It looked.
At one time it looked like it was not possible.
Definitely, but it just goes to show you this game of glorious uncertainties as well. And just how things can vary from day to day. Conditions.
He was advancing here, Mali.
He was.
Edwards bowling. He decided that he was going to advance to Edwards. Edwards saw him coming and bowled a sharp ball.
That's something that we saw last week quite a bit as well. Especially from the non-striker in Janishka Pereira. Really looking to advance to Edward. Really worried about that swing.
Again, you see that point that you're talking about? If Edwards is playing in the regional competitions, the guys would just be comfortable there. They're trying to get him off his line.
Proactive.
So it's a good test here for the West Indies Academy players.
What's actually really encouraging to see from a Nathan Edward is his ability to take the ball away from not only the left-handers but also the right-handers. That in itself is highly skillful stuff. You have left-handers, okay, their natural shape away from the left-hander into the right-hander, but with his ability to swing it away from around the wicket consistently to the right-handers, also with the ability to just have it go on with the natural angle, it makes him a difficult proposition. You can see that with the way that they're trying to combat it.
And he's becoming stronger as well too.
Definitely, he's put on a yard as well.
Yeah, his upper body is a lot more fitter. You know, it's something that you talked about, Mali. You're saying that he's going to have to vary his skills, going to have to work on his skill set, you know. And the good thing about it is that he's playing the all-format game too, so he can be able to take his white ball skills into the red ball cricket.
And at times, you know, the red ball skills into his white ball format. Maybe a day where it's swinging and that's all you need to do is hit a good length with that new ball. Consistently almost like a first-class game. So the skills are transferable from format to format.
And I think he's sometimes been overlooked as well, Mali, because he's a proper batsman. He can bat. You know, he's demonstrated, he's shown that. He's maybe not lit up the Caribbean by scoring 100, but when you see him, he's very, very, very well organized. He can sweep, and, you know, he's got good defense as well.
Yeah, he's a good little cricketer, as they'd say. We were saying last week that maybe his batting... he may end up a batter who bowls, a bowler who bats. Who knows? He's at that stage at the moment, or he may be a genuine all-rounder.
But he has improved, Mali. Since you could see the emergence of him. He's learning his craft. He's getting stronger. You could see that he's been in the gym. He's getting fitter. He's getting stronger, and naturally, he will only get better.
Yeah, he's finding ways to get batters out in the red ball game. That in itself says something. It's one thing to pick up wickets in the limited overs format, T20. You're chasing, 30 or 15. You've got ball in hand. Obviously, the batters have to make something of it, and at times you may miss hit one. It goes to a fielder, it's a wicket. But here, he genuinely has to get batters out. And so far, we've seen him just become more and more penetrative as his first-class career is growing. But movement's the key for him. He's got to have that ball movement at this stage of his career. Still very young, as we said, no real express pace. At times, he's got a little quick bumper, bowls the odd quicker delivery that skids on. But he's got to get that ball to move, and so far, he's done so. Unluckily for him, chance went down.
Yeah. Did create the chance, so that was the opportunity you're talking about.
Which is encouraging in itself.
Joshua Bishop starting well again here. Little mixed pitch here, Mali. A lot of grass here. Brown areas, but the sunlight is just baking it out now.
Tinge of green. A little bit of turn there for Bishop. We spoke about that moisture here on day one. You spoke about the darkness of the pitch. Just tells you there's a bit of moisture in this pitch.
And it's amazing that we're talking about the darkness, because we were at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Mali. The darkness as compared to Coolidge is completely different.
Coloration, so you get a good idea.
And for the simple reason, because you have more grass on the pitches at the Coolidge Cricket Ground as compared to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's just almost like they've taken almost all the grass off at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here at Coolidge, they've let the grass.
Turn again. Looking to play that sweep into that vacant square leg region or so. Just the three fielders on the onside, all on the boundary. Went for that quicker delivery.
Maiden over. He's got long levers, Mali.
He does.
You look at the replay there. He's got long levers. He's really getting right out there.
Something we noted last week as well, Vern. He's probably one of the taller members of this Sri Lanka squad. Both him and Wickramasinghe, actually. Quite tall and lanky. Terry was calling him the Lanky Lankan.
Yeah.
They were saying maybe they could franchise that. That sounds like a bar.
No, that's a perfect name.
Sounds like a beach bar in Sri Lanka.
Of course.
In Gaul, in Colombo.
Somebody need to pattern that one.
I already gave them the idea. I'm not sure they're listening. They're probably in bed. They're probably asleep. It's going to be Edward again. 2 slips, gully. Looks like the substitute fielder in McKenny Clark. Who's he on the field for? Is it
Pittman?
You would think so, considering we haven't seen him yet.
I think Pittman would have injured himself. I don't know if you remember, Mali. He tried to save a ball at mid-off. And I think he pounded his elbow on his side there. He went off for treatment. He came back on. He bowled a couple of overs. But since then...
Who's that down at fine leg? I think that...
Is that Pittman?
I think it might be.
He's not that tall, is he? Sometimes he looks shorter than he is. Oh. He's out caught behind. That's what you were talking about, Mali. He finds a way to get wickets, Mali, Nathan Edwards.
And just every now and again, there's a bit extra. There's something just a little bit more on this delivery. Extra pace, bit of bounce. Have a look at that. Held its line. Good delivery. Fantastic piece of bowling that from the young left arm seamer. And in this format of the game, as long as he gets the ball to move, batters will be in trouble.
Loss of the 3rd wicket for Sri Lanka, 88 for 3.
Not too much that Pereira could have done here.
On the money.
Bit of extra bounce. It was the extra bounce more than anything that did for the Lanky Lankan.
And another catch taken again by Callum Boyne Tuckett behind the stumps.
Once again, the wickets are starting to fall regularly for the Sri Lankan team.
That's something that you and Terry spoke about last week. Cluster of wickets. Not only for Sri Lanka, but also for the West Indies
Both
as well.
teams. So Edward picks up his first wicket of the morning. Had that chance go down. There's Wickramasinghe on that occasion, but this time edge taken, comfortable catch. Yet another dismissal for wicketkeeper Bowen behind the stumps. He's been prolific in this series as well. Just in the one match so far.
He maybe feel disappointed in the first game. He had good stats. I think there will also be a sense of pressure on him as well too. He almost seemed like the senior batsman, along with Rivaldo Clark and Teddy Bishop. O'Geese got a good start as well there in that game.
He played beautifully actually, both innings. O'Geese, 120 odd runs in the match.
Yeah,
should have scored 100 in that second innings.
That's something that we keep talking about all the time. I think it would also have to do with his mental attitude when he gets into those periods from the 70th yard to get over into that hump, into that 100. We saw it even in the 4-day competition. He looked good and then he kind of got bored. He's going to have to find a way now to be able to dig deep and say, I want that 100.
Yeah, and it's the experience, but they have to get it here in real time in front of the gaze of the cricketing public. But he'll be disappointed with the manner of that dismissal, choosing the wrong option, especially here at home, somewhere he's played for a couple seasons. He should understand the dynamics and the dimensions of this field. Chose the wrong option, looking to take on the longer part with the breeze, into the breeze as well.
Wow. Sort of misjudgment.
Just there again, the left-hander looking to get down the pitch.
But you realize that, Mally, he was
Dhananjaya.
thinking about leaving and he was forced to play again by Edwards because of that line, the ball darting back to that off stump.
Will take it away as well through the air.
Only need on those pads. Every now and again, Mally, he produces a magic ball that you maybe don't think about. He'd be just lumbering up. But he's a very skiddy customer.
Yeah.
Once he gets it on target.
And that's the thing. It's the odd one is a little different. You think back to that dismissal of Django earlier in the season as well, here Trinidad versus the Academy.
That was a Jaffa.
Real Jaffa bounce, pace, took the outside edge.
And he confused Django too because Django was batting off of his crease. He just couldn't deal with him.
Just have a look at that. That's really gone there. Not sure if that's hit a crack or just hit that green grass just outside that off stump. Well, a fair bit outside that off stump. But have a look at this. Massive movement that. Almost gone like a spinner away from the left-hander.
Yeah. Landed on the seam as well too. Good seam presentation there from Nathan Edwards.
So not only does he have that movement through the air, the ball does move off the pitch, and that's something I heard Stuart Broad speaking about during the Ultimate Test just gone, the World Test Championship final, especially in England. He finds that sea movement just a bit harder for the batsman to play because they don't have the keys, whereas if it's swinging, it swings from the hand, the batter gets a cue. When it hits the pitch, you've just got to react. Less time to do so.
That's why the Anderson and Broad combination was so powerful. They both learned from each other skill sets and worked on their own craft.
The only issue I have with Stuart Broad is he does sometimes act as if he invented the scrambled seam. It's like scrambled seam was never done before.
Then he needed to speak to the guys in Pakistan.
Yeah.
There was the Akram and Waka Yunis and company. They invented that.
I think it's the advent in technology and the way the game has grown that we've gotten to see a lot of these things a lot closer now.
Yeah.
Because of TV.
I mean, when you listen to Sir Richie Richardson talk, he told you that Wasim Akram was just a handful. He just couldn't deal with a Wasim Akram. You know, the ball will just bend you up all the time, both ways. You just make that ball talk. That's how dangerous Wasim Akram was. And before Wasim Akram, you had Imran Khan and Safraz Nawaz. who all got the ball to even dart around even more.
And if you think about it as well, your bowling IQ has to be so high in order to know exactly. If you think the ball has to be in a certain condition as well, especially in that part of the world, and they keep it in that condition, knowing exactly what they're looking to do. So just highly skilled stuff all around. Imran Khan, Wazim, Waka.
And then you had a different breed now, Mali, because you had somebody like a Shoaib Akhtar now, who came now with genuine pace, and he himself also, when he got it unsung, he was unplayable.
Yeah, real handful. I remember the first time seeing him bowl here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. You know, Antigua Recreation Grounds, not the biggest of international grounds. He was running from the boundary. Literally, the longest run-up I've ever seen in my life. But it was a sight to see him charging in.
Big, strong, bustling guy, just coming up, delivery after delivery, every time. Strong guy.
No one loved Shoaib Akhtar more than Shoaib Akhtar, though, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Massive.
The issue, right, about that, Mali, in those days, right, was, come on.
How many times?
Come
Yet
on.
again.
Got to be focused and they got to be switched on.
Poor throwing once again. It's an area where the West Indies Academy have just let themselves down. It's a comfortable single, really.
That's it.
Off balance.
Not only that, Mali, I think the awareness, you've got to be looking to back up there. You just don't take it for granted that, yes, the ball is going to come to Colombo. Got to still be aware as to what's happening.
I think he was. The throw was that poor, to be fair. There's no need for that. Once again, the exuberance of youth just coming back to bite the West Indies Academy here. 95 for 3 after 20.
This has been a brisk going rate here this morning. And even though they picked up 3 wickets, Sri Lanka have still gone about their business. So they've now reverted to 2 slips. Ooh. How did he keep that out, Mali?
So if you think, how many times has he gone past the outside edge of Wickramasinghe? He was dropped as well in that first over from Edward. Just here again, providing a different challenge. We spoke about that seam movement. Have a look at this. Back into the right-hander. Seeing that swing away, seam back in. So he's threatening the outside edge, the inside edge. He's threatening the pads and the stumps as well.
I think that's the line that you have to bowl here with this track. And if you remember how Smith got his 2 wickets, that's what we were talking about. That's what I was saying to Terry. He's got to make that assessment and target the stumps. That's the one there, Mali, that's going away now. And then he can be able to get that ball now to come back. And then he has the other one which just holds its line.
And that's the thing. Sometimes it's that natural variation where you're looking to do the same thing, but the ball does nothing. That in itself provides a challenge, especially if the ball is just consistently moving around. And here, the groundsmen here have made a concerted effort in terms of just having that extra grass on these pitches at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Ooh.
No feet once again. Wasn't sure whether to play, whether to leave, was he?
Yes.
So the skipper, under a bit of pressure here, once again looking to advance, smother the swing, of Nathan Edward.
He was almost caught in the move there. He was falling over there with that delivery.
Yeah, he was in no man's land. Was neither back or forward. Dhananjaya action. So a torrid, not necessarily a torrid start, but a testing start for him here.
Ooh,
that's a lot better. Good leave that.
Yeah, good stride there. Yeah, I mean, going from heel to toe, that's what you want to think about there. The delivery before was like both feet going together on the hands. feeling for the ball, just wanted to get back onto the ball.
And there's one thing to swing the ball, it's another thing to swing the ball late. And when that ball just curves either in or outward late, it's very difficult for the batters to then adjust. As we saw on that one that beat him outside the off stump, just curved away from him the last second.
Not a good delivery there by Edwards, attacking the stumps.
So we're not too far now from lunch here on day one. Some 19 minutes or so away.
Yeah, they got to take care of the ball. How the ball ends up down there, they got to take care. They got to take care of that.
Showing the previous overthrows, a few overthrows as well in that first game throughout the season. Overthrows have been an issue.
Ooh, honing in on those pads again. Yorker link delivery. Edwards just thought he was through there. Well played. In the end?
In fact, looking to take the pitch out the equation there. Full in-swinger. Maybe started it a bit too straight in the end. Well negotiated by the skipper, Lakshan. He gets through a testing over there from Nathan Edward. 96 for 3 after 21. Wickramasinghe is 30 off 40 and Lakshan 1 off 10. Couple of changes as well for Sri Lanka in this squad, in this match, sorry. As I'm not sure what's going on here. Physio coming out. A few refreshments as well.
So we have a small break.
Yeah, we do. I was just saying a couple of changes for the Sri Lankans in this match. Bandara and Milan Hasanka, sorry. Kuda Gamage into the 11. I was looking at Hasanka's record. He's just played the 4 matches. He's already got 3 5-wicket hauls.
Yeah. Bowling figures so far, Mali, for the West Indies Academy. Anissa Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets. Nathan Edwards, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Kelvin Pittman, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. And Joshua Bishop, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wicket.
It's just the 2 wicket takers for the West Indies Academy so far.
Run rate is 4.57.
It's gone down a bit, actually.
It certainly has, with 11 boundaries and 1 6. That's the line. You have to be thinking about whether he's going to come forward, whether he's going to sweep.
Down, Valley. Oh, good try.
That's what I mean. A proactivity there from the batter, just using the depth of the crease, punching that through the covers for 1.
Pass with Aldo Clark. Maybe just needs to give himself some room to, because once the ball skids off of the practice pitches here, it tends to come to you a lot more quicker. That's used to the feet there, Mali.
Well, he's been a lot slower in this innings so far, Josh Bishop, from what we saw in the first match. Especially in the first innings. Maybe just a bit more favourable conditions here with that moisture, that early moisture aiding. Just him getting a bit more grip.
Come on, lads. Encouragement, man, boys.
Batter's a little more circumspect.
Hey,
the energy looks a lot better. And that's something we spoke about a lot in match one. Energy, energy, energy from Josh Bishop, even when conditions aren't favourable.
You still have to turn up and execute your job.
Just there, he's finding a good line and length now, and more importantly, a good pace for the conditions here on day one. It's way down the pitch, does Lakshan.
He's really making sure that he's trying to counteract and put the pressure back on Joshua Bishop, because he recognizes that if he put the pressure back on Joshua Bishop, he can go offline.
And also, it would really knock the West Indies Academy bowling plans off kilter, something we saw in the first match. The way they went after Joshua Bishop, had to be pulled out of the attack, didn't really allow for Teddy Bishop to rotate his fast bowlers from one end in hot, dry conditions, taxing conditions. But luckily for him, Kelvin Pittman put his hand up. It's a fantastic performance.
You think they're playing a bowler short, Mally? What do you think?
Who, the West Indies Academy?
Yeah.
Well, based on the changes they've made as well, with Matara coming in, the leg spinner, I think they probably thought they played they were a spinner shot last week, so they made that change. Yeah, the frontline spinner was Josh Bishop, who's backed up a little bit by Rivaldo Clark.
Okay, so this time they've gone for another
genuine spinner, leg spinner in Matara, replacing McKenny Clark, the fast bowler.
Would you have gone for that option? Because we're doing it on a different track.
Probably,
all right.
Based on what we saw as well. I thought McKenny Clark improved as the match went on.
Okay. Because the reason why I asked you that, Mally, is because the seamers would have picked up most of the wickets. So that's why I asked you that in the context. Not that I'm against the spinner option.
Of course.
Right.
It's the options that they have available to them as well. As we said, McKenny Clark has found wicket taking rough in 2025 in this format of the game.
He certainly has.
Just the one wicket in the last game. I thought, especially in that second innings, he bowled beautifully. What a nut that is. Once again, touching down outside the off stump. A bit of movement away from the right-handed batter.
And they're having a torrid time, Mally, because he was still here trying to rehearse to figure out, I've covered my line of my off stump, but it's honing back at me still.
Yeah, he's really not sure where that off stump is. As you saw in that last delivery, he probably takes leg stump guard, two-leg guard. He's got a big trigger movement across. And he kind of loses his bearings as to where that off stump is.
Yeah.
Look at this again. That's a lot better. I think it's easier for him to leave that when it starts outside the line of the off stump and continues going.
It's when it's coming back.
Or when it starts a bit straighter. In line with the stumps.
That's where the problem is. Because if you look at his assessment, he could tend to fall over, Mally, and I think that's what Edwards is trying to get him to do.
Just dragging him across further and further across. But what we've seen, that's good enough. It's been good enough.
You just need to just be patient. Just get it to just land in that area. Yeah, you'll get that any day. Offline. 100 up for Sri Lanka.
Yes, 100 up. In the 23rd over here for the Sri Lankan emerging team. Once again, just looking to bowl that magic delivery, that patience you were speaking about, Vernon. It's got to be over and over outside that off stump.
Repeatable actions, repetitions. That's where spot bowling comes in, Mally. Something that you were talking about, as Winston Benjamin was saying. Most young bowlers don't want to put in the work to do spot bowling. That's why Walsh and Ambrose and Cummins, that's why they're so successful landing the ball in those consistent areas.
Wait. That's over. Be quick, eh? Quick.
That's the over, 23 gone. So 9 minutes or so away from lunch.
Come on, lads. Let's get one before lunch, man.
Few repairs
Nothing
here
wrong here,
for
boys. Come on, lads.
the skipper.
Nothing wrong, boys. Nothing wrong here, man. Nothing
He's
wrong
getting
here,
a bit
man.
of tape applied to his bat. He's just got a little crack at the end of the bat there. But we're speaking about that patience of Nathan Edward Verne. What we see with the real seasoned pros is, with the way he's got the ball going away from the right-handers, he's just got to do that over and over and over and over again, even if it's for overs, so 3-4 overs of that. And then, when he's got the man, if he doesn't dismiss him with that, then he's got to think about slipping in that one that swings back quite late. He's really got to use the element of surprise. But you can see why. He possesses the skills, so you can see why he's tried it. Maybe it's more of an execution issue as well. Just a bit too straight. But we're back.
Good take again by Callum Boyne Tuckett. Teddy Bishop asleep. Just saying, could he just not find the edge just before lunch? We just need to pick you up just quickly, skipper. Wicket before lunch now. The game will be in the balance.
Once again, a bit of extra bounce.
JB, catching the
Liking
wrong
the
pass,
energy.
JB, catching the wrong
Liking
pass,
the
JB.
energy. He's looking a lot more engaged there, isn't he?
Closer there, Bishop boy.
Josh Bishop.
Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads.
Even in that follow through, looks ready for anything coming back his way as well.
Oh,
Beautiful
yes,
delivery.
Yes, Bishop,
Just
yes,
above the
Bishop.
eye line.
And a little slower.
Yes.
He's varied
Come on,
his
Bishop.
pace
Come
quite
on,
nicely in this innings. Doesn't want to lose patience here though.
Hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy, hey, Bishy.
Lot better. More control here, more or less. And forcing the batsman to play. And the variations, you know, making the batsman think. Batsman also looking like he's playing for lunch as well, Tomali. Just slowing down the game.
Hey, JB,
Bit of
JB,
gamesmanship.
JB, wanna
Yeah.
move,
The thing
man,
about
wanna
Joshua
move,
Bishop
man.
is that he gets through the over so quickly.
Wanna move,
So if you're the
man,
fast
wanna
bowler,
move
by the time you
your
look
boy.
around, you have to come back and bowl.
Come on in, lads. Come on
Yeah,
in,
it's
lads.
tough.
Wanna move your boys. Wanna move your
For a
boys.
fast bowler bowling with a spinner.
Come on, JB. Come on, JB. Come on, JB.
Once again, Bish just letting him know I'm ready. So you got to be ready when I am, youngster.
Maiden over.
And even that tells me he's engaged. He's having a few words with the Sri Lankan batters. Just seemed to be down on a bit of energy. He wasn't saying much.
And it could be boredom as well to Mali. It's been a long season. But I'm glad what you said, Mali, is that you're seeing a different approach now. And he has to understand that he's one of the senior pros, especially in a young bowling lineup.
Yeah.
There's no lane. So he has to be the man.
Yeah, he's responded to the challenge. The gauntlet was laid down in terms of how the Sri Lankan batters went about playing Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. Correct.
Joshua Bishop is someone that West Indian cricket fans, if you're really keen follower of the game here in the region, you will know he's one of the top performers. It's been that way for the last few seasons.
Consistently. Started with his partner Ashwin Ned and has continued still with this bowling group. Lane, Pittman, Edwards, Clark.
But even though he's had those results, what it also tells you is that he's a player, he's a work in progress, Vern. Still not the finished article. Because if you think of those results with those numbers, normally you get elevated to the international squad.
You should.
It's good cricket.
Yeah.
Just getting off strike there. Wickramasinghe will be happy being down at the non-striker's end, especially with Edward having ball in hand. It's troubled him consistently.
How important is that, Mali? Because you were a batsman in getting off strike.
Very, especially in a situation such as this. He's found Nathan Edward a tough proposition. He's tried a few things. He's tried coming down the wicket. He's been beaten on a few occasions outside the off stump, dropped as well.
Off of Edwards?
Yeah, so really, apart from taking the wicket, he's found facing Nathan Edward a difficult proposition. So the safest area for him at this stage is at the non-strikers end.
And we're talking about game awareness. Here's where the fielders inside, close to the circle, have to be on the money. Got to be sharp. Oh.
Ooh. Done him for length there, actually. Lakshan was looking to lunge onto that front foot. Have a look at this. Edward pulling that length back. Have a look at that.
Well played in the end, too, because he dropped
just
his
dropped
hands.
the hands, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's that bounce once again.
Good technique there. And why? Is because he was watching the ball right onto his bat. Not premeditating to play any shots. They've had to really make an adjustment to Nathan Edwards. Beautiful delivery. Beautifully. He was caught in two minds there, Mali, whether to come forward or to wait.
And that's the beauty of the previous delivery to this one, was the bounce and the length. It keeps the batter honest. Rather than just looking to lunge onto that front foot now, he's thinking, hey, it's got a bit of extra pace, a bit of bounce as well here on this pitch. Probably best served just playing from my crease.
Can Edwards produce that magic delivery just before lunch? Just helped into the onside. And one thing, their running has been very aggressive, Mali. They got 3 there.
That was really lax chase. Really lax chase there by the skipper. Good recognition, though, from the Sri Lankan batters. Coming back for 3. I'm not sure Wickramasinghe would want to give strike here for the final delivery, possibly before lunch. My clock says 2 minutes. If he gets this one in with Joshua Bishop as well. Very quick through his overs. Maybe they could get one in, but
the umpire's clock is always the umpire's clock.
It's the only one that matters, really.
Our clock certainly does matter here in the context. Ooh. Yeah, I think we'll get one more, Mali. We'll get one more. Final one will be Bishop.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'll put some pressure on Mali. Maybe we just bring a short leg in just before lunch. You know, innovative moves like these, you know, give them something to think about. Just don't wait for something to happen. You got to make something happen as well. As you and Terry said last week, they decided Joshua Bishop is the number 1 bowler, so we're going to take the fight to him, take him out of the attack.
Very successful doing so.
I think he could afford to bring up the sweeper on the offside. It's the final over before lunch. Is Bishop injured, Mali? He looks gingerly going after the ball.
Well, we haven't had any information up here that he's injured, so.
And the reason why I said that, when I say injured,
I know you mean.
His left hamstring looked like he was.
The chase previously wasn't a good one as well.
Yeah. Even though he's getting back there, I wonder if the left hamstring is maybe strapped.
Down, buddy. Okay, you gotta get up early, buddy. Get up early,
This
buddy.
is better. This is good stuff, this, from Josh Bishop. Just from my own personal perspective. Very encouraged to see the response from the young man.
Yeah, that feeler needed to come up, man. He's really in no man's land, really. Maybe get him up in there as close as possible.
Come on, Bish. Come on, Bish.
Can't give away runs. You got to force the batsmen to work for their runs. If they know they can just knock the ball into vacant spaces and just get a single, it's quite comfortable for them. that long on fielder can come up. This is the final couple of deliveries before lunch.
He's giving it a bit of air now as well. Maybe trying to lure him into that stroke.
Oi, oi, oi.
Tara comes around, does the fielding. He's done a lot of work in the last few deliveries or so. It's been in the high traffic areas.
Come on, boys. Let's walk with one, man. Let's walk with one more, man.
2 deliveries before lunch and interval. 108 for 3.
Hey,
There, bit of extra bounce once again, hitting up high on that bat. In the end, quick over that from Josh Bishop. 109 for 3 at lunch. The Sri Lanka emerging team winning the toss and choosing to bat. After 26 overs, as we said, 109 for 3. Smith, 2 for 41 from his 7. Nathan Edward, 1 for 27. And Pittman, just the 2 overs, none for 11. Wickramasinghe, he'll go to lunch on 37 not out. Skipper Dhananjaya Lakshan as well. 7 on the board.
Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in sunny Antigua for the resumption of play. Second session just about to get underway in the second of 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Sri Lanka emerging won the toss earlier today and decided to bat first, and they took lunch on a very respectable 109 for 3 of some 26 overs bowled in that session. Wickets to fall, Ravindra Rasanta was LBW to Renako Smith for 24. Siobhan Daniel was caught by Bowen Tuckett off the bowling of Renako Smith for 12. And Janiska Pereira was caught also by Bowen Tuckett off the bowling of Nathan Edward for 15. Not out batsman Ahan Wickramasinghe on 37. And captain Dhananjaya Lakshan on 7. So 109 for 3 bowling figures so far for the West Indies Academy.
Renako Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets. Nathan Edwards, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Kelvin Pittman, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. And Joshua Bishop, 7 overs, 2 runs. 12 fours and 1 6. Terry have been scored in the inning so far. 109 for 3. 26 overs bowled at lunch. What's your thoughts?
Yes, good clip being shown by the Sri Lankan emerging players, Vernon. Going at just over 4 runs to the over so far on a pitch that you must say has got invariable bounce. We've seen a few keep low and others take off.
The run rate has certainly dropped, Terry.
Yes, they were going, well, they've hit, 61 on the board after the first hour.
Well, in the first hour of play, they were 67 for 2 off 12 overs, 8 fours and 1 boundary. At that time, Smith was 2 for 35 from his spell. So the first hour of play yielded some 67 runs, very high scoring proportion. And we already had 1 drop catch already. And Kelvin Pittman warming up here from our end, Terry.
Yes, start proceedings from the commentary box end, and he's bowling to Wickramasinghe. Short again. Rising delivery. Trying to play that over top of the slips. Doesn't make contact. Of course, it was Wickramasinghe who was dropped earlier on, as Vernon Springer referred to.
By Joshua Bishop of Nathan Edwards. That would have been a whole different ball game had that catch been taken, regulation catch at this level. But as Mali and yourself have said, we've seen a different Joshua Bishop as compared to the first game.
Most definitely, the body language is up and he looks a lot more energetic. Pittman in again, full pitch delivery, and put away very nicely indeed by Wickramasinghe through the extra cover region, 4 runs.
Yeah, and he's almost like he just kissed that. And he looked at Pittman to says, hey, look at that. All along the ground, beautiful cover drive. He's a big, tall guy as well. Sort of reminds you of Inzamam Alak. Not in body structure, but the height, really. He's got long levers, and it was a half volley pitched up by Pittman and put away for 4. The 13th boundary so far of Sri Lanka's innings.
Moves on to 41, 113 for 3. Pittman bowling to 2 slips and a gully. So he runs away from us now into Wickramasinghe. Full delivery again, but wide. Left alone by Wickramasinghe. Got your jersey, Vernon. Nice and wrapped up now.
You mean my cloak? It's like London in here, man. Jeez. Once you come to Coolidge Cricket Ground, right, and you come into the commentary booth.
Aptly named, Coolidge.
I see you got your Adidas on the back, but you're not feeling the brunt of the coldness like me, so that's why I had to go for my lumberjack.
Pittman in again to Wickramasinghe. He's up on his toes, playing that down to the offside.
I'd just like to see the cover fielder, which looks like it's Teddy Bishop, Terry. I know he's on the practice areas. He needs to give himself some room, especially that cover drive. The cover drive that was creamed away. Yes, it was a half volley. Got to give yourself some space so you can see the ball really. Don't get too close, because the outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is lightning fast.
Absolutely.
So anything that skids off of the pitches, it's gonna go. That's what I'm talking about.
Very nicely got on top of the bounce and put that through the covers. Square this time for 4 more.
Yeah, it's just too short there from Kelvin Pittman. He's struggling for a rhythm there. And that's sat up. And there's no pace here. When you bowl short there, it's easy. He's got to look to bowl a fuller length here, Pittman. It's a different day, new game.
And you're quite right, Vernon. He really is a rhythm bowler. We saw that in the West Indies Championship when he picked up his best figures. Some 4 for 48, and then a good game last week. He looked in excellent rhythm for career best figures of 7 for 28. Trying to find that again today.
It's got to be back on the money. It's got to look to attack the stumps. It's just the first over after lunch, so it's got to get into a rhythm. That's much better. That's a lot. That's the length that he needs to be bowling, especially early to start with.
So the over comes to an end. 117 for 3. Sri Lanka emerging. Wickramasinghe is on 45. And Captain Lakshan is on 7. Good little partnership growing. Some 29 runs added so far for the 4th wicket.
8 runs straight away after lunch. So they're continuing in that exuberant touch of, scoring boundaries. Very high proportion of boundaries as well.
Yes.
In this game and in the first match as well too.
Most definitely. Bring you up to date on Cricket 360. South Africa women in the second ODI down in Barbados. 229 for 5 after 42 overs. Sune Lewis is on 76. And of course the West Indies men, second T20 international in Ireland against Ireland today was washed out. Uses his feet to the spin, does Lakshan. Almost beaten, but plays it down all the way along the ground to third man for a single.
And one of the things that have been the main feature that I've picked up so far, Terry, from the Sri Lankan batsmen is that they look to convert ones into twos and twos into threes, something which we lackadaisically see creeping into West Indies cricket. They automatically just walk a single. There's no energy to try and get back for two, you know. But the Sri Lankan, they're looking to get runs, which means that they're working on a target. They've maybe set their goals
true.
in terms of what they want to achieve.
Singer just working this into
there we go again.
wicket
It's
area.
going to be an easy two. And the West Indian fielders, they're going to have to be sharp as possible. Direct it there from Mbeki Joseph. Good throw in the process. The batsman was always comfortably in. I think sometimes the West Indian fielders are caught on their heels, so they're waiting, while the Sri Lankan batsmen, they've picked that up and they've put some pressure on the fieldsmen.
That's cut.
See?
Good a point, but
They're
well stopped.
They're aggressively they're picking up a run again on the misfield.
But you will always make the point, though, Vernon, that the West Indies batsmen, they tend to, if they knock it up the ground or down the ground or whatever, and it's an easy single, they take the easy single. Whereas you always say, run the first one hard, no matter what. You never know. Could get a funny bounce or fumble in the field or something, and then you're ready then to take the second.
I want to ask you something. Is this a good field position where Pittman is, and for Joshua?
Catch it!
He's out
A
caught.
good catch.
Out caught.
Rivaldo Clark got a very good, safe pair of hands. Captain Dhananjaya Lakshan has to go. Full delivery. Trying to play it through the cover region. Got the edge. Good sharp catch by Rivaldo Clark. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their fourth, 121 for 4. Lakshan gone for 8.
Right after lunch, the second over.
Right after lunch.
Right after lunch. So just imagine if Joshua Bishop had taken that catch.
Yeah.
It would have been a whole different ball game. But as you rightly said, Terry, along with Mali and yourself, both teams seem to have lose wickets in clusters.
Yes. Throughout this series so far. But no, in answer to your question, no, I'd rather see that fielder being brought up, keep the pressure on, because it's too easy to just play it away. He went for the drive that time and tried to play it a lot more square through the covers, but he could have easily did what he did to the first delivery of the over, where he just guided it down to third man, and there's always at least an easy one. Nevertheless, it brings the century maker from the first match, Sohan De Oliveira, to the crease. With the score on 121 for 4. Wickramasinghe still there on 48.
What sort of player he is, Terry?
Very stylish.
Oh. Left-hander too. He's got some flair about. He's got some flair about him.
That's right.
So it's a new day. He's starting on North.
Yes. Just one slip, man. Backward point. Still 3/4 of the way to the fence.
Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads.
Carlin Boy and Tuckett coming through the microphone there.
Cutting that nicely to the man at backward point.
Looks like it's Kelvin Pittman.
He gets off the mark. So De Oliveira goes to 1. 122 for 4.
Is he a 360 player, Terry?
Just about. He's got all the strokes. That's for sure.
How many first-class games he's got behind him?
Yeah, plenty. Once again.
You said that like it was.
Well, I got a surprise, I must say, when I first looked at the stats. You compare them to our academy boys, they're miles in front. But De Oliveira, 40 matches, 2,500 runs, average of 42. 13 50s and 600s.
There you go.
Highest score 143.
And how old is he?
23.
23 years old. You listen to the difference, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Huge difference. And he's also...
That's where we're behind, Terry. We're playing catch-up.
Yes.
When it comes into the context of what we're talking about.
He's also the Sri Lankan wicket keeper. Pittman round the wicket to him. Dabs it out. Quick single again.
Yeah. Caught on the heels. No, this is just his third delivery that he's faced. So we got to be on the money. You got to be able to keep that pressure on. Yeah. You know, sometimes we are reacting. You're waiting for something to happen. You can't wait for something to happen. You have to make something happen.
Pittman back over the wicket to the right-handed Wickramasinghe. 2 slips in a gully. Wait. See, he runs away from us now. Loses his run-up and loses the ball.
Yeah, he doesn't. His body language doesn't look like he's up to it yet. He's got to be on the money now. He's got to lift his game. He's got to lift himself up here. Today's a new day. 123 for 4. His spell could be important if he can pick up 2-3 wickets along with Edwards.
Very
Bishop
important.
just keeps one end going. I think Teddy Bishop can rotate his seamers from this end. That's much better.
Delivery. Yes, well
Really
fielded.
much better. By Joel Wilson indicating to Teddy Bishop that, hey, we gotta take care of the ball. Why are we throwing the ball all over the place? I think you're just giving away runs and then you can't make it back.
Yes, some of these returns very ill-directed. Pittman in again to Wickramasinghe. And he's poiked that high in the air and he got it.
Brilliant
What a catch. What a catch.
Is that Nathan Edwards?
It looks so.
That's a brilliant catch.
He had to toss it up, go over the rope, come back and take the catch as it was hoiked high in the air down a fine leg.
They're having a discussion.
I'm not sure if he
I think he's giving him out.
He's giving him out, yes.
Yeah.
He'd have to give that out because...
That was brilliant piece of work there.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And that rope never moved. So that was an excellent catch. And funny how that wicket fell, because I was just about to say, as Jace told me during the lunch break, the ICC has approved the proposed change.
Yes, they have some new changes. You're so right, Terry.
And one of them is catching the ball like that.
Yeah.
Hopping over the thing. The playing conditions regarding catches have been tweaked, with the MCC disallowing the bunny hop outside the boundary for clean catches.
But that was excellent piece
But that
of
was
work there.
brilliant piece of work. He knew exactly where the rope was. So, Sri Lanka emerge and lose their 5th, 123 for 5, and again, we see that 1 brings 2. And that was Wickramasinghe gone for 48.
That's brilliant piece of work again there. Good work there, Jason and Donnie, the cameraman, in 360.
Yes, but
And
look at
just
this catch.
The match referee and the third umpire had a chance to be able to look at it.
He took it just inside. His weight was falling backwards, so he had the presence of mind to toss it up.
That's the athletic ability of Nathan Edwards. Look at him.
Spun around and then straight back and took diving catch.
Beautiful.
Pittman gets his first. 123 for 5. It brings Anjala Bandara to the crease. He He's playing his first match on tour. So 2 left-handers out in the middle now.
You want off? Come on, touch. Thank you. Hold on there, Pippa.
Don't understand why Pittman has
Straight
decided
away.
it. Yes, it bemuses me every time.
Angela.
Exactly.
Really does.
This is excellent from the West Indies Academy straight up after the luncheon break. Claiming 2 quick wickets.
14 runs and 2 wickets. Not bad.
Losing his run up again is Pittman. Yes, 2 for 14 since the break. Half the side gone now for Sri Lanka emerging players. Pittman around the wicket to the new batsman Bandara. And it takes the edge as he tried to pull out of the shot and flies high over the slip cordon into the boundary for a fortuitous 4.
Wow. It's a day like that.
Shoulder of the bat, yeah, absolutely.
It's a day like that.
He was trying to withdraw from the shot. And luckily for him, it flew high over the slips. So he is off the mark with a 4. 127 for 5.
15 boundaries of Sri Lankan's innings.
15 boundaries, 1-6. Pittman in again, 2 slips in the gully weight. 1 wide outside,
Yeah,
he's
got
well
pitch.
inside of that.
Yeah, it's a long hop almost there. He's got to pitch the ball up. Don't get carried away.
Especially with the invariable bounce of ball stump to stump, pitch it up. Don't know what's can transpire. The batsman very watchful. They need to be.
Got to attack the stumps. Anything is possible. Got 2 slips in the gully waiting. That's better. That's better. Fuller length. That's where he's got a bowl. Over completed. Successful for Pittman. And 127 for 5, Terry. This is the 3rd over after
the break. Yes.
You've got 2 wickets. And you have 18 runs that have been scored. So 18 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, in 3 overs. Good battle taking place.
Just want to be able to just say also, to applaud the parents, Terry, who continue to give massive support to their young boys in the academy. We have Akeem Ogise's mom, Scott Callenboy and Tuckett's mom, Sonia. They journey every chance they get to come across to give major support. And all of the other parents, Akeem, dad, he's always out here as well too.
Joshua Bishop to start a new over. Back on target, defended by De Oliveira.
Don't think a lot of times people understand the sacrifices that are being made by these parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's great to see they're able to come out and support not only their son, but the entire academy team.
And the thing about the cheerleaders is that when they come, they support almost everyone, whether it's Rivaldo Clark's parents or family or whoever. Sonia is almost like you could say the biggest cheerleader in that
Beautiful
way. Queen
shot
the way.
there.
Oh, that's a lovely shot for 4. Downhill. Smith won't get there.
De Oliveira again. Goes on to 6, 131 for 5.
And if you look at the balance of that shot, Terry, got close enough to the pitch of the ball
Just
head over his
caressed it.
front knee and stayed low to the ball. That's something,
Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
you know, that you look at the art of batsmanship.
Come on in, boys. Come on in, boys.
Didn't try to overhit the ball.
That was key. Bishop in again.
Aye,
This
JB.
towards square. No run. I'm liking this from Bishop though. A lot more energy and a lot more energy on the ball from him. Up and over in his action. Trying to cut that down towards third man. Just bounces in front of Rivaldo
Working,
Clark
boys.
there. The only slip. Pulling that.
That's
Excellent
gone.
shot. High, wide, handsome, way over mid-wicket for 6.
No, if you look at that shot, Terry, he used the depth of the crease.
Yes,
Short
very
ball,
quick he was on to
back,
us.
yes,
Excellent shot.
and gave it the treatment. And that's the use, that's the art of batting. You want to get deep as possible into your crease, so you make that adjustment to the length of the ball. That now became short.
Exactly.
Just dispatch that.
So 137 for 5. De La Vera moves on to 12. 4 and a 6 in that over off Joshua Bishop. Here's the figures, the 9 overs, 1 for 37 at this stage.
I think the West Indies Academy team, based on the approach here, De La Vera, as you rightly said, Terry, he scored 100 in the last game. Seems to have been an attacking player.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be careful he doesn't take this game away from them as to
Quite.
what happened in the first in the first innings of the first game.
Quite capable of that, Vernon. He came in at 89 for 5 last week as Pittman starts a new over.
That's much better.
Yeah, full spot on target, bowling over the wicket this time to the left-handed Bandera, who's on 4. But he came in at 89 for 5 last week, 120 odd for 5 this week, and the 130 he scored was off just 110 deliveries.
True.
That's
That
very
shot,
well.
that shot when he hit over mid wicket for 6, shows you his ability and his prowess. He's got some power, so he packs a power punch as well too.
Definitely. Pittman in again to Bandera. He's poking at that one. Sure whether to play or leave. Picked up at backward point by Joshua Bishop. So 137 for 5. Pittman's got the 2 slip Scully backward point cover mid off, short mid wicket, and 2 men out on the hook. Backward, deep backward square, and fine leg as he's into Bandara. He's playing that more forcibly to backward point, but Joshua Bishop does well. He remains on 4. Sri Lanka emerging 137 for 5. Good contest we have on our hands once again. Pittman staying over the wicket in this over to the left-handers. Wide outside the off stump, and Dara has nothing to do with that. Quite pleasant conditions for the players today. Strong breeze is keeping it, the temperature relatively comfortable. Becky Joseph in there at short mid-wicket. He's just dropped back a few paces. That one's played out on the offside. They're looking for the quick single, but not on that occasion.
Good back of the link delivery there from Kelvin Pittman. Really hit the deck think something that he just has to also be patient and be mindful of. I think the fuller length he bowls, that short ball need to be a surprise delivery, more or less. Got to be looking to bowl a fuller length, you got two slips in a gully, you got to look to engage those personnels, and I think where he's got most of his wickets is when he's pitched the ball up.
For sure. Pittman in again to Bandara.
That's the line. That's the line. That's the line.
Outside edge of the bat, but along the ground,
yeah, but
through the gully.
That's okay. That's okay.
Absolutely, that's what you want him to be doing.
You don't mind that.
4 more though. He goes on to 8, and Sri Lanka at the end of the over, 141 for 5.
He's a little frustrated there, Terry. But what he has to understand as a fast bowler, that these are days like that. I mean, it's okay. It's much better to
have him doing that.
Yeah, than to be trying to run into try to bowl a short ball and you get spanked away. He's got his hands on his waist, but he's just got to understand that that's how life goes sometimes. Just relax himself, enjoy the game. He's down in his spirit, his body language, he's frustrated with himself. He's got to be able to control his emotions. That's okay. We're going to feel now that his next over now that he's going to have to go and bowl short. Nothing is wrong with that. Bishop.
Nicely up to long on by De La Vera for 1. He moves on to 13, 142 for 5. We were talking about the short balls. I thought Sri Lankan bowlers used the short balls as an element of surprise last week. And then when they couldn't break the opening partnership or the top order, the second innings of West Indies Academy, they went with the short ball ploy, and everything was short. Becky Joseph falling into the trap, which opened the door in that second innings for Sri Lanka, emerging to go on to take victory in a good contest, though, good, keenly fought contest.
For me, I want Bishop to be bowling the ball into the wicket, to the left-handers. Every now and again, just above the eye line, and prize and work on his arm ball. Keep surprising them, make them guess. Just keep working away. Yeah, just be patient. Just take his time. Don't give them a chance to think about anything. Sri Lankan batsmen, they like to score, so you got to look to build some pressure. Just too short.
Too short that time.
Ease the pressure up there. Too short and wide.
Crack through the covers 4 runs.
Yeah, it's just too short and wide. Again, got deep into the crease. That's something Marley was talking about on set. He was saying is that one thing with the Sri Lankan batsmen is that they use the depth of their crease very effectively.
Put on 23 in quick time of 20 deliveries, these two. Bandara dealing in boundaries. He's on 12 with 3 fours.
37 runs since lunch. Again, they're going at a clipper rate. Although they've lost 2 wickets, they still continue to take the fight to the West Indies Academy. Expects a good delivery.
Brings the over to an end, 146 for 5. De La Vera on 13 and Bandara on 12. De La Vera the key again to see if he can work the scoring. West Indies Academy should be well aware of that. If they can pick up his wicket here, they'd feel that they could run through the lower order of the Sri Lankan players.
It was heartwarming. I saw Michael Palmer going through his bowling drills at lunch.
Yes, and I noticed he was practicing with the white ball also, with the 3 one-day matches coming up.
So I think he maybe might be a main feature in that aspect. I'll say good afternoon to his dad in St. Martin, who would be glued and looking at the stream, the coverage through YouTube.
Pittman starts a new over. Turn back with a square by De Oliveira for a comfortable single.
So if Pittman doesn't get it right in this over, Terry, I'll be thinking about trying to get Smith. In fact, maybe not Smith, but I'll maybe go give Nathan Edwards maybe another spell again. I'd want to conserve Smith as much as possible early, but bowl Nathan Edwards in another 2-3 over spell, and then if nothing, then I maybe try to go for Smith. Short bursts, 3-4 over spells. Because the thing about it is that Bishop is bowling those overs so fast that you want to give your seamers enough time to recover. Much better. It's got to be tighter in the field. Again, another reckless throw again.
Yeah, well backed up by Mbeki Joseph. Or that could have travelled for a few more. 148 for 5. Well, from the first match anyway, Vernon, he's rotating his bowlers a lot better. There's Teddy Bishop.
Yeah. All this data that they're talking about, Terry, cricket is played on the field. That's where it's played. Oh, that sort of cramped him for room. Could be in trouble. No, he gets back quite easily. So that was a good effort ball there from Kelvin Pittman. It's got to be attacking the stumps. He looks so much better, Terry.
Absolutely.
Oh, tailoring in. That's a good
inside edge of the bounce.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. He has to stay in the game. His body language, Pittman, he just feels like he has to go through on every delivery, and that's good. But he has to enjoy this spell. He looks a little down in energy. His ball was squirted away down to third man. He was kicking himself because it went for 4. That's life.
But I want to take you back to that catch from Nathan Edwards. With this new law that's coming in, right? And you can't bunny hop. You call that a bunny hop, or do you call that excellent fielding? In other words, would that be allowed if the law was in place?
Good return there
in this game
from Smith. What do you? I think it was good fielding.
I think it was good fielding too, but I'm not sure I quite understand. You can't bunny hop over the thing, so that means if the ball's coming, you jump over the rope. You haven't touched the ball. You jump back. That's okay. But if you touch the ball and then jump over the rope and then jump back, then it's not out.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. But there's a skill and a method to madness with that, Terry, because that is a skill in itself there.
For sure.
Over-completed.
150 up, 151 for 1. De Oliveira is on 17 and Bandara is on 13.
Yes. The sun is now beginning to beat down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Look into the Sri Lankan dressing room there. Folks are going through their drills, staying sharp, working on their muscular endurance. Only 4 bowlers used so far here by Teddy Bishop. 4 of their main bowlers. Rotation, Teddy Bishop has anchored himself at the CIU road end, so that's where he will have to measure up and put in some of the work.
Yes, about to start his 11th over.
He could very well bowl anywhere between 20 and 25 overs in this proceedings.
Quick on his feet again, De Oliveira. Hitting that backward a point for a single.
Keep at it, boys. Keep at it, lads. Keep at it, lads. Come on, boys.
It's on to 18, 152 for 5.
Keep at it, boys. Keep at it, boys. Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads.
Bishop is already taking a catch at slip, so he maintains his position at first slip, which is good because he's trying to get wickets. And these two have similar styles in their batting and how they are approaching Bishop as well. So this will be a good test for Joshua Bishop.
He's bowling to 2 left-handers. Knocked that up a bit airily there, but safe enough.
Squeeze away in the offside. They're looking for a single. Ooh. Yeah.
It's just a bit off balance when he threw, but good effort.
Is that Rivaldo Clark?
Yeah.
The thing about it is that they're looking for every run. So it now means now that you have to stay on top of your game. You gotta fielders gotta be a lot more sharper.
30 off 31 they've added so far for the 6th wicket. A reverse sweep this time by De Oliveira.
The lap comes out. As we consider it to be the switch it.
Keep at it, boys. Keep at it here, boys. Come on, lads.
Ken over comes to an end. Teddy Bishop's gets through his overs in sometimes, if you're not looking sharp, Terry, under a minute. He scuttles through very quickly. He just turns, goes. Minute 30.
It's like Carl Hooper, 35 seconds.
So they've pulled Pittman. Now they've gone for Edwards.
They've gone for Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Malik Richards, a good point off air just then. But Teddy Bishop likes to keep everybody even in the attack.
I guess that's on the graph in the dressing room.
We're back to the date.
Oh my.
Smith into De Oliveira. One lifts. Played into the offside, no run.
We just saw a small bird flying across while Smith was running in, and when he bowled that delivery.
Bird's eye view.
There's like a bit of Ryan King in him as well too.
Good shot, well fielded there. Short extra cover.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, but he's got a good build though for a fast bowler. You know, he looks like a fast bowler.
But even you've got a good build for a fast ball as well too, Terry.
You think at 55? Well,
of course.
I don't know about that. What would Darren Sammy think about that? But
you can't work
the
with
data
Darren.
the data wouldn't be right, I don't think.
In fact, you might create history. You just never. You might create history. Steered away into the offside. Short delivery. Australia had data last night too, you know.
Did they? Yeah, wow.
And they believed that they could have won coming from behind.
Yeah.
But it came down to mind power because South Africa finally
broke
got across the line.
Broke their drought, yeah.
And I sure they're
was Markram on it? Markram
he made 136.
Right.
He got out just before
they finished.
It was a pity that he didn't get to hit the winning run, but trust me, he scored a masterful 100, man. He batted well. If you see the Australians at the end of the day come up and applaud you, you know that he had to bat well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, good take here, man. Yeah.
Yeah, he look alright. Huh? Actually, considering he's only in his second match, seen improvement within a week.
Like I said, right? 18 months ago, we thought Isaiah Tom would be in the West Indies team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have always seen good stats. We are not short of talent in the Caribbean. It's how we are managing the talent and how we are working with it. So I'd like to see Smith stay with the academy for a good 2-3 years, learn his craft before somebody snap him up and then he becomes a bench warmer and not playing any cricket.
Exactly.
When I listen to Mali and yourself calling out the players on the Sri Lanka team, 23, 24, 22 and the amount of games that they would have played, it's a work in progress.
Definitely.
You can't go into international cricket, just playing 2-3 handful of games. You've got to get a couple of seasons behind your back.
Yeah, and that's the situation, though, isn't it, Vernon? I mean, Marley and I were talking about that last week, that these guys are and continue to learn on the job. But the problem is the senior team is also basically doing the same thing. And the time, exactly, and the amount of matches, that is why they have, Cricket West Indies have organised tours such as the Nepal tour that they announced this week, go play them in the UAE. We're in that position, like countries like that we need more matches. So anybody, we play anybody at the moment.
Well, you see, when you're not in the top 3, Terry, you have to create an atmosphere for your young players, which means that you need more A-team tours and the academy needs more outings.
Mm-hmm.
You got bilateral tours, whether they're short tours where, you just go for a 3-week period or a month period just to get some games. You just need cricket.
True.
That's what you need.
Mm-hmm.
I'd feel better if the academy team was going to the US to play some 50 over matches and some T20 matches or to Canada. That's what they need. You're only going to get better when you play against opposition. If you're playing against yourself all the time, you get complacent.
Right. But hopefully this tour will be a reciprocal tour as the island one.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be Sri Lanka. Like I said, you can go to the US, you can go to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Those places around. Just get a window in there. I even feel if we go to England and you play against England's second 11, where the players can be able to learn.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got to be looking to work on.
But even the looking at the state of the cricket as a whole, would it be so bad that the academy plays 2 or 3 matches against the other regional sides in 4-day cricket, because they both need more cricket. You know what I mean? So can they play Trinidad and Tobago? Can they play Jamaica?
Well, let's look at the present system, Terry. The franchise system that has been set up in the Cricket West Indies. If I pick Mally Richards and 10 other guys outside of the franchise system, so I might have players in the Leewards outside who made the Leeward Island Hurricane team.
Yep.
What are those other players who are in the franchise system who are contracted doing? So
right.
why don't we organize a second 11? Right, so if a game is being played here against the academy, we have a game maybe up at the Survivor Stadium where you got second 11 playing against the academy. Right, so those guys are not sitting on the bench, but they're actually playing a game.
Exactly.
Now, it doesn't have to be 4 day cricket.
No.
It could be 3 days, right? But at least they're playing some sort of cricket.
Exactly.
Because you have players, like for instance, Shelton Forbes made his debut for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes this year. Over-completed. And at the end of it, it's 153?
158
for 5. So you had Shelton Forbes made his debut here.
Right.
He didn't play a game.
We never saw him again.
He never played another game again.
Right. So
right?
what did he do all season?
He was just practicing.
Right.
So you see what we Daniel Durham struggled to get into the Leeward Islands team. He was just on the bench. Right? So I'm saying we got to find systems to be able to use
accommodate everyone.
Those players
on a more regular basis.
You already have a shortened season, but how do you use the shortened season to be able to get players going? If a Casey Catty is in the first team and he's not scoring any runs, he can go down to the second team 11 and get some actual match practice. Right?
Smith starts a new over around the wicket to De Oliveira. Cuts it out to deep backward point for single. He moves on to 23, 159 for 5.
I was listening to some folks talking about Shamar Joseph looks almost like way below par. Right. Shamar Joseph was a net bowler in the IPL.
Right.
For 2025. Didn't play a game.
Right.
He hasn't played 3 games in the IPL since he's gone to the IPL. Those are things that you have to begin to start to look at.
Yeah, and to see where he's better off. But as you say, it's not talent though, is it? It's how the talent is harnessed.
How is managed?
All that business.
Yeah, how is managed? How are we managing Isaiah Thorne? Isaiah Thorne has just gone off the boil.
He's played, what, 3 matches in the last 2 seasons?
In 18 months, 2 years.
Ridiculous.
And it's not like he's not capable of playing, you know. But I say bring him back to the academy.
Yes.
And that's an investment. Make him let him go and work. But you know what is amazing, Terry? And it's almost like double standards to a point. You had somebody like a O.J. Shields who played for the combined campuses and colleges, and then came back and played for Jamaica, right? You've hampered Isaiah Thorne. I'm saying send Isaiah Thorne somewhere that he can play.
Exactly. Around the wicket, Smith to Bandara. Short, lifting, but too wide and called wide by umpire Wilson.
Yeah, come on, Smitty.
Fair enough.
Gotta attack the stumps. Gotta attack the stumps. Don't get carried away. Leave that. It takes effort to bowl a short ball.
160 for 5.
This is what international cricket is about, son. But I like your attitude. I like your energy.
But fair enough, though, Vernon, we don't have the luxury here in the Caribbean, right? Because the standard is not there. So we watch this delivery from Smith. To take, say, Australia, for example, you talk about somebody like Isaiah Thorne. Now, he would go into club cricket if he wasn't playing, for example, for Victoria. Marley Richards can tell you the level of club cricket that, the standard of club cricket in Australia. All right, we don't have that, but what we do have is we have enough teams around the Caribbean in any format that at least get them playing cricket each week.
Well, we perfect example of what you're talking about. The Hurricanes is based in Antigua and Barbuda.
There you go.
Why are not more games being arranged?
Exactly.
So you're making you and Mali are making a perfect point here indeed.
Well, you can't say at one time we don't play enough cricket, and in the next breath you got the opportunity, to put on. It doesn't have to be a spectacular tournament or anything. It's just regular weekend club cricket that they play more of. As you were saying before with the ABCA, what's the difference of everybody playing, or they're playing two zones? And you talk about time restraints.
I just like the thought process of everybody playing everybody.
There you go.
It gives you that chance. And it's almost like bragging rights. Ooh. I died on Callum Boy and took it. Yeah. Good leave again.
It was. Completes the over. 160 for 5. De Oliveira 23 and Bandara is on 15.
So we've seen some 52 runs since lunch. A loss of 3 wickets in the process inside the first hour.
2 wickets.
2 wickets.
Yep.
I'm giving them one more.
Oh, you may see what's coming. Joshua Bishop in this over.
You just never know. But this is the period of time that I don't like the body language of the West Indies Academy. It's just like they're just waiting for something. Sometimes you have to create things. You have to. Bishop is going to have to learn. You have to set new field placings. You got to come up with new ploys to counteract. Just don't be there sitting and just waiting for something to happen. You got to make something happen. These two are contented to just be there. Now and again, you just got to make a change, Call for a helmet, bring in a short leg, give them something to think about.
No, I agree with you entirely, Von. This time of the day, halfway through the day.
You got 5 wickets down. You got to be thinking about trying to bowl Sri Lanka out now. If you pick up these two, you're in there.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, especially De Oliveira, you should be saying, even putting a bit more pressure on him when he first come in. 23 off 25 now, though. Keeping him relatively quiet at the moment, but we know what he can do.
It's just like a mind-boggling game. Imagine you said, Mally Richards, you come and go to short leg. And he'd be thinking like, they want a short leg for me? It's just something. It's just
something different, something for him to think about.
It's just like you're getting the same field placing around the clock. No change, no innovation. You got to try to get the batsman out.
Cut away through the covers. A chase on for Mbeki Joseph. Just pulls it up with his boot inside the rope, and they complete 3. So 163 for 5. De Oliveira moves on to 26. But you can tell that when we do the field plays, when we go around the field, we say the same thing all the time. It's either 2 or 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, I come back.
It's going to be more runs again.
Yes. Bandara this time and poor misfield.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
To go through like that, right on the boundary. Looks like Kelvin Pittman
bubble there.
So the over comes to an end, 167 for 5.
7 runs out of that over.
Bandara moves on to 19.
See, the body language, you got to come up with new field placings, new settings. How do I plug the gap, to make that work? They scored 7 runs in one particular area. You got to be able to block that, that line.
Smith will continue from the commentary box end. He's going to be coming around the wicket to De Oliveira, who's on 26.
2 slips now comes down to 1 slip. Right? Got to come up with a new ploy. Listen to you and Mali was talking about, Sri Lankans came up with a ploy, how they're going to get out the batsman. Okay, well, we're going to go body line. That's what has happened. Beautiful take.
Off what a take, though. Diving one-handed take there by Bowen Tuckett.
I think he's always in the physio's room.
The way he throws himself around.
Oh, yes.
Wholehearted effort every time.
He's almost like a goalkeeper, like every time rolling over.
Mm.
And that's what happens. Your body takes a pounding after a time. They need the spark. They need something to happen. They got to lift themselves up there. Something has to give.
Shot
Jeez.
again. Nobody moved. Straight through cover. 4 runs. De La Vera's on the march again. He's moved on to 30.
That's a classy shot. Look at the elbow. Oh.
I told you he's got class.
Jeez. It's like he's practiced that shot, Terry and Mali, for thousands and thousands of times. Just hitting that ball into that right area. So he knows that when he comes there, he's going to score. That's repetitions after repetitions. Just on the march there. Just punch that.
Dangerous time this for West Indies Academy. Moves on to 30, 171 for 5. Good comeback delivery there by Smith, but well defended by De La Vera.
When you think about it, is that he's playing the balls from right
Straight
under his
under
eyes.
his eyes,
Yeah.
yes.
You know,
He lets
he's
it
not
come
his
right
hands
up to
his hands are not going.
No.
You know, he's right there. He's getting in line. If you look at that defensive shot there, head positioning, everything in line with the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping it very simple.
Full delivery and
4 more.
caressed again through the covers for 4.
Jeez.
2 good-looking shots in this over by De La Vera. He moves on to 34, 175 for 5. He's a good player in good touch. That also brought up the 50 partnership. They've added 52 off just the 61 deliveries for the 6th wicket thus far.
66 runs scored since lunch.
Yeah, so they're going better than a run a minute once again in this session. There's been nothing wrong with their run rate.
Oh,
whoa, and that I'd say slipped. He's called it a no ball. It went on the full.
But you know why,
one
right?
bounce to the keeper.
Because he's so short. It's not that he was really that wide. That's what happens. It's just
That's where we needed the Lanky Lankan out
there. High pitch delivery there from Smith.
Comes in again to De La Vera.
Good leave. Real good leave. Leading with his head on his shoulders. Just tucked right there. Goes back, remarks his guard. Keeping it very simple. I think after this over, the water cart will be jetting on. The Blue Water Safari water cart will be jetting on. Both teams will welcome the break. Punch down the ground. Didn't hit the sweet spot there, De La Vera.
Brings the over to an end. So the first hour of play has been completed after lunch. And Sri Lanka moved on to 176 for 5 with De La Vera on 34. Bandara is on 19. And while the players take a water break. We will take a few minutes break here on Cricket 360 before we return with live action.
Yeah. Hello. Nick.
Welcome back, Mali. Sri Lanka 176 for 5 of 39 overs. And they're scoring at a still brisk run rate here, Mali.
Yep.
Very high proportion of boundaries being hit in innings. And while we're talking about 360 break over in Barbados, South Africa reached 309 for 9 of 50 overs.
So they've hit back in that match after losing the first there versus the West Indies women.
We want most of that.
Got a bowling change here though. Zishan Matara for the first time. Coming in to the attack from the CIU road end, replacing Joshua Bishop, who I thought was pretty good today, day one. It's really tough for spinners to come into the match on day one. Came into the attack after 13 overs. He played a sort of holding role, allowed skipper Teddy Bishop to rotate his seamers from the pavilion end.
Just looking through, Bishop would have bowled 13 overs. I'll come back to that, Mal. I was just looking
Oh, yes, I
in terms
love
of maybe
that.
working
I
out maybe
love
if we
that.
couldn't have a double combination of spin.
Love that stars, love that
But they
stars.
maybe got a different tactics in terms of what they're doing. They want to both spin from one end and seam from the other end.
And there's still a bit in this pitch. We see it on the occasion for the seamers.
Oh, yes,
The odd one just bounces. There's a bit of swing as well, a bit of seam when the bowlers get it in the right positions.
So that's why I maybe had a double combination in allowing Matara to come from this end and Bishop to maybe just continue to just give the seamers a little bit fresh period to come through within that area.
Downty.
Bishop only bowled 13 overs. He's going to have to bowl at least about 20-25 in the day's play.
Well, they sort of knocked him out of the attack in the first match. He bowled 13 overs in that first innings as well, but he conceded 79 in doing so.
Today's a whole different ball game.
He was a lot better today.
He certainly was.
Especially with the new ball, it's a lot harder for the spinners to really grip that, get the amount of spin they want on it.
And as you're talking about his performance in the first game, I don't know if that's the reason why he maybe might have even low in confidence. That catch that came to him off Nathan Edwards. He's normally a safe catcher as well too. He normally catches those.
Yeah, we were saying he was down on energy. It's maybe his poorest performance here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But he's come back well.
This is what we're talking about, Mali. You just get 2 runs quite easily. 3 guys got to be looking to attack the ball.
And they've struggled to contain De La Vera. Second match running now. He's gotten off to a start. He played beautifully, as Terry said, in that first innings. I think the beauty of his play is when he defends, he defends. It's a defensive stroke. And when he attacks, he fully commits to that attacking stroke. We saw it in that over prior to the drinks break off Ranico Smith. Back foot punch and the front foot drive. So he's good off both feet. Plays all around the ground.
Well, even the shot that he hit for 6, Mali, off of Joshua Bishop, and understand right there, he got deep into the crease. That's something that you were talking about all the time. The Sri Lankan batsman there, they're masterful of judging and picking up length.
Very quickly, especially against the spinners. That's why I say it was quite encouraging a performance from Josh Bishop, because we saw what happened in match 1. And against good players of spin on day 1, when you don't necessarily expect the pitch to favour the spin, did a good job really from the CIU road end.
Excellent.
And his energy was good.
Excellent catch by Nathan Edwards.
Oh, fantastic catch. Something that's probably going to be outlawed not too far from now.
Yeah.
Not too distant future.
But he's back here now for his 3rd spell. Two sounds. You heard that from a mile away.
Massive inside edge on that one.
I think that's what saved him.
Probably expecting a bit of swing away.
Yeah.
It's a bit late, but it was good enough to just get that inside edge on that.
His first movement was on his toes and not on his heel.
They're not sure which way this ball is going to move
Yes.
when Nathan Edwards got ball in hand.
Yes. And he would have been in the dressing room looking at Edwards bowled earlier in the spell.
So the footwork's very tentative indeed. Versus Edward.
Again, he's still not sure, Mali. Yeah, he's tentative there.
This one just had a hint of shape away. This time, taking the outer half of the bat. Be interesting to see how De La Vera goes about it. I keep saying De La Vera. It's really De La Vera, Sohan De La Vera.
Now, there's a small change because somebody's called for a bat. I think the handle is gone, Mali.
Looks that way. Looks like the
Yeah.
Bandara's got an issue with his bat. Seems to be flexing that handle. Maybe hearing a few sounds in there. The creaks of a handle that's on its way out.
And they brought out 3. And he maybe still has another 4 at the hotel. Okay, so he's picked the right one.
Sure, they're all numbered. He knows Which one he would have had his favourite in hand?
Did you number your bats? Or you just
I
picked
didn't
up a
have
bat?
that many that I needed to number them.
You had your favourite ones which you know, right?
Yeah,
You
I think maybe three, four the most.
Three the most, yeah. But you always had that favourite one that you know
yeah.
that is going to be a runs bat, really. The only thing I'm sorry about you is that the one that you broke the Leeward Island record with, you can't find it.
Mm,
You needed to have that one somewhere.
definitely. I remember being in the dressing room, I think it was Middlesex, second 11. Andrew Strauss was playing as well in that game, and he was batting, and he wanted a replacement bat. And I remember looking in his bag, he had like 10 bats, and I was thinking, who's going to take 10 bats out first and foremost? Surely not me. Yeah, that's when I realized I was actually a pauper when it came to how many bats I had. Thinking my 3 or 4 was a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing. Strauss went on to be one of England's top captains of world cricket.
I tell you what, at the time, it was maybe just about, I'm not sure if he had played England A yet. He was just a good county player. And a lot of the talk around the club was, yeah, Strauss is going to play for England. Strauss is going to play for England. And I'd watched him play on a few occasions, and I didn't see it, to be honest, right? And it just goes to show you,
Progression.
when I caught him on his journey, at the time I saw him, I didn't think he was an international player just yet, and not too long after he was picked, and the rest is history. It's Sir Andy Strauss now.
Yeah.
He was a good player, don't get it wrong. He was a good player.
He certainly was.
There was a few good players in that squad that ended up playing for England. Andy Strauss, Ed Joyce, O.A. Shah.
Yeah. And that's what county cricket does. It teaches you to be a professional. The systems that you put in place. I'd like to see some of these young boys, Mally, from the academy setting, Edwards and maybe even some guy like Lane, punched away wide down to the third man area for 4. They've got to get those angles sorted out. That third man was just too wide there with the lack of pace there from Edwards.
Yeah, and just a little too short from Nathan Edward. Just to finish that over. A little too short. Real pace, got on top of the bounce. Very good cricket shot indeed.
So I was talking, Mally, about going to England. I think that's why Seals is just such a beautiful bowler.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because he's now in a system now where, he's going to work on his batting, he's going to work on his fielding, he's going to have a coach coming at him all the time. Those things which you don't get consistently in the Caribbean. I'd like to see a couple of these young players, even if they play second team cricket in England, give them an opportunity to hear a different voice. Somebody who's going to teach you the game, teach you, understand the conditions.
Yeah, and it could be argued, yes, in our glory days, our domestic cricket was very competitive and the teams were very good. Obviously, you had good players because we were at the height of the world game. But it can be argued that county cricket played a massive role in that.
At one time, we had 27 players playing in county cricket.
Right. And you had and you think of the amount of players that didn't actually play consistently for the West Indies, Sylvester Clarks and the like. Players
who were going between England and South Africa applying their craft.
I think that's where we're struggling now in terms of providing that system in which we have to develop our own players from youth all the way through to international cricket.
Yeah, we got to find that window.
Yeah, it's been 30 years. It's been a while. 40 years maybe.
And in fairness, Mally, the Home Office in England has also suppressed West Indian cricketers as well, because when you look at the rules and what is required for you to maybe even get up there, you have to play 5 first-class games. Some guys maybe only play 1 game. So you got to be waiting for an extended period of time. That has hampered your home offices. The England Home Office has also crippled West Indies cricket as well too.
If you think that applies across the board. So when you think of the amount of players from other nations as well who that has affected. But the difference is they probably have stronger development programs in their home territories.
I mean, you look even here, Sri Lanka. Some of these young guys have played like 24 first class, but look at the amount of centuries and runs that they've scored.
Yeah, it's really affected South Africans as well. You know, the amount of South Africans that would have gone to England and gained citizenship.
Smacked away again, Mali.
Once again, quick on length. Very quick on length. Young Matara is going to be put under pressure against this pair, especially De La Vera. Very enterprising batter. Against the pace and against the spin. Looks to use his feet. As he said, he gets deep in the crease, picks the length quickly. But also he'll look to advance if presented with a bit of air. So he's a real handful, Sohan De La Vera. As we said, scored a beautiful 100. Scored at a rate above 100 as well. I think it was 110.
He was in a hurry.
Yeah, for the majority of his innings, he was scoring at above 100. So.
Okay.
Lucky to get away with that there, Mataro. Look, full toss there. Overcomes to an end. And at the end of it, Sri Lanka won the toss way early this morning. 189 for 5.
Yeah, young Matara, still only 18, burst onto the scene with the combined colleges and campuses. I think he was 17 where he picked up.
Did he get a 5 on
his
debut?
First 5 on debut. I'm not sure. Was it on debut? May have been on debut.
I think he was on debut.
Similar to Tamari Redwood.
Yeah.
So we have these young leg spinners in the. Some young leg spinning talent in the West Indies. Michael McKenzie, you add to that as well. I think it was a 7-fer as well versus Jamaica for the CCC last season. Those performances would have helped to elevate him here to the West Indies Academy.
Yeah. Beautiful piece of work there by the fieldsman. That's a big throw there coming around on the boundary.
That's what I mean. This is the difference here now. Against players such as this, very adept against spin, can almost negotiate minefields in terms of what they've grown up on. It'll be a real challenge for our spinners here, especially Matara, just in his 10th first-class match.
Good delivery there from Edwards, honing in at the pads.
That's the difference with De La Vera, is how late he plays. Plays that right under his eyes, as you guys said a bit earlier. You saw that against Smith. Here he is against Edward. And what that does is just he allows the ball to move, and he's watching it all the way onto the bat.
With not too much movement either. Just keeping his head as still as possible.
Still.
Keeping it simple, as you would hear. Down the onside, that kicked. But because he's staying so still and watching the ball, he could be able to just get out of the line there.
Seems like a less fidgety, more stable and solid Dickwella, Niroshan Dickwella, the wicketkeeper batter from Sri Lanka as well. Very enterprising left-handed batsman.
Yeah.
De La Vera just seems to be a lot more solid and still at the crease. Plays the same amount of shots. Maybe doesn't take as many risks as a Dickwella. But in the same mold, similar vein.
And the point about it, Mali, is almost at the point of release of Nathan Edwards' deliveries is when you really see him beginning to apply his movements. So he's watching the ball as late as possible, right from the bowler's arm.
I think if you go back and you look at a great such as a Gary Sobers or even Viv Richards, and you look, it's very different to the modern player in terms of the stance, the back lift.
Yes, yeah.
That's a Gary. His bat would still be on the ground even when the bowler was in delivery. That's when he would move, is when the ball actually was released.
Yes, yes. And Richie was making that point there on Friday. He was explaining to someone, he grew up at a time, as you rightly said, Mali, where you kept it as, you were late as much as possible. Now the players start from here. so you're almost in a bind, really.
And I think the better bats have aided that as well. The bats have gotten a lot thicker, a lot bigger. Sweet spots have been expanded.
Jeez.
This one's cut away, but just down past that gully fielder.
Yeah. Another run in the process. Sri Lanka just going about their business quite easily. Another over comes to an end, 191 for 5.
Yeah, it's very different. Very different. Every now and again, you see a player maybe harken back to a modern player that has a similar kind of setup. But generally, most batters today, and that when we were growing up was very much seen as an English way of playing.
Ah, there you go.
Wasn't it?
There you go. There you go.
With the bat already
up there, yeah. The Graham
rather
Gooch.
than tapping on the ground.
We could think about the Graham Gooch
style,
He was right there.
So if you really think about it, it's
and
an English style has actually taken over the world game.
And simply because of the methods of coaching now, because everything is, is power. That's what everybody's looking for. It's almost like a golf swing when you look at it. It had a little zip on it.
Yeah, that's encouraging that from Matara, just a bit more. And once again, it's that extra bounce that just causes a bit of problem for the Sri Lankans.
Again, he got deep into his crease.
Just bounced a bit more than he expected.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's gone, Mali. Who's going to come up with that? Takes a comfortable catch in the end there. Is that Smith? Looks like Smith.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Very good catch indeed.
I think he mistimed that, Mali.
He did. I thought it was flying past that, over that boundary there at wide long on, but in the end, Renico Smith comes round and takes a comfortable catch.
Yeah.
And I think if we look back to the catch that Nathan Edward, even though it ended up a spectacular catch, got into a similar position.
Yes.
And just lost his foundation. That's why he fell back and had to throw it back over the boundary. Have a look at that. Set himself there, Renico Smith. And the dangerous Sohan De La Vera goes for 41. Massive wicket that in the context of things here, Vern.
Yeah. And if we look back there, look at this again, Mali. If you can get Jason to look back at the replay here, Mali. Let's look at his position in Mali. He sort of went down and his head went up into the air. So he really didn't make the proper initial contact there before that he would have hit into the stand.
Yeah, it actually looked like he was looking to advance. In the end, stayed home.
Yes.
That back foot was still in the crease when he ended up playing that shot. Just probably needed to get a little closer to that one.
There you go. Because if you look, Mal, look at him.
Just bounced on him slightly.
Yeah. Look, you see, right? And then he went sort of cross-batted, really, in the process. Hung up in the breeze because the breeze coming from east to west right here.
That was a very similar dismissal to what we saw from Akeem Ogis in that second innings.
Okay.
Very similar indeed.
6 wickets down for Sri Lanka.
Massive wicket. That De La Vera was threatening to just
take the game
away from the West Indies Academy. Similar to how he played in that first match. Coming in at number 7.
So this is the issue now, Mali. New batsman. That's what I'm saying. You've got to be able to put some pressure on him. Just don't allow him to. Yeah. So you brought up the mid-on, so that's okay. But I've also brought up Smith too. You give him something to think about, really. So you close in on him and show that you're on top of the game.
New batter Sadira comes to the crease.
Yeah, bring Smith up, bring him up inside the circle. Yeah, just don't give away a single like that. So you got your mid on and your mid off, your long off. You can bring that fielder up. He gets off the mark. You can't give him a single that easy.
That wicket for De La Vera was his 22nd at this level. Of De La Vera to Matara. He's got a best of 7 for 108. Remember that was versus Jamaica, as we said last season. Scored a half century as well in that match.
Opportunities. Just that avenue to express himself.
Hey! Body done dead. Oh.
In fact, maybe 2 seasons ago now.
Over comes to an end. Successful over for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, it's been a good start from him.
Yeah. I'll give him some confidence as well too.
Very much so.
And it would also give Teddy Bishop some confidence as well to know that he's got another bowler outside of Joshua Bishop who's picking up wickets.
Yeah, once again, maybe not the most friendly of conditions here on day 1 so far for the spinners, but young Matara, he's done a good job in his 3 overs. 1 for 9. He's just kept the ball within the line of the stumps, in between wicket and wicket. Bowled at a decent pace, not too slowly for the Sri Lankan batters to really maneuver him around. He's been good. Always have to keep in the front of your mind, especially when the spinners are on here on day 1. It is day 1. It's not day 4, spinning and turning extravagantly.
Edwards, that one just going on with the arm.
Nice carry through.
Indeed. It's been a proper cricket wicket so far, Mali. Regardless of what you would have said.
Yeah.
There's a balance between bat and ball.
And I expect maybe as this day wears on, maybe towards the middle of the last session, batting would just start to get even better. Batting conditions will improve even more as this pitch dries out even more from that day 1 early moisture.
I want to ask you something here because I see Edwards is working on something. They've got 2 gullies. So there seems to be something that they spotted that we have not spotted yet. Well, that one was still squeezed past the second of the gullies for a single.
We're hoping it could go aerially.
Yeah, so Edwards is working on a ploy there, especially to the left-hander. Let's see what his ploy would be to the right-hander. They've gone back to 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off.
Well, he's shown the ability to actually swing the ball away and seam it back into the right-handers. Can move the ball both ways. 2 slips, gully.
On the money, right on the stumps, and that was just like blocked out. Again, he was just indicating to his partner on the non-striker's end that Edwards is rolling the ball.
Sadira got a duck, and in fact, he got a pair in the last match.
And then he was allowed to just get off the mark like that?
That's what's crazy about it.
Yeah, come on.
Bit of shape away once again.
Yeah. Like to see Edwards attacking the stump.
Yeah, he was on a what do you call that? A triple?
A triple pair. He had a king pair in the last game.
He's on a
those are things, Mali, you got to spot, so you got to be able to make sure you keep him under the pressure. Just gave him a single. Just said, come on, get off the mark.
I mean, they wouldn't be too disappointed even if he was to go now with 1 on the board.
Well, that... he looks like an LBW candidate.
Well, we're just seeing all the skill of Nathan Edward here on show. Last 2 deliveries, 1 went away through the air. This one off the pitch, back in.
That him back in.
Seam him back in.
That's why I told you, Mali, he looks like an LBW candidate because he's almost just like walking across his stumps. Not sure. I think his defense is going to be tested. He's taken off. Somebody could be in trouble. Oh, he's too. Oh. There was hesitation there. They got to be on the money. Got to run there. And Becky Joseph.
That was an opportunity for the West Indies Academy. They're throwing once again,
Off
just
target.
slightly letting them down. And far too many wayward throws this season that we've seen here for the West Indies Academy.
Everybody behind it. Ooh, outside, that's it.
194 for 6, 45 overs bowled. Bandara 29. Sidero 1. Almost had a run out there for Bandara. As Mali said, and then Becky Joseph throw in on target.
Yeah, yeah.
Could have been curtains. Just had one of the, heard in the background there, something touching down at the VC Bird International Airport. So they have to believe now, the academy, that we can bowl Sri Lanka out just before TVT. 194 for 6.
The danger man in De La Vera back in the pavilion. He's the key, really. The way he can play with the tail, maneuver the ball around. Big wicket, that, Matara. Huge wicket in the context of this match.
He'll remember that also for a very long time as well too. Good pressure. He's bowling with good control here, tall. It's a big tall guy as well too.
Yeah, it's been the hallmark of his spell so far, has been that control. Too many bad deliveries. Sometimes with young spinners have that tendency to just pull down a few over pitch as well.
Yeah, squeezed away into the offside. Looks like Kelvin Pittman fires a return right to Colombo in Tuckett, who flicks it off to Rivaldo Clark.
Bandara's set batter, he's on 30.
He's expected now to farm the lower order for Sri Lanka, take them to a good score. Ooh, where did that come from?
Yeah, he seemed very comfortable just playing second fiddle to Sohan De La Vera, just playing more the holding role, doing the consolidating, whereas De La Vera's looking to be more enterprising. He's got that positive intent. Good finish once again from Matara. His fourth is in the books, 46 gone. Sri Lanka emerging 195 for 6.
Yeah. Get into these overs very quickly. Looked at the first hour of play. Sri Lanka was 67 for 2. And at lunch, they were 109 for 3. After lunch, 176 for 5 of 39 overs. And they're now 195 for 6. And that's after winning the toss here, Sri Lanka, on day 1. And so far, we've only got 46 overs bowled, so we still have a long way to go in the day's play. Edwards looking to prize out one of these two batsmen.
And so far, here on day 1, just following a similar pattern to what we saw in the first match. In terms of no team really
having the ascendancy.
Yeah, they get into a good position and then they relinquish that control. I think it was the experience of the Sri Lankan emerging team in match 1 that came to the fore. The West Indies had put themselves in a superb position to actually win that game. Fell away quite badly at the end. This one squirts away off the outside edge. Past that second slip, in between second slip and that gully fielder, or was it between both slips?
No, between the two gullies that they have,
The two
Mali.
gullies.
Yeah, the second,
Our
the
vantage
first
point
of
here,
the
just
two.
behind that post. He's hiding
Yeah.
from me behind that post.
Yeah.
They're just between the two gullies on the ground, though, Vernon. Soft hands.
But they're working on something, and you can see Edwards is looking to bowl to that ploy. I know you're saying, Mali, they want to get him to play that ball into that area. But the lack of pace allowed him to play, because he plays the ball from right under his eyes. That is why that ball sped away for 4 as well.
I think it's a little easier when you're playing Edward off the back foot.
Yeah, it is. That's
Also
why he has to bowl that fuller length.
Yes. Also, when it's a bit shorter, it's less time for that ball to move through the air. He's got to generally be looking to bring the batters onto that front foot, Nathan Edward.
And maybe he could just mix it up, Mali, with a little changer. Just, just that slower ball, just to lure them into something. To holding out at mid-off. Yeah, they'll be comfortable with that. That pace is almost like medium pace.
It's not far away, though. Just a foot or so fuller from that would be absolutely perfect.
199 for 6, Sri Lanka approaching 200. They scored at a very rapid rate today. Right on the money again. Beautiful Yorker delivery. Kept out in the end. And if we look at last season, Mali, with the West Indies Academy bowling attack, quite a high proportion of boundaries scored within the innings, whether they played home or away. A lot of boundary deliveries. That's something that the bowlers have to consistently work on, take those boundary deliveries away. Either too short or too many half volleys.
Just thinking down that leg side.
Yeah.
Maybe just started a bit too straight there.
But he looks a more effective bowler when he pitches it up.
Yeah, he has to be on that fuller length.
Caught again on the crease. Just on his toes there. No real big movement.
But that's the next stage of Nathan's progression, Vern, is keeping batters off balance with that shorter length delivery and not being as comfortable when it's that short. It's just got to increase that intensity and that pace.
Come on, Zisha, come on.
Skill set to be able to complete his action a lot more quicker. That change, getting that right hand up now, so he can be able to. Yes, he comes from here, but just get that extra delivery now, so they can complete his action going right through the crease. I think they need to put some pressure, Mali, on the right-hander.
Yeah, definitely Sadira here. As we said, coming off a pair in that first match here, 1 of 10.
Yeah, I don't think you need Smith down on the boundary.
Definitely don't need a long off.
Yeah, he just come in, he can just get 2 runs there. You don't need, I don't even know if you need Pittman all the way down there, especially for the right-hander.
Once again, slightly wayward throw from Rivaldo Clark this time. It's just very sloppy. He's got to be aiming for that wicket keeper's midriff.
Come on, lads, come on, lads.
Colin Boyne Tuckett shouting, come on, lads, come on, lads. They can't be waiting for something to happen. They got to make something happen.
Come on, lads.
How do you get a wicket? You got to outfox the batsman. That's a gift.
Got away with that one.
He did. Yeah, got to put some pressure. Got to put some pressure on the right-hander. Got to bring Smith up. Bring Smith up. Pittman is wasted down here. You bring him on the 45, give him something to think about. $200 up for Sri Lanka.
Oh, yes, Ishan.
But you got to
1 for
recognize
6.
as well when your bowler's actually hitting his straps. And so far, Matara is hitting his areas more consistently. So you can afford to just make a few changes to this field now, considering he's just starting to hit a groove.
In a good spell, Z. You're in a good spell, Z. In a good spell, Z.
101 for 6.
Come on, Zishan.
Drag down to Kelvin Pittman. He'd have got the same single even if he was under 45. Over comes to an end.
The first real drag down we've seen from Zishan today.
He's bowled with real control.
Very.
He looks very composed as if he belongs here.
Yeah, he's been decent. Very decent in these conditions, as we said, considering
Day
calling
one.
it into the attack on day one, Vern. Ball, what? 48 overs old. Still hard.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Smith back into the attack, Mali. Look like there's a change now. They've brought Smith into the hot area and taken Kelvin Pittman down into that area. So maybe Edwards, this is Edwards' third spell, right? Yeah, he starts over number 15, clipped away. Pittman coming around. Will he get there? He does. Picks up, fires a return right. I think it hit the stump too as well too. Beautiful throw there from the young man. Swooping around.
I'd like to replicate that a few more times. Or if they could take back a few of the throws that they would have had earlier and swapped it for that one. Can't do that. Life isn't built that way.
No, it's not.
No rewind button. That's only on Netflix and TV, Vern. You know that.
Yeah.
YouTube.
How many times
And that's the thing with a lot of these youngsters. They almost live life in that fashion. As if you can rewind and press pause and there's a sequel to come. You know? Sometimes there's no sequel, Vern. Real life ain't no sequel.
Real life situations.
When you're actually gone, you're gone. You don't come back from the dead. A lot of the times, if you put it in cricket terms, a lot of the times you don't get second chances.
No, you get one. You're lucky if you get a second innings, Mali. In the days of you guys coming up, Mali, you know if somebody sends, if the captain wins the toss, it's batting. If you don't look sharp, somebody can bat 2 days on you, 3 days. You'll be lucky if you get a batting. Now you get a result in a day and a half.
Yeah, especially locally.
How can you get results in 2 days?
Under 2 days.
Under 2 days. I can't get that figured out. Bowled him. Clean him up, Mali.
Played right around that one.
What are we talking about bowling straight?
This is what we're saying. It's probably anticipating that one just coming back in. Let's have a look. Look to have played all around this one, Sudhir. It was a struggle for him in this innings. Have a look at that. Once again, just a hint of movement away from the right-hander. And that is a special skill indeed. You can see why Nathan Edwards is being invested in as much as he has. Possesses some special skills with ball in hand.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mali. DJ Bravo rates him. He feels that he's got something about him. He likes him. He likes Edwards.
And that's what? That's his 8th wicket now in 2 innings. Coming off a 6 in that second innings in match 1.
But if we
2 here today, 2 for 42.
Well, if we think back, Mali, and Terry, when Nathan Edwards made his debut for the academy, his first class debut, and he had all those problems with the no balls. Just look at him now today.
This is what we're saying. We said that last week in terms of the improvement that we're seeing from quite a few of these young guys in the West Indies Academy. Bowen Tuckett, Nathan Edward. We spoke about just how much of a struggle it was, or it seemed like, for him to genuinely pick up wickets at this level. And gradually, from match to match, innings to innings, he just seems to be working it out. Still a very young man. We spoke about him playing 2 World Cups for the West Indies under 19s. One of the younger members of this setup as well. He's got a younger brother in Jayton Edward.
Yeah, played for the under 15. Kelvin Pittman has also got a brother who made a debut for the under 15 this year. Picked up a 5-wicket haul as well too. William Pittman. He's got a brother who is a wicket keeper.
He is. That's Kevin.
Kevin, who is in the defense force now.
Yeah.
So some special talent in the Pittman family and the Edwards family as well.
And we also said last week, funnily, it's Kevin Pittman's picture on file and not Kelvin Pittman.
Oh. Thanks for that observation, Mally. I know you're pinpoint on that, Mally.
Yes,
I know you don't miss those things.
That's the picture.
No, they have to change that, Mally.
Maybe it's changed.
They got to change that. Now, who's responsible, Mally? Who missed that?
Up until last week, I don't know. It's more the.
They got to sort that out, man.
More
and that got to come from the West Indies cricket West Indies as well, in terms of updating their profile photos. You got to update those to send that to Cricket Info. Certainly have to do that, Mally. That's interesting. Thank you, Mally, for spotting that. You and Terry.
Well, that's last week. So I'm saying now they don't have one. So now his picture isn't up.
That's what we're talking about. Wow. 201 for 7. No picture now. Come on. He's right here. Somebody can come across on the media center and just take a photo. Huh? Oh, come on. We got to upload all those photos. And the amazing thing, like Terry and Mally, right? I'll come back to that. You have pictures on files, you know, from under 15, under 17, under 19. Every time you send in, you have to send in photos of all these guys. So
I mean,
those photos have to be somewhere.
Info has his photo.
Has his photo.
Yeah, but I remember CWI website.
Wow.
A lot of the research we'd be doing and stuff, you see it. And having played against his brother as well, you know,
it stood out.
Like, yeah. But they have very, the only difference is the L in their names. One's Kevin, one's Kelvin.
Kelvin, yeah. Mataro's bowled well. Continues to. If he could just get another wicket or two, that would give him some confidence. Oh, that had a little zip and bounce on it as well too there.
Yeah, the control has been outstanding so far. Position Matara.
Good take in the left glove there by Callum Bowen Tuckett. Paddled away down the onside. And Becky Joseph. He'll be required to. How did he look against Sri Lanka? How did he look, Mally?
Yeah, he got a couple of starts once again. And Becky Joseph, he tends to get a couple of starts.
I heard Terry saying that he
tends to get starts.
When the Sri Lankans peppered him.
He did. In the second innings, he was dismissed with an absolute peach. Rivaldo Clark as well, one of the deliveries of the match. He was dismissed for, got 30 odd and 40 odd, so decent.
They got
time
stats.
Decrease for him.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't got stats. 2 slips now for Matara. Appealed for a leg before, but I don't think Matara was interested because he quickly turned his back and was going back to his crease. 205 for 7. Get a short leg in. Yeah, for the new batter. Get a short leg. You got 2 slips, get somebody under the helmet. They still have the big man down on the boundary. I think he's almost like an ornament. He's wasted.
Haven't had too many go down to him now. Bowled him through the gate once again. Just a bit of extra zip. This ball still hard, still in pretty good condition here. And once again, in between wicket and wicket, Zishan Matara. That control played all over that one.
Another wicket goes down.
He picks up his second.
205 for 8.
Bandara at risk of being left stranded.
I think they could be all out before tea.
Look at this. Just a hint of turn, bit of bounce as well through the gate. Almost pretty innocuous looking Zishan Matara. But that control has been exemplary. 205 for 8 now after 50. That run rate just dipping now, Vern, 4.10. Hopefully the West Indies will be hoping to get it down to below that 4 region.
Even down to 3. 3 point something. Yeah, I think they'll feel comfortable. But as
3.5.
Yeah, listen to you and Terry. Even in the first game, they seem to have got off to a tracer bullet where they've just come out scoring very quickly. Something that the young West Indies academy team will have to work on, taking away those boundary balls so they can be able to build pressure. The score as we speak now is 205 for 8 before tea.
Yeah, once again, just really failing to knit partnerships together, partnerships of real substance in this innings.
So, here's where the tricky period comes in now. In terms of containing Bandara, he's on 35. He's going to maybe try to farm the strike. So, defensive there. They've got to be on their money now, the academy, to be able to keep him on strike. So that they can be exposed to bowl to the new batsman.
New batsman in Kudagamage, Milan Hasanka. We spoke about him. Almost a bit of a wild card selection.
He is?
For the Sri Lankans, that is. Hasn't played that much first-class cricket at all. Just 4 matches.
He's maybe a special talent, maybe.
With his leg breaks, he already has 4 5-wicket hauls.
Did he play the first game?
No, he didn't. So we're looking forward to seeing him here today.
Wow.
Just 20 years old.
There we go. Coming out of the under-19 ranks, most likely.
He's one that didn't come out the under-19 ranks, which really one of the only ones to not come through the under-19 ranks. So he must be maybe from a different region. I don't know if he's far out, something. But to be 20 years old, played just 4 first-class matches, has an average of 0. He's yet to get off the mark in first-class cricket.
All right, so he's a special talent. We'll see what he has. Clipped away. Just gone over that gully there, Mali. Edwards turned him right around.
And that's the regulation gully. Looks like Akeem O'Geese in that position, possibly.
Yes. Yeah, he's down on his knees there, still thinking about it. Beautiful delivery by Nathan Edwards. That was something that he was working on all day. Now, can the youngster survive? Nathan Edwards has got how many deliveries? He's got 2 deliveries? 3, maybe? 3 deliveries. 2 for 43, 15.3 overs. To complement that, 2 maidens. The figures won't suggest how well he's bowled, Mali.
Yeah, here's Hasanka. Best score of 0 not out, Vern. So he'll be looking to get a landmark here in the West Indies. Almost away. Almost away. Outer half of the bat, but played with soft hands.
Almost away.
As we were saying, just 20 years old, represents the Ace Capital Cricket Club and the Chilao Marians Cricket Club in Sri Lanka.
A chance here for Nathan Edwards to get 3, get 4. So too is Matara. I think more likely Edwards is maybe closer than anything else.
He's got 17 wickets in 4 matches, 3 5-wicket hauls already. Just there, well played, good delivery. Maybe just a tad bit short, allows the batter to just adjust to the movement. Going away from him.
The Yorker has to be coming now.
Just got to keep setting him up here, Vern. What do you reckon?
He's got to get the Yorker now, Mali. If he doesn't get it, something is wrong. Got to be looking for those toes.
Just take the pitch out the equation, huh?
Yeah, just go for those toes.
No, I'm looking for that outside edge, me.
I don't know. Not today, Mali.
It's well played.
Indeed.
Solid, eh?
Yeah, of course. He's showing why he's here.
Yeah, good compact defensive stroke that from the young Hassanka.
And he covered his stumps.
Got
there,
a
man.
big stride in as well.
206 for 8. And Edwards, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 43 runs, 2 wickets.
He's got 3 not outs in his 4 matches, first class matches. So it probably tells you that's number 11 for his club.
Policeman seems to be very bored, Mali. So he's had enough. He's walking across.
He's got the build of a fast bowler. Maybe should have chose a different profession. Who knows?
I really think so.
He would have been enjoying his day out here a lot more, wouldn't he?
It's like I could remember, Mali. We were up at the Sir Vivian Stadium for the Leeward Islands T20 Festival, and they had a policeman in the sun, standing. You know where the groundsmen hang out there by the dugout? He was right there, hot sun. I was like,
wow. Part of the job. That's part of the training. Ask Anthony Martin. You have to go through that. What's it? 48 hours or something like that? No sleep.
Squeezed away for 4. No
day
pitman
out
comes
him.
around. Big, powerful return. So they got to stay on their money still here. Especially when Bandara is in strike. 208 for 8.
Wicketkeeper batsman as well. Anjala Bandara. More than likely, I don't know. Will it be De La Vera with the gloves? Or will it be Bandara with the gloves? We'll wait and see.
Let me just check the team sheet just to see who will be keeping today.
But De La Vera is normally the wicketkeeper.
All right, so they don't have any indication, so I guess we'll have to wait and see.
No, we're telling you. De La
Okay,
Vera
De
is
La Vera
normally
will-
the wicketkeeper.
okay.
But
All
because
right.
Bandara is now playing in this team,
He maybe might get a run out.
may get the gloves as De La Vera kept in the first match. You don't know. Could be playing just for his batting here, Anjala.
Head scramble. Come on, Z.
She said he's got a best of 190 in first class cricket. Just the 100 so far, but averages 45 in his 13 matches.
I
Got
wish-
104 half centuries.
I wish we could look to some of our first-class players and see they're averaging at 45.
I think what Kevlin Anderson probably has the highest first class average at this stage.
At this stage.
Oh, that's it looked like a drag down, but it really did skate on, didn't it, to the left-handed Bandara. Almost looked like a flipper if you think of Shane Warne.
Maybe that's his own version of his flipper, Matara.
Batter did look to go back. It was hustled by the pace. Just a bit slower, a bit of extra bounce as well. Good bowling this from the young man.
He was appealing for a leg before because the batsman came right across his stumps and he maybe could have seen the leg stump. I think that's why he went up. He's still asking the umpire. Umpire.
That one they just probably kept a bit lower.
41 T. Yeah, let's go.
Scuttled through.
Oh, so Jason has just reminded us that, and the umpires, they didn't seem to be in a hurry either about tea, because the umpire was still standing.
I guess time flies when you're having fun, Vern.
Certainly. And we certainly were having fun. So at tea, 209 for 6, 52 overs bowled. Your thoughts, Mali, on the process?
Yeah, good session that from the West Indies Academy in terms of the amount of wickets they would have taken there. 209 for 8. De La Vera back in the hutch. He was threatening to almost go in a similar vein to what we saw last week with De La Vera playing the shots that he was. But he was removed, and since he was removed, the West Indies Academy right back in control once again. 209 for 8. Kudos to Bishop. Both spinners actually bowling as well as they have here on day one against very good players of spin in good batting conditions.
And you were talking about the run rate, which has now come down to 4.01. But just to give the folks the bowling figures of the West Indies Academy so far. Zian Matara, 7 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 2 wickets. Joshua Bishop, he really 13 overs, 2 maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket. Kelvin Pittman, 6 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 1 wicket. Nathan Edwards was bowled beautifully. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 43 runs, 2 wickets. And the young Ronika Smith, first time that I'm seeing him officially here.
That's a prospect.
Yeah,
a
10 overs.
real prospect indeed.
Yeah, no maidens, 53 runs, 2 wickets. Your thought process, where does Sri Lanka go from here, Mali?
Well, they've got to come out and get a partnership. But as we were saying earlier, they really struggle to have any partnerships of any real substance, apart from that one between Bandara and De La Vera, both left-handed wicketkeeper batters. Maybe looking the most assured in these conditions. De La Vera backed up his 100 last week with a good performance again, falling for 47. But for the Sri Lankans, they need to spend a bit of time at the crease. They need partnerships. They need to set that foundation post-T to at least get up to 280, 300.
24 boundaries have been hit so far, Mali. Very high proportion of boundaries. To complement that with about 2 sixes. So, Academy not doing too bad at all. They're in the game. And we will take a 360 break. And when we come back, we'll be calling play right after tea.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the third and final session on day one of the second four-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. And after winning the toss and electing to bat, Sri Lanka emerging players took tea on 209 for 8, which means they added exactly 100 runs in the session between lunch and tea for the loss of 5 wickets. So the West Indies Academy attack has kept them very honest, although they've been going at a good clip all day. Just over 4 and over now. We're going even quicker than that earlier on, but 109 for 3 in the first session, and then another 100 for 5 brings them to 209 for 8. Bandara is keeping things going for Sri Lanka emerging. He's on 38. Sanka still yet to get off the mark, but he's only faced the 3 deliveries. Nathan Edward will continue the attack from the commentary box end. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Bandara, and that's played nicely to the left of mid-on, and they take a single, so Bandara moves to 39, 210 for 8, as they say. A very good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon, everybody. That single there wouldn't be too disheartening for Nathan Edward. Brings Milan Hasanka on strike. Bandara's played quite nicely, 39 from 71. He's been up for the fight.
He's looked good.
Yeah, quite composed as well. Pretty similar to
De Oliveira. So with the right-handed Hasanka on strike, Edward has the 2-slip Scully. As he's around the wicket, good delivery. That's straightening on pitching past the outside edge of Hasanka's bat.
Yeah, he's found first-class runs a lot more difficult than getting first-class wickets so far, Hasanka.
Yes, I heard you was prior to the tea interval when you're on with Vernon Springer.
Yeah.
He's got 3 5-wicket hauls in what, 4 matches? Oh, excellent.
But yet to get off the mark in terms of scoring his first run. A best of not out. So a landmark possible here for him.
Yes. Oh, good delivery again by Edward. Well judged by Hasanka. And only 20 years of age,
Yeah.
you were saying.
Very young indeed. Seems to have been plucked out, not necessarily obscurity, but hasn't come through the traditional channels of Sri Lankan cricket, or even what we would have seen from a lot.
Edward again around the wicket to the right-hander and plays defensively into the cover region and a run.
It forces you to wonder as well. You know, Malinga, he was almost plucked out of obscurity.
Right, yeah.
Obviously, you had the tradition of Sri Lankans producing mystery spinners. Ajanta Mendes, the coach here
coach,
as well,
yeah.
of the Sri Lanka emerging team. You wonder if young Hasanka maybe just has that element of mystery to him. It says leg
spinner.
We'll get to see. We'll get a good look at him from a West Indian perspective, hopefully sooner rather than later.
True.
That would mean they would have bowled out this Sri Lanka emerging team here, 210 for 8. Opportunity to get this innings over with, and then set a foundation in which they could then see themselves into the ascendancy, go short.
To complete the over. So at the end of the over, first one after the tea interval, Sri Lanka merging players 2-10 for 8. Asanka kept on 0 and Bandara on 39. But they'd be pretty happy with proceeding so far, though. The West Indies Academy, after Sri Lanka emerging, elected to bat. They can bowl them out, as you say, Mali, in this session for somewhere under 250. They'd feel that they'd have a slight upper hand, as we say, the batting, and even Teddy Bishop at the toss this morning was saying it's time for the batting unit to step up. The bowlers did well last week, but the batsmen let them down. Going to be Matara to continue.
And that's the thing. Batting has been a struggle for this West Indies Academy team in 2025. Just 2 scores above 300 in the 4-day competition. Once again, falling below 300 last week in that first
and that's
match.
red. Just fallen in front of a diving Rivaldo Clark. That red off a length from Matara. He played that with one hand, trying to avoid the delivery. Was Bandara. Lucky to survive.
Yes. Once again, Matara just providing something, a low extra here. Bit of extra bounce once again.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
So you're saying the West Indies Academy were dismissed for 214 and 222. Previous game. Just 2 scores above 300 this year.
Cut away to deep backward point for a single. 211 for 8. Yes, 214 and 222 in around about 50 overs in both innings. Just over 50 overs in both innings.
So every run from here crucial. The West Indies Academy. If you think of that second innings and the position they would have batted themselves into as well, 113 for 1. Had a real opportunity there.
Yep. Especially with August going at the time.
Gotta driver, do it, man. Do not it, man. Do not it, man.
All over 222.
Yeah. Disappointing in the
Very
end.
disappointing. But as you said, Skipper Bishop's another opportunity here for his young team. Not sure if it's maybe not quite just yet, but still very good batting conditions here as well. Good all-round cricketing wicket we've seen so far.
Yeah, once again. Here at Coolidge, so the end of the over, 211 for 8. But it was disappointing in the fact that the spinners ended up with the wickets, but they weren't really getting that exaggerated spin or anything nasty coming out of the pitch, you know. And from the position the West Indies Academy were in, they did well to keep the lead or the target, if you like, under 300. Gave themselves a chance, plenty of time to make the runs. Just fell away in that last session on the 3rd day.
I think as we said earlier, the Sri Lankans are far more experienced. So what we see from these two teams, especially when put under pressure, the Sri Lankans can probably withstand that pressure for a lot longer.
Too true.
Be it in the field or even with the bat. We saw a 100-run partnership from De La Vera and Pereira in that first game, just when they needed it most. Crucial runs.
So spin from both ends as Joshua Bishop takes up the attack, and his first delivery is guided down to third man by Bandara for 2.
Luckily for McKenny Clark there, they didn't sneak through for a third. The third was on. Did have a fumble, took him a bit of time in which to gather that one. Substitute fielder out of the 11 today, McKenny Clark.
amazing how the game goes, though, isn't it? Marley, that we think back to last week. If he had have got that early breakthrough that he should have had.
How different things
How
could
different.
Yep.
Decided to play with the pad that time.
For foul though, no stroke being played. Real waste of energy there from the young man. Really
Put his
chased
heart and
after that
soul
one.
into
Yeah,
that chase,
full
yeah.
intensity. Now the batters are just enjoying that expenditure of energy. Once again, just a bit of extra bounce, eh?
So 16-member squad being named for the 3-test series coming up against Australia. Your thoughts?
Shit, that was a while ago. Let me try and remember who's in that.
Johnny Campbell's back.
Johnny Campbell back. Johan Lane.
Johan Lane. We were
Spoke
only talking.
about that.
Yeah,
but
we picked that one. We said he should be at least around the squad.
Shea Hope is
Shea
back.
Hope. Well, he had to be, didn't he? If you were chasing him as captain, you'd want to put him in.
Well, but this is the thing.
squad.
Weren't they chasing Joshua De Silva as well as captain?
True.
He's
But, oh, and there we go.
Bounce.
Good ball.
Bounce. Hasanga has to go once again. He goes for another duck.
Can't get off the mark.
Yet to get off the mark in his 5th match. He'll probably have to wait again for the second innings. Not probably, he'll have to wait for the second innings for his chance. Defending with low hands, a bit of extra bounce. Took the glove. Good sharp catch there at second slip. So Bishop brought back.
Yes.
He's gotten the
Makes
breakthrough.
the difference. It's a good ball, though.
He was a good
Drifted in
delivery.
and then spun away on the bounce, as you say, Marley.
And have a look at this, though. It's something I see from Joel Andrew as well. Defending with low hands. That's an area in which, especially on pitches that just bounce a little bit, he really brings the gloves into play. And there, comfortable catch for the second slip. Hasanga has to go. Looked quite compact. Looked like he had a pretty decent defense, though. Hopefully he'll get off the mark in the not too distant future, but it wasn't to be here today. Have a look at that again. Look at where that bat is. Look at where the gloves end up.
Below the knee roll. So Sri Lanka emerging players lose their 9th to 14 for 9. Brings the large Samadita, destroyer in West Indies Academy, first innings last week with a 5-4. Bandara still there though. He's on 42 and he'll be on strike as that was the last ball of Joshua Bishop's over.
I think Bandara will be looking to get on with it here, though.
Yes, nothing to lose now. As many as he can eke out of this last wicket partnership. Brandon King, first time in the Test squad.
There's a lot made of what the coach would have said about Brandon King's selection. In terms of he's been picked for a specific role, is it? He said to drive the team or the game forward. What did you take from that?
Yeah, interesting. They think, they know, not think, they know they're going to come up with a challenge against the Australian attack. And they're looking for both him and Hope to not only stabilize, but as you say, try and take the attack to the Australians. We've seen West Indies, especially over the last few seasons, the top order get very much bogged down in test matches where their incapability of rotating the strike get themselves into awkward positions. So it will be interesting. But
has Australia named their squad yet?
No.
And that's the thing. I think they'll definitely want to come out here with as strong a squad as possible, just because of what happened last time we toured. So
Yes,
they'll be hoping,
yes.
they'll be smarting really They were a little embarrassed
losing the thing.
losing in that fashion.
Yep.
That Shamar Joseph Test match.
Mhm.
So they'll be hoping for a bit of revenge, really. So I do expect a Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Boland as well. I expect Scott Boland to play actually here in the Caribbean.
Lion, of course.
Lion as well,
Yeah.
yeah, obviously. 3 test series. Lion will be a big part of that bowling attack here in the Caribbean.
Smith under a cloud now. Dislocated his finger apparently in the World Test Championship final.
That will be a...
But it'd be interesting anyway though, Marley, because most of them haven't been here.
Yeah, they've
10 years
Yes,
since
they've come
toured.
through that era of not being here,
not
which
being
is
here.
strange for an Australian cricket team.
Absolutely. That one slipped there by Matara, I think, very wide, called wide by the umpire.
I think he was trying something there.
Trying to bounce her.
Yeah, trying to go with a real quick one. In the end, as he said, really dragged on, but very wide indeed.
He's gone for that over mid-wicket into the boundary, 4 runs. Good shot by Samadita, gets himself going. Moves on to 4. And the score 224-9 at the end of Matara's over. But they've got their troubles at the top order too, though, I believe. I think they've moved Lavishan up to open.
That was
something.
strange. I didn't understand that, considering the kind of impact that Travis Head has had. I think they were probably a little guilty of overthinking this test match slightly with decisions such as that.
Right.
You know, Travis Head really has been putting bowlers under pressure, opening the innings. You think about how good he was for Australia opening in their last summer down under. He had Sam Constas as well.
Right.
They've
that's
tried.
right,
They've
yeah.
tried a multitude of players
few,
in that. Yeah. Head a bit further down. They've probably benefited from having Head in a bit earlier, looking to take on the bowlers.
Tossed up by Bishop and thumped down the ground by Bandara, but he refuses the single.
Also tells you how much they value Amanus Labuschagne in that setup. They're trying to actually do everything possible to keep him in the squad.
Yeah.
But I did have a little look at them practice. Just a few videos were going around of them, their preparation leading up to the test. And it must be said, Sam Constas looked superb in the nets.
Right,
versus they looked the best, really, of the batters. And that was so interesting to me. You know, he looked the most solid, the most assured. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee your runs.
Right.
Maybe
Tossed up again.
Steve Smith looked the most scratchy versus Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins.
Bishop tosses another one up for Bandara and almost played that on. Stark is the key for me when it comes to Australia. And even this test, yes, they lost it, but he was the standout, wasn't he? Cummins, I think he took 6 in the first. They were nearly a mix-up. Sent back by Bandara.
I'm a big fan of Cummins as well. I think what
he keeps working them.
Yeah, that's what makes this attack so special. It's unique. They all bring something different. Obviously Stark with his left armers, Hazelwood back of a length. Cummins just keeps coming at you. You gotta take into account, especially for the modern day cricketer, with load management, all these things being taken into account, for him to be captain of that Australia Test team as a fast bowler. I think that was one of the reasons why Jasprit Bumrah wasn't selected as captain this time for the India team, was because I'm not sure he's going to play every game.
Workload, yeah.
Whereas Cummins has time and time again proven to handle the workload. of captain and playing every match virtually. But they rest him at key times, you know.
Matara starts a new over, and that's come off the outer portion of the bat of Samadita. Runs down towards third man, they pick up one. He moves on to 5, 221 for 9. And Rochi being rested.
That's what they said? It's a resting?
Yeah, he was...
So they're saving him for what?
That's a good question, because when I saw that and said that, you know, he was told prior, you can't really afford to bring him back. Good sweep shot there by Bandara into the boundary for 4.
For me, it's all about timing. As we were saying, young Lane just straying onto the leg stumps. This time was Bandara. Welcome runs this for the Sri Lanka emerging.
Noisy, noisy, noisy.
Bandara 3 away from a half.
25 for 9. But you can't really bring him in when you're 1-0 down, trying to fight your way back or save the series. And also with his batting, it was very interesting to hear Justin Graves as Matara in again. A reverse sweep and almost an excellent catch once again by Rivaldo Clark. He anticipated very well there at first slip. Yeah, when Justin Graves made that century against Bangladesh here at the stadium last season, and he came in, I think we were about 260 odd for 6, 7 or so, and he said he couldn't have done it without Roach, and that's what you were referring to last week with Roach. Either ball or bat in hand, because of that experience of being around a long time now, but also the last few seasons, his county experience. And apparently he said to Graves, let's just stay out here for as long, keep him out here for as long as possible. Not only the runs will come, but they'll get tired, and I need something, or we need something to bowl at. And that's an experienced head talking.
I thought his skills as well, even in Pakistan, were on full show.
Yeah, yeah.
With ball in hand.
On pitches that were absolutely nowhere near conducive to fast bowling or seam bowling. 226 for 9 at the end of that Matara over.
You just start to wonder now, with the amount of bounce that we've seen from, especially Matara, the other occasion from Josh Bishop, do the Sri Lankans have something up their sleeve in terms of their spin bowling unit? I think it's been a pretty admirable job by this spin bowling pair, Bishop and Matara, here today, especially considering what happened last week and the way they really knocked the stuffing out of Josh Bishop.
Definitely. He starts a new over, and that's turn around the corner. Very safe. Down towards fine leg. They pick up another 2, and that is Bandara's 50. 50 off 95 balls, 4 fours included in that 50. Score goes up to 228 for 9. So important runs these, as Mali was saying. Added some 14 so far.
Yeah, he brought up his 5th first-class half-century with that stroke, Terry.
Right.
Average of in the mid-40s.
A lot of these young Sri Lankans averaging in the mid-40s. Decides to take the single this time, so it brings Samadita back on strike. 229 for 9. West Indies Academy looking to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. Below 250 would be ideal as far as they're concerned. Gone for a heave over mid-wicket, comes off the outer portion of the bat and just lobs over Teddy Bishop there at short extra cover.
I think it must be said, Teddy Bishop hasn't been moving all that freely today.
True.
He started with that chase down to that backward point, I think it was, or deep backward square. He chased that one. Really didn't have the intensity that maybe you were expecting, especially for the skipper. A couple of times as well, they've stuck some singles through to him. Just maybe, as Vernon said, seems to be carrying something. Down the ground. Wide long on area. Joseph comes round. No real timing on that one this time from Bandara. As we said, he's batting with, this is the last pair actually, so he's looking to put bat on ball. Looking to score as quickly as possible now.
And Samadita is creamed that high over, long on for 6. Got a good strike there by the number 11. He moves on to 12.
He had to fetch that one, didn't he?
He did. Fetched it well. 237 for 9 at the end of the over. Partnership now worth 23.
Yeah, handy runs these for the Sri Lankans. 250s.
250, anything over that is not good news for
Hasn't been
Academy.
Good news for the Academy,
Yes.
at least this year.
I'm hoping to see, though, our boy Mali August break through this time. Almost happened in that second innings last week.
Maybe anticipate it'll be slightly tougher here in this
Yes,
match.
true,
Just based on the pitch and where things are progressing. Be interesting to see how whether batting conditions improve or get worse on day 2. It's so surprising to see the most turn and bounce that we saw in that first match was on a day 2.
Day 2, that's right.
And then day 3, everything just settled down.
Yep. Reverse sweep again has gone awfully square.
It's gone way in front of square there. Ended up going into that, if he had stayed orthodox, into the extra cover region. Turns around.
He wasn't looking there, that's for sure. And Becky Joseph did a 360, trying to find the ball. But another boundary, 56 to Bandara, 241 for 9.
It's probably just a little early on that one. Ended up hitting that well in front. Indeed. So all the shots are coming out now for Bandara. 56 off for 100. Can they get to 250? 9 more needed there. Chooses the ramp. Turns down the single.
Samadita have something to say about that one. On 12 off 5, I just creamed him over long on.
Just
What's
hit
wrong?
the last ball for 6. What's wrong with you, youngster? So let me pull seniority on you.
Lets that one go. Interesting. Saw it pitch well outside leg, though. I don't mind this Matara, though, from what I've seen of him. Not just today, but from what I've seen of him. I think he deserves a bit of a longer go in the playing 11.
I think as he grows as well as a spinner, his action, he learns his action even more. The mechanics, the little kinks are worked out. As he grows as well, the hands will grow, get to grip that ball even better. to impart a lot more spin, to finish that action, get a lot more body weight and momentum into his bowling action.
So he gets the bounce. He's got
does.
good height on him. Yep.
And he's got an awkward type action for the batters in terms of they're not quite sure of the trajectory. A lot of leg spinners, it's a lot higher, so it does just give them the opportunity to hit up and over the top, but he's a lot flatter.
Completes another over. Score stays on 241 for 9, so they prevented Bandara getting the single off the last ball. He's on 56. Samaduta is on 12. They put on some 27 runs for this last wicket. Good runs, Marley.
Yes, good runs indeed. Handy runs, these. They'll be fairly confident, the Sri Lankans, even at 2-4-1 for 9. They've seen what this West Indies Academy batting lineup has to offer. They've made a couple of changes, one in the bowling lineup, leg spinner in Hasanga.
Joshua Bishop starts a new over, and Samadita's gone again. Man out there. Did he take it?
He did.
He did. Good catch. So Sri Lanka emerging players innings comes to an end. All out for 241 as Samaditu holds out to Joshua Bishop at deep mid wicket for 12. Bandara ends up not out on 56. And Sri Lanka emerging players, after choosing to bat first, all out for 241.
Yeah, it was a difficult catch that by Kelvin Pittman. It went very high and it was swirling in the wind.
Yeah.
What he did is track that ball quite early, got into a good position, set himself, and even though he did take it quite low from the ground, the hands were very solidly enclosed around that ball indeed. 241, as he said, after 60.1 overs. Josh Bishop 3 for 68. Ended up picking up the final wicket there.
Yes, and I just run through the Sri Lanka emerging players card for you. Rasanta was LBW to Smith for 24. Siobhan Daniel caught Bowen Tuckett, bowled Smith for 12. There was 2 wickets in the 1 over for Renako Smith. Janishka Pereira caught Bowen Tuckett, bowled Nathan Edward for 15. Ahan Ramasinghe caught Nathan Edward brilliantly on the ropes off the bowling of Kelvin Pittman for 48. Dhananjaya Lakshan, the captain, was caught Rivaldo Clark, bowled Joshua Bishop for 8. Sohan De Oliveira, last week's century maker, was caught by Smith off the bowling of Matara for 41. Dilam Sidira was bowled by Nathan Edward for 5. Ashian Daniel bowled by Matara for 0. Hasanka was caught by Rivaldo Clark off the bowling of Joshua Bishop for 0. And last man, Dulaj Samadita, was caught by Kelvin Pittman off the bowling by Joshua Bishop for 12. Not out was Anjala Bandara on 56. There were 20 extras, all out for 241. Bowling figures for West Indies Academy: Reniko Smith, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 53. Nathan Edwards, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 44. Kelvin Pittman, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. Joshua Bishop, 16.1 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 68. And Zishan Matara, 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 32. So Sri Lanka emerging players, after electing to bat, being bowled out in their first innings for 241. We'll take a short break on Cricket 360 and be back with West Indies Academy reply. Welcome back to the college cricket ground for the continuation of this final session. West Indies Academy just about to start their reply to Sri Lanka emerging players. First innings total of 241. And that was after they won the toss this morning and decided to take first strike. Top score to Anjana Bandara, 56 not out. Good contributions from Wickramasinghe, 48. And De Oliveira, 41. So 241 all out. Joshua Bishop claimed the figures for the academy. Picked up the last 2 wickets to finish with 3 for 68 of 16.1 overs. And it's going to be the left arm of Samadita to start proceedings here. Opening the batting for West Indies Academy is Akeem August. He will be facing. It looks like Becky Joseph will be his partner. So 2 slips in a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary. Spot on target, Samudita, defended by August. So 241, be interesting to see West Indies Academy reply. Teddy Bishop at the toss this morning was saying that the batsmen need to stand up. The bowlers played their part last week in the 75-run loss. But so far, the West Indies Academy batting this season, 250 has been a struggle. No ball there by Samadita. So they're underway. Off that no ball, 1 without loss. So I say a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Another good game of cricket we've got on our hands here.
1 without loss, that no ball to start with. Second delivery of the day. Sri Lanka bowled over 240 of 60.1 overs with 26 boundaries and 2 sixes within that process.
Samadita in again to August. On target. Defended into the onside by August. Can't wait to see August. I hope he continues in the form that he showed in the first match of the series last week. I do believe I have a lot of faith in this young man, that once he gets his breakthrough century at first class cricket, it will be the makings of him. As Samadita in again to him. That's turned backward of square for an easy single. So he's underway. Used to 1, 2 without loss. Had scores of 41 and 82 last week. Highest score, of course, at first class level is 93. Brings in Becky Joseph into strike. Had a pretty lean 2025 West Indies 4-day championship. Just 137 runs at average of 17. High score of 65, but we know he's better than that. Takes guard with the bail. Faces Samadita and that rises on him. Stood up straight, no, played it well. Also, it was the short ball that got him in the second innings last week. And once again, a bit of banter going on between himself and the Sri Lankan boys.
Also, I ain't do nothing.
The umpire at square leg, Joe Wilson, just telling Sri Lanka keeper to move back to his position. Defended by Becky Joseph. 2 without loss. In reply to Sri Lanka emerging players 241. West Indies Academy will be pleased that they were able to bowl the Sri Lankans out after Sri Lanka winning the toss and opting to bat. Samadita in again to Joseph. Rising ball, thought about the hook, pulled out of it, completes the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, 2 without loss.
Very interesting times, Terry. Sri Lanka emerging players scoring 241 with only 1 half century. 2 other scores below 40. Joshua Bishop 3 for 68 from 16. Anika Smith 2 for 53 and Nathan Edwards 2 for 44. Kelvin Pittman 6 overs, no maiden, 33 runs, 1 wicket, and Zian Matara, who was very much impressed with, bowled with some real good control, 11 overs, no maidens, 32 runs, 2 wicket. It's now the turn now, as you rightly said, Terry, on the batting of the West Indies Academy, which has really not clicked. It's shown signs of potential,
yes,
but you can't live life on potential. You really have to now turn that now into production. And some of these players who have been around for some time now have had some starts. They need to start putting up their hand now, and so we can get some results, and we got to start holding them accountable as well.
Yes, most definitely. They get themselves into some good positions, but fail to go on with it a lot of the times. Even in that run chase last week, 127 for 2. They were at tea, but as soon as August fell, lost some last 7 wickets for 90 runs. So it's going to be Sri Lankan emerging players captain Dhananjaya Lakshan to take up the attack from the commentary box end. He runs into August. August is playing that with soft hands. They think about the single, and he would have been gone. Lack of communication there between the two. Luckily for August, the return was fired in and missed the stumps. He picks up an overthrow, but very lackadaisical in their calling and in the response. August was gone for all money if he had a hit, Vernon.
Jason, let me see the replay again on that. I just wanted to highlight something here. I wanted to see the non-striker, Jason. Now, this is what happened.
He took off. And then he said no.
If you're going, Terry.
Yeah.
It's Ogi's call.
Called and he was committed to the run.
Yeah, you can't stop him midway in the track. Once he calls, you have to respond. You got to be backing up to be able to make sure you get to the crease.
Definitely.
That's why I asked Jason to just flip that back so we could see in terms of what's happening. If we're talking about the intent on the non-strikers end, you got to respond to your partner.
Joseph lets it go outside off stump. Yes, most definitely. It was Augustus called. He was confident for the run. And then halfway down the pitch, Joseph decided to send him back. But luckily, the return came in from short extra cover, missed the stumps. They ended up getting the overthrow. Lakshan now coming around the wicket to the left-handed Becky Joseph. 2 slips and a gully weight. Full pitch delivery, swinging away, bit of shape there. Went for the drive, missed by Joseph. went after that one. He just needs to let the ball come to him, especially early on in his innings. Lakshan again around the wicket to Joseph. That's better. He lets that one go through to the keeper. They put on a good partnership last week for the second wicket. Looking to replicate that and go even deeper. First innings this week. Still some 25 overs remaining in the day, so they've got time to get themselves in, get themselves going. Down the leg side, beats the keeper into the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, it's very tough on the keeper. Terry, when you see that happen.
Made a good attempt, but out of his reach.
Just wasn't like a jack in the box like Callum Boyne Tuckett. He was a little shorter in stature than him.
De Oliveira has got the gloves on.
I think he's just a little taller than Callum Boyne
Yeah, I
Tuckett.
think he's touch tall.
I like how you say that. A touch taller.
Lakshan in again to Joseph, and that's cut him almost in half.
Yeah, just for a moment they were just about to go up for the appeal, aborted it, and now we have the physio coming out. And
for Ghost, by the look of it.
A lot of things happening here. Michael Palmer is dashing out onto the field. I think he's brought a buckle of water. I think that's really pretty early. In fact, Joe Wilson
says why not?
He's grabbed the break to take the water as well too. So there's been some heat out there.
Only 2 overs after the innings break.
Maybe he didn't have enough.
Get a chance.
Maybe he didn't have enough water in the context.
Excellent umpire though, Joel Wilson. I was a bit perturbed that he didn't get his contract renewed in the elite umpires. International umpires.
You have to understand the politics. Afran Bayam is the other standing umpire here today, and Mr. Stephen Proverbs is the match referee. So the physio carefully going through her rudiments to make sure that Akeem O'Geese is ready and ready to go. I hope it's not. She's got a clipper, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's his. Can't be his fingernails. He wouldn't have long fingernails.
Surely not.
There's no need for him to do that, but maybe it's just a little piece of flesh just printing out from somewhere. All is good. Palmer just checking sure that the physio is okay. And they're going to have a sprint off. Palmer has given her a stretch. And this must be some good exercise for her for the day. 7 without loss at the end of 2.
So it'll be August on strike. Samuel Dita will continue from the northern end. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg on the boundary.
Sri Lanka starting with a left arm seamer and a right arm seamer.
Yes, and it was the left arm seamer that did the damage, picking up a 5-er in the first innings last week.
New track, new day.
Exactly. He bowled a ball though, Vernon to Rivaldo Clark. Absolute peach of a delivery, took the top, the absolute top of off stump, and the bail almost flew over the boundary.
It's got good height here. Indeed, so far. Looks like a young, aggressive. When you get a chance, Terry, you give me his age. Maybe a name that we have to note out. Arms close together like a sprinter on the onside.
He's got a real bustling caught down the leg side.
Not interested. You think it
no.
brushed his pad? The bowler really wasn't interested. Had he been interested, you know what would have been happening.
good side on view we've got here in the replay. Compliments to the 360 team. Never went anywhere near it, but.
Yeah. But not only that too, he's batting a good way out of his crease as well too.
Joel Wilson just tapping his thigh, saying that's where it come off.
2 slips in the gully, backward point to cover, mid on, mid off. Square leg, short. Driven down the ground. Could have leaned into that O'Geese and punched it. Yeah.
Yes, didn't get any timing behind that one.
I don't think he had a big stride out in that, Terry. I think he just played just from his crease. I'd like to see him get that right foot, open up those hips and punch the ball down the ground. See him every time he's rehearsing. It's just the back going. Want to lead with your head on your shoulders. That's very important. Well, these two expected to bat all day with some 20 odd overs remaining.
That gone through the keeper's gloves. A desperate effort down there on the boundary. Can't prevent 4-leg buys. The score goes up to 11 without loss.
I think the number 7, Melan, making a big effort, putting his body on the line there. That's what you're talking about in terms of commitment. You want to see that in the field. That's always encouraging for a bowler. And he was applauded by the slip cordon, who really liked that effort. When you're in a place, Terry, where you get into a national team and they've got millions around, you got to be able to compete for places. You got to make sure you put your heart out. He did that. Number 7, Mellon. Might have bruised some skin in the process.
That one's pulled with authority by August over mid-wicket into the boundary. 4 runs, good-looking shot. Picked that one up early.
But one of the things that we've seen here today, Terry, is that when the ball is banged into a certain area, anything around the 6-8 meter length area, it sort of sits up. It's like a tennis ball sit-up, really.
Yes.
So it doesn't really bounce and really put you under some pressure. And O'Geese had enough time, even though he was onto the front foot, even though he didn't get deep into his crease. Because he sat up, he kept his eyes on it and made proper contact and hit it in front of square for 4.
Samadita's just into his 11th match. Best bowling figures 5 for 57. Came in that first innings last week. And he's 22 years of age, Vernon.
Yeah. So he got to start. How many matches? He just got 4?
Yes.
So he's one for the future.
Samadita in again to August. Bang on target. Defended into the onside to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings at 241. A 15 without loss. Kim August is on 6 and Mbeki Joseph yet to score.
Also good afternoon to the folks in Dominica, Commonwealth of Dominica, Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish in St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Spice Isle. We move around the Caribbean, we go down into Anguilla. They're still celebrating, Terry.
Should be.
Yeah, it's a big win for cricket as well too in the Leeward Islands. Got Montserrat, Basil Morgan will be glued in, Stacia, St. Martin, the folks in St. Martin, French Dot St. Martin. Bermuda, they've got a T20 tournament taking place as well too. So Kirtley was there for a short period of time. Assistant coach of the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. Stand up straight and just ease that into the offside. CEO over Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, Jeff Miller. I wish you a happy Father's Day tomorrow, sir. And all of the fathers, Jason, Terry. A big day. Just like how every day should be Mother's Day, every day should also be Father's Day. Some people wouldn't like to hear that, Terry.
Absolutely. Open the can of worms there.
Yeah, but we applaud all the mothers also who are playing a father's role as well.
I thought you were going to say we employed all the mothers who are making it Father's Day.
That's amazing, you know. And I think we have caused that on ourselves as well, Terry. We as fathers, some of us as fathers, you know, it's just the same. We've been chastised. Some of us have not done our job consistently enough, and because of that, we seem to be outnumbered in a way. Some people don't give us that sort of reckoning that we need.
True.
But hey, there have been some great mothers and some great fathers out there.
Yes, most definitely. Lakshan into Joseph. Driving. Miroff gets a hand to it, so they'll just get the single.
So if you look at that position there from Mbeki Joseph, Terry, as compared to the Sri Lankan players, batsmen, where they technically it's just like they're being drilled there.
Yes.
Mbeki Joseph was in more or less in a standing up position, really looking for power rather than looking to find the gap. You got to look to find the gaps.
Lakshan over the wicket to August. Defended back up the pitch. And with Mbeki Joseph, I find he goes too hard at the ball. He could take a leaf out of the Sri Lankan.
But that's simply because of his first movement, Terry. He doesn't have a big stride. He's a short guy, so he doesn't lead and get out to the pitch of the ball. He's a power player. So he looks for power, and that comes from, you know, the T10 and the T20 cricket. He's a very attacking player, really, and that's his style. But in the art of batsmanship, you'd have to sit down and look at him at his game, especially with the red ball level. When you're an opening batsman, Terry, you allow the ball to come to you. You don't go to the ball.
Exactly.
You always taught that.
Promotion up the order today, though. With the Justin Jagasar not in this 11. He's been promoted from number 3 to opener.
When you're given that sort of elevation, you have to be able to send a calm to the dressing room, you know, where you take your time and you bat properly. Nobody's not saying that you can't hit away a bad ball. Over number 4 is completed, and at the end of it, 16 without loss.
Quiet start here by West Indies Academy, just getting into their innings. As Vernon was saying, still plenty of overs remaining in the day, some 23 if we get them all in. And be at least around 20 we should get in. I'm pretty sure that Sri Lanka will introduce their spinners at some point. Important from a West Indies Academy point of view that these two can bat 2 stumps.
Good afternoon to Curtis Crook in St. Kitts. The activists of cricket around, down the onside again. So Sri Lanka's ploy, Terry, in terms of the lines that they're looking to have their bowlers bowl. More or less a 6-3 feel.
Yes, they like to bowl short at Joseph.
So they got the man at the deep backward square and the fine leg. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. And they're looking to maybe bowl him sort of as wide as possible.
Short, and he almost played that on.
No, let's look at that, Jason. Look where his left foot is, Terry, where his left foot is pointed. It's not parallel to the crease. Another movement. He's turned. See, he's cramped for room. Rather than getting deep now and looking to find the gap, because he must be able, Terry, to be able to get a single into the offside. If he gets deep, he can be able to punch that ball and in the gap. Look to find the gap there. He's looking to go square rather than looking to go as straight as possible.
Two slips and a gully weight. Samadita into Joseph. Beats him. Joseph will say he pulled inside.
I was about to tell you that, Terry. I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt that he played inside the line of that one. Although somebody else maybe might have seen it different.
Tapping away at his creases, Joseph, as he waits for Samadita. Right in behind that one. Defended up to mid-off. So 16 without loss. Joseph is on 1. Brilliant sunshine here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Samadita runs in again to Joseph. Bouncer takes it on, splits the gap. Good shot.
Yeah. Didn't have any pace anyhow either. And he was offline really. Didn't really kick as much as he would have liked it. He's looking for that. He's waiting for that all day, Terry. That's what he's been looking for.
Definitely. Played that well. Moves on to 5, 20 without loss.
Just needs to get that one up close to the grill, really. That was just about round his chest area.
Samadita in again to Joseph. Another bouncer. Wider outside off stump.
Yeah, but he would have been advised, Terry. That's better.
Yes.
He's trying to pull a ball from outside the line of the off stump, which means that his alignment of seeing the ball, he's not in a position to play that shot.
Over comes to an end, 20 without loss. August is on 6, Joseph is on 5. And that's exactly how they got him last week. It bounced a bit higher, but was way outside off stump. He tried to pull it, top-edged it to deep backward square. So, nice little partnership forming here, opening partnership for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, remind us, Sri Lanka lost their first wicket at 67. So, West Indies Academy would need also that same platform, or would like that platform as well.
Captain Lakshan to continue over the wicket to August. Bit of movement away, but too wide to interest August. 2 slips gully, backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. 2 out on the hook. Fine leg on the boundary and deep backward square. So reminder, Sri Lanka, after choosing to bat first, bowled out for 241. Lakshan in again to August. August is defending this back up the pitch.
Must be able to get a single there, Terry. He's got to get deep and be able to work that ball. He was squared up completely playing that. Rotation of the strike is important.
Yeah, that's where the experience of the Sri Lankan 11 comes into play. They're always looking for the single, looking to turn ones into twos.
Don't want to have a bowler bowl into a batsman so many times. Rotational strike is important.
Two slips and the keeper are very close though. as Lakshan decides to come around the wicket now to the left-handed August. Runs in now. Driven, comes off the inner portion of the bat, straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Score remains on 20 without loss. Lakshan in again.
Oh, no.
Defended again by August. Guys on the manual scoreboard will be grateful for the complete shade now. Out of the hot sun is Lakshan in again. And that's driven uppishly. Falls way in front. Though of mid-on, they take a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, we've had 6 overs of West Indies Academy. Reply to Sri Lanka emerging players 241, 21 without loss.
Including that, we have some 9 extras in the process.
Yes. Ghost is on 7 and Becky Joseph is on 5. Captain of Sri Lanka emerging players, Dhananjaya Lakshan, 3 overs, no wicket for 3. Samadita just looking for a bit more control that he exerted last week. August on strike to the left arm. Samadita trying to pull that, died on him, died through to the keeper.
He's premeditating to play that shot. He's got to look at the ball a lot longer.
A very wide outside off stump to be trying to be pulling that.
Just have a look. Let the bowlers come to you. No need for you to be going searching for anything. Just sometimes I just think that Geese and Joseph, they get bored, especially if they're not scoring. And this is 4-day cricket, so it means that now your mental approach has to change. You bowled Sri Lanka on the first day. Got to stand up and bat. This is a good chance for the academy to get themselves a good score. 300, 400, you just never know. And then put the pressure back on Sri Lanka.
Most definitely, Vernon, especially after bowling them out on the first day. For a modest total, you must say, 240.
I'm sure if the academy came here this morning, they wouldn't have believed that they would have bowled out.
Exactly.
So you haven't done that.
Yep.
You now need to go into the ascendancy this evening.
2 days.
Yeah, with 67, 70 without loss.
It's well played by August. They take the single into the mid-wicket area. He moves on to 8, 22 without loss.
See the helmets being...
Spin can't be far away.
Yeah.
Shin pads.
Well, based on the context of what we've seen so far, when you look at Matara and Bishop, the Sri Lankans, they'll be licking their lips knowing that they can put some pressure on this West Indies Academy team.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see Hasanka, the leg spinner, turned nicely by Joseph, back with a square for an easy single. Moves on to 6.
Got to get the blood flowing. You know, like you're just jogging. You got to get that intensity in. You don't want your body to get cold. Get your feet moving quickly as possible. It's not a stroll in the park. You got to be switched on all the time.
Samadita into August. And again, he's looking for that pull shot.
Just forget about that shot today. Just
Play
look to
straight.
punch the ball down the ground. Every time somebody looks to bang the ball in, Ogis is looking to smack the ball. Just have a look. It's just day one. Here's where you train. Take your time and just bat. Look to hit the ball up the V for a little longer period. Some shots just not on.
No. Just need to play each ball on its merit. As you say, Vernon, play straight. Especially early on in your innings. Samadita in again.
That's better.
Yep. Just turning that into the mid-wicket area for a single. 2 completely over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy at 24 without loss. August is on 9 and Joseph is on 6.
So the pads are coming out.
Yes.
The pads, the helmet. Now you're going to see where the real short leg goes.
Oh, it should, yes. So it's going to be the off spin of Ashian Daniel from the commentary box end.
Very tall off spinner as well too. Starting with a slip to the left-hander.
Like they forgot something.
What do you think?
I'd
See
say
that?
it was the box. Don't want to forget your box if you're fielding it shortly.
Forgot his box, the most important tool.
Never happened to Patrick Patterson, though, did it? He wore his box no matter what he was doing.
Well, you have to.
Yes.
Just in case you overpitch one and somebody drives
it straight back.
You have to protect.
And then when he was batting, I'll never forget that day in Melbourne, though. It was at 88. When they peppered him with short balls, he come in, he tore the he tore the door off the dressing room. He said, "I'm gonna kill you all," and he did. Against Australia in 88, 89.
Listen, man, Patrick Patterson was a lethal weapon. He ran the Leeward Islands in Jamaica at Sabina Park. Trust me. He peppered them in a very big way.
So we got a short leg and a slip short mid-wicket. Becky Joseph punching off the back foot to short extra cover. 25 without loss. Joseph is on strike. He's on 6. August is on 10. Daniel around the wicket to the left-handed Joseph. Got him probing at that one.
Yeah, he needs to be leading with his head on his shoulders, looking to kill the ball. Still upright. Got to be looking to just come forward quietly. He's got to be leading. Got to be pushing that head there. Got to be look like kissing it. See, he's going
for that.
Yeah,
big, high, wide, handsome 6 runs over, long on.
It's gone into just past the ambulance area. There's some spectators behind there. Certainly they will fetch the ball back. I think the umpire will have to have a look at the ball because it landed on the concrete. And just for safety reasons, will Joel Wilson call for the ball?
Joseph moves to 12, 31 without loss.
Let's see. Sure, he will ask for it.
Yeah.
Yes. Just to inspect it. He doesn't feel satisfied. He does? Yes, he does.
Daniels staying round the wicket. Defended back to the bowler by Joseph.
No, he's going around the wicket, but I've maybe come over the wicket, especially to Joseph, just to give him something to think about.
And that's one big appeal, and he's gone.
He's all caught behind.
Joseph is not happy. He says, I didn't hit it, but it looked pretty much a catch from our angle. And umpire Joe Wilson says, yes, good edge on that. Well taken by the keeper. West Indies Academy lose their first. Mbeki Joseph goes for 12. That's 31 for 1.
Be careful, Mbeki Joseph. The umpire is in control. You don't want to show any dissent. Yeah.
Yes, last week when he went out, he got told to keep walking when the Sri Lankan players were giving it to him after he gave it to them in the field. Now this time he's showing a bit of dissent towards the umpire, but that was a simple court and ball decision there for umpire Joel Wilson. So Joseph is gone for 12. That's 31 for 1. Spin does the trick. It's the breakthrough for the Sri Lankan emerging players. And brings...
So difficult, my job. Huh?
From the angle, I couldn't tell, but I heard the noise.
Yeah, no, nice.
Brings Dindyal to the crease. That was the last ball of the over, so August, who was on 10, will be on strike. Left arm seamer Samadita will continue from the northern end. So good breakthrough there for Sri Lanka emerging. 31, the opening stand for West Indies Academy, as Samadita is in now to August and beats him. And is he taking the edge? They're very confident. August holds his ground. The bowler's on one knee. Umpire says not out.
I think he brushed his pad.
Have a look.
Let's look at it.
It was close, yeah.
It did touch his pad. It squared him up completely.
Absolute.
Good decision
Good
by
delivery.
by Bam.
Yes. Just settling things down out there. The Sri Lankans were very, very confident. I think it brushed his back trouser pocket by the look of it. So, things starting to happen now for the Sri Lankans. Dindyal is interesting. Sending him in high up the order. I expected the captain himself, Teddy Bishop, to come in at 3. Samadita in again to August, and that's pulled well. High over mid-wicket for 6. He's been waiting for that. He's been waiting for the opportunity. He gets it this time. Inside it nicely and played it with authority. So he moves on to 16, 37 for 1. Certainly some disdain in that shot by Hakeem Auguste. Samadita be looking to pitch the ball up a bit more, no doubt. He thought he had the edge the previous delivery. Now he dropped short, put over mid-wicket. Better delivery, but well defended by Auguste. He's got to start again. He's been out there for 29 deliveries. He's on 16. See if he can continue on with it today. Let's bring it up to date down in Barbados, the second one-day international between West Indies women and South Africa women. 309 for 9. South Africa women made off their 50 overs, chasing 310 to win. After 39 overs, West Indies women 212 for 5. So they need 95 runs, 66 deliveries, 5 wickets remaining.
Still gettable.
Yep, Shemaine Campbell still there on 44. She's batting with Janilia Glasgow, is on 17.
I think they missed a trick once Chanel Henry got out. If you had Chanel Henry on the batting there now, she could be able to power it over the line.
Hayley Matthews made 56. Stefani Taylor 17. Chanel Henry 39. Samadito in it to August. Again defending to the offside, no run. 37 for 1, the score remains.
Sri Lankan team getting their players ready for the ice bath later. It is indeed going to be a serious ice bath.
It's another hot day here in Antigua. Samadita into August. And, he did well to keep that out. Jagged back, kept low, but he was up to the task, was August. Completes the over, 37 for 1.
I think Joel Wilson is now called the captain to have a word with him and the umpires, and they maybe want to control the tone of, just maybe talking to him about the behavior. $37 for 1.
Good. Good. Daniel, you want that guy? Want that guy? Go take your guy. Middle? Come back. That's middle there. You okay now?
Daniel has already picked up his wicket, coming up to the break, first hour. Becky Joseph caught behind of Daniel, off spinner. Daniel just working his first delivery to the short leg fielder. So put under some pressure. Maybe I might have even had a silly point here for Daniel, Slip goes down. One thing about Daniel is trying to make sure that he bowls the ball into the surface. Flighted. Can't beat the bowler in Daniel. So 3 dot balls so far. Score remains on 37 for 1. West Indies Academy trailed by some 204 runs. Flighted. Worked into the onside and they get a very easy single into the mid-wicket area. So Dinal is off the mark as joined back by Terry.
Yes, good to see. The West Indies Academy should be just telling themselves they got a little under an hour left in the day's play. Go through to 5:30 this evening. Round the wicket now. Kept low again. Falling away, trying to cut that.
I think Geese would be advised to be a lot more tighter. This is just day one. He was in the field and he saw the ball. You know, especially here when you play on the opening day, but you've got to be as tight as possible. Better shot. Yeah, good stride there. That's what I would like to see him do, even when he's facing the seamers.
Yeah.
Get that stride in. Good balance.
Good control. 39 for 1 at the end of the over. Ghost moves on to 17. So good, tight, competitive cricket once again between these two teams. Development spoils, as we say. Umpire Wilson giving another word to the Sri Lankan keeper this time in De Oliveira. Keeping charge of proceedings. Ground still bathed in sunshine. Late on the first day. And it's going to be Samadita to continue. Bowled 5 overs so far, no wicket for 19. Bowling to August, 2 slips and a gully weight. Runs in now to August. And that's nicely played into the onside for an easy single. Moves on to 18. 40 for 1.
So this is a good platform. 40 for 1 could have very well looked like 40 without loss.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a much better. Barring that, these two now will have to be thinking about batting out the day without losing another wicket. Most important for this season so far is that the academy batsmen have all got starts.
Yes. Yeah, it's just pressing on.
The
downfall.
The mental aspect and their fitness, their batting fitness levels that I think that questions them. If they bat for an hour, 80 odd minutes or whatever, seem to just get winded, run out of gas.
Yeah, keeping those concentration levels up for long periods.
I think that has to do with preparation in the nets.
And fitness too.
Yeah, if you're not accustomed, you know, you've got to be batting in the nets for at least an hour more. That's why Shivnam and Chandapal was so good. You know, he just kept hitting balls. Because you got to break that back barrier, that lower back barrier there.
Right.
That's when you start to get weak, simply because that's a muscle that you've really not worked on. You're bending consistently, hitting balls.
Full pitch.
A lot of people come, Terry, and tell you, you know, they want you to bat all day. Somebody can't bat all day if you're not prepared them.
No, exactly right.
You have
and that's
to prepare.
both physically and mentally.
Yeah, you have to prepare.
Yep, absolutely. You need to be both physically and mentally prepared, bat long periods, body conditioned to be able to do that. A lot easier said than done. But that is the game of cricket. Even the bowlers bowl long spells. Our natural art, as that's played nicely by Daniel. Through the point region, 4-2. So he moves on to 3. August is on 18. It's 42 for 1. Wicket to fall. Was in Becky Joseph, caught by keeper De Oliveira. Off the bowling of off-spinner Ashin Daniel. For 12. That was with the score on 31. So Madita in again to Daniel. Straight in behind that, defending up onto the onside. So important little passage of play here. So we go through to stumps. So about another 50 odd minutes to go. Important for West Indies Academy that we try and not lose any more wickets. Of course, Sri Lanka emerging players have other ideas. Wide again, he just hasn't got the rhythm or the accuracy. Samaditu in this opening spell of his. 6 overs, no wicket for 22. And we'll take the final drinks break of the day with West Indies Academy in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players. First innings of 241 are 42 for 1. We'll be back on Cricket 360 in a couple of moments.
Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, man, you're the sir. You've got you're a record holder. I can't even come anywhere close to you, sir.
I'm not the sir. I'm not the sir. That's Sir Bevan, Sir Andy, and Sir Richie, Sir Kurt Lee.
You're sir in your own right, sir.
Elkan Linois.
Good start here so far.
Yeah, just the one wicket. I'd prefer to still have 10 wickets in hand, really, the West Indies Academy.
I said that to Terry as well, too.
Bowled 11.1 overs once again, the opening partnership just proving to be a problem area for the academy.
On the number 3 spot as well, too.
Well, batting all round, to be fair, in 2025. It's been a real struggle. Halved on the points. They've only passed 300 twice this year.
I think when you look at the makeup of the academy team going forward, they've got themselves in positions, Mali, where they've got good starts. The batsmen have got starts, but for some particular reason, it's just to find that gut feeling to go on to get the real big scores consistently that is needed at the 4-day level.
But once again, though, if you're looking at incremental improvements, once again, Akeem Ogis has gotten off to a start, spending some time at the crease as an opener. The number one objective is to do what? See off that new ball. And in 3 consecutive innings now, she's gone about that. So just starting to find some consistency at this level.
I think it's more down to mental, really, to get to that next level, which is to get that 100. It's playing on his mind, and he wants to get it so bad. I think it's something that Callum Boyne Tuckett would have been going through as well, too. You know, just going a half century and not being able to get there. It's almost like you want to get that monkey off of your back, as they would say.
And it's the art of building an innings, the art of batting for long periods, Vern. You almost have to bat in spurts. You can't bat in one tempo throughout that innings, especially if you're going to spend long periods there.
And the West Indian batsmen don't seem to want to graft a lot. It's a situation where almost like they get bored. You know, if they're not hitting boundaries, they're not engaging, you've got to go through that period because cricket is life. So everything is just not going to be flowing the way you would like it. End of 12, 45 for 1.
Yeah, and that's the pressure in which a lot of West Indian batters end up putting on themselves because of that, because of lacking that ability to maneuver the ball into gaps.
It's that patience level. I was just saying to Terry, a lot of people like to shout from the stands, Mali, and say, bat all day. But you can bat all day, Mali, and make 20. So you soaked up all these balls.
And then you have one with your name on it. Similar to what we saw maybe if you think back to just last few days, the World Test Championship final, the way South Africa batted in their first innings. Just looking to survive, not looking to put pressure on. Bavuma taking him a number of balls to get off strike. Mulder as well. It really just added to the pressure. And then when that wicket ball came, they ended up going nowhere and just losing wickets. Just remarkable, really, how that match turned around.
It's certainly. But the best day for batting was day 3.
It was. That just tells you a little bit about playing cricket in England as well, how things can vary from day to day. And just how much you're actually playing against conditions as well as the opposition.
But there was a flurry of wickets. You know, it's amazing, Mali, because if you look at the first 2 days, the amount of wickets that fell during that period of time, you'd be sure that the game would have been finished in 2 days based on how it was going, because there were a number of catches that were dropped. Stark was dropped on 18 on night 2.
And if you think a lot, the sun was out for long periods as well, but the wickets kept falling. You tend to think, it has to be overcast. And
no.
Gloomy day. No, it was just enough. There was just enough in that pitch. There was nothing extravagant, really. The ball just moved enough, and it just had to be good enough to put the balls
in the right areas
over and over again.
And that is why Australia looked so demon-like when they were bowling to South Africa in the first innings, because as you said, Mali, South Africa was just looking to survive. If you're looking to survive, then the Australians are going to be coming at you all the time.
And I heard Mulder speak after, it may have been day 3, and they was or during lunch on day 3, and they were just speaking about that intent. You know, they spoke about that after that first innings, that fear of failure. They abandoned that because they realized that they had to look to be aggressive. And Aidan Markham in particular, he fulfilled that role.
Bafuma said that one of the things, Mali, that they worked on, and while they in the second innings, they just heard the Australians saying chokers, chokers, chokers. So imagine that you're just hearing that religious tune just being circulated all the time.
Yeah, you know, just the mental games, especially the Australians, they're masters of playing those mental games on the opposition, having a bit of a sledge, just reminding you of the past.
Well, from chokers to champions. That's what it takes. It took Virat Kohli 18 years to win his first IPL. It's a sort of situation like you always say, Mali. It's about life. And it's about life lessons. You're not entitled. You know, too many times, some of the modern day players feel like they don't have to work for anything. Yeah, but you got to go out and you got to work. You get an opportunity, you're going to be held accountable. You got to go out and perform.
And if you think probably looking at both teams, the pace bowling units comparable to some extent. The area in which the Australians probably would have thought they had the game sewn up was in the batting. And it was that South African batting that really came through when they needed it most.
But there's something still, Mali, about the Australian batting that could be tested, even though we saw down under, even though they went to Sri Lanka, and they've still not convincingly sorted out the opening position. Because for Labuschagne to open in the World Test Championship, there have been bits of changes moving up and down. When Steve Smith was captain on that last tour, he tried somebody else.
He's even opened in Test cricket recently.
Right? So
versus West Indies, he was opening.
Yeah, so there's not been settled. They're really not settled as to who is going to be. It's going to be interesting to see when they come to the Caribbean what's going to happen.
They really don't seem to trust that many batters outside of the Australian bubble. That team.
Yes.
So they're not picking anyone from domestic cricket per se.
Interesting point there, man.
If you think Sam Constas, the young upstart, really talented right-handed batter, end of that over from the skipper Lakshan, 46 for 1 after 13. Yeah, if you think back to Sam Constas, he made his debut. You know, he was quite an exciting debut when he got that half century. But they seem to trust the experience going into this World Test Championship. Even went down to Sri Lanka. They tried something different.
Yes. I think that's a big point you made, Mali. So the traditional youngster who came and upstaged the whole application, that's not what they're looking for.
They didn't want that in the World Test Championship.
Yes.
So they obviously had to work with something inside that Australian bubble already, and they chose to go with Labuschagne.
But in fairness, Labuschagne, he has been struggling in some form, Mali. If we look over for the last 2 years, he's really not, and in world cricket, because there's so much eyes on you, people just keep coming at you all the time.
Yeah, I think the fact that Chris Green as well didn't bowl was a massive part of that as well, considering what he brings to that attack. The fact that he didn't bowl caused them to maybe not have another option they could possibly have used to win that test match. Just played as a batter.
Yeah. Which begs you to question now if he's injured.
Well, remember he just had surgery. He's coming back.
Yes.
He's got, what's that condition? Crohn's disease?
Crohn's disease, yeah. So, a lot to think about. Which makes it now interesting now when they come to the Caribbean. Can the West Indies compete?
That's the thing. I think I think they'll come with their strongest unit. Terry was saying as well, they haven't been here for 10 years, so the majority of this test squad hasn't played in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Think back to what happened, Shamar Joseph, that Shamar Joseph test.
The last time that we beat them in that pink ball test, so they have not forgotten that. So losing now the ICC World Test Championship, West Indies beat them in the last time that we played them. They're all geared up to come to the Caribbean now to prove a point.
And not just come here, they'll be wanting to embarrass us. That's 100%
Yeah,
here at home.
So Frank Warrell Trophy, they want to take that back home, but just don't want to take it back home just because they want to take it back home. They want to trash us on home soil. And we now have to believe now that we can compete against the Australians.
We tend to turn up more often at home than anywhere else.
We saw that against England.
And I was just going to say, we tend to turn up at home against England more often than anyone else. We need to channel that into this series.
Yeah. Because India, we almost like we just fell down flat, as if the Indian just came and that was just it. We're just giving up. In fact, they brought a young, exciting player who maybe sometimes we would not have known about, and that's something which always catches us off guard, really. So while we've been concentrating on the Kohlis and whoever else, then somebody just comes out of the blue and just takes the game away from you.
And things change very quickly in the world game. I think back to 2012, 2013, the New Zealand tour here to the Caribbean. Kieran Powell was a player playing in that series. New Zealand ranked below the West Indies at that point in time. Wagner and the like in that team.
Ooh.
Did he carry?
No.
Not sure it did. Went straight down.
Yeah, it didn't carry. And caught on the crease there again, Dinal. Playing around that ball right there, not getting the stride out convincingly. Look at him, Mali.
Seems to hit him on the knee, actually. Yeah. That one just took an awkward bounce. Bouncing right in front of the fielder there at second slip.
Okay, the physio is called upon.
It looks like Ahan Wickramasinghe. Have a look at this in that first slip position. Ooh. Bang! Right off the knee. But he's up and his physio isn't needed, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, it is.
It's a young man. Strong man. He'll have a bruise.
He's looking at it, though.
Definitely painful one there.
Yeah, it is. I think he needs to get out of the slip area.
Luckily for him, there's Auguste on strike, so the field changes.
He's come out of slip now. And he's got into a very unorthodox position, Mali.
One could bounce off the pitch and hit him on his knee from there as well, Vern. Doesn't matter. So there's no way to hide on this field.
No way.
Driven sweetly.
Testing the umpire there for a spectator's catch.
That really got to that man at extra cover quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Reacted.
The only thing happened is that he didn't find the gap.
Yeah, he had to react sharp, but he was sharp. It was hit straight to him.
Yeah, got to find the gap.
And he's timing the ball quite sweetly. Hakeem Auguste on occasion. He's got quite a few exquisite shots in that innings.
He's demonstrated that anything a shot, that he's going to put it away.
Yeah, these Sri Lankans don't have the pace really to bother him. He plays that pull shot with relish. You can tell he's sweating on something short here. Anything short, he just gets back and just rocks back and slams it, really.
I was looking at the West Indies squad, man. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. The first test is at Kensington Oval. Warrican was the man of the match, the man of the series in the last series. There's no Moti. There's a Warrican on the Kensington pitch. It's going to be pretty interesting. So you maybe have Warrington, Chase, and the seamers. Will they play all of the seamers? Is another big question that is going to be asked again.
What's all? I see them playing maybe three.
Okay, so your three would be the two Josephs and Seals?
Yeah, and then you add to that the all-rounder of Greaves with his seam-ups.
Good choice, Mali.
And then, yeah, that's how I anticipate they'll do it. really.
But then
Batting is the issue, so they've always got to be worried about
Yeah.
how long the tail is.
Yes, yeah.
Got to bat
yeah,
as deep
yeah,
as
yeah,
possible.
yeah. Because if you go through that format that you're talking about, Mali, and you play the 2 Josephs plus Graves, Warwickon as 4, right? It now means now that you're forcing Chase and Justin Graves now to almost play as...
But they are. That's their
They
role.
are batsmen, yeah.
Yeah, but that's their role. So there's responsibility with them, with the bat.
Yeah. Plus the keeper. You know, what? Ooh, did it carry? Think it did. Jason said it carry. Mali, the umpire, Joel Wilson's going to have a discussion. I don't like that discussion, Mali. I don't know. But Jason said it carry. Let's see what happened.
There was a low chance.
Yeah. Let's look at it, Mali.
Once again, full in length, bringing Dindial onto that front foot. He actually raced. I'm not sure.
No, I think it bumped in front.
I think it did bounce in front.
Yeah, I think it did. Umpire says, let's see what's going to happen, Mali.
Umpire says not out. Dindial's still there. They're having a chat. There's obviously no DRS.
Yeah, so I think he bumped in front.
It's a good take by Wickramasinghe.
Good piece of work there, Jason. It was low. Those are the kind of catches that the late Dr. Sir Richie Richardson would have taken.
Yeah, that's what we said last week as well. A few went too low, and we said, we know someone in a broad brim that would possibly be taking a few of those.
He would be picking up those. He was just brilliant, man.
So quick to recognize the length. Maybe that's why he was so good on the hook
look
as well.
Plus he was always up to Mali. He was in a standing up position. If you look at the second slip, how low he was. Right? He's a taller guy, yes, but look where he is.
Just bounced on the way in.
Yeah, good decision.
And they would feel hard done by as well, you could tell. Especially with that decision going against them of Oggies. Even though it did strike the pad, they thought it took a bit of bat. Had to be calmed down by umpire Wilson.
But it did come straight off of his
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, straight away.
But they don't know different.
Yeah, but they were also trying to put some pressure on the young umpire as well.
You know, something that we saw last week as well. We spoke about that. You know, this is something that players from the subcontinent are known for. Look at it again.
Yeah, you see the position where he is, Mali?
Yeah, he's
as
just a
compared
bit
to the second
upright
slip.
there. So now he's got to react by coming back down rather than rising with the ball.
Yeah. It bounced. Jason's trying to convince us that he caught that.
Well, the fact that we have to debate it as much as we do up here, and these things are quite subjective at times. Did he get his fingers under it?
Bounce.
Can't tell.
Bounce, Jason.
Just can't tell.
Yeah, bounce. Bounce. Daniel? Just doing the job, Mali. Just putting the ball there. Just bowling the ball into the surface between wicket and wicket.
But to be fair, when does cricket get to the point where the conditions are the same throughout? And that's with DRS being available in a match such as this, knowing that these guys are obviously trying to develop themselves for the international game.
Point.
When does that become a thing?
And we see that in VAR, because for most of the competitions, VAR is being introduced, especially to move the referees to and the match officials to the next level. Excellent point, Mali. And everything is coming down to money. So if we're trying to develop the next group of umpires, when are they going to develop? When they go to the next level, they're going to be under more pressure.
And also, you're trying to develop the next generation of players as well, dealing with such an important tool of the international game. You're only allowed a certain amount of reviews. Which ones do you use? Do you hold them back? Do you use it now?
So with the advent of technology, as you rightly said, Mali, there has to be a level playing field for everybody. It can't be just for some games or the World Test Championship and only test matches.
Some level of video review system that these youngsters can also be a part of on their way up to the international game.
So that they can learn the procedure.
Definitely.
Because for a young captain of this nature, when he captains Sri Lanka the next couple of years, if he has not had an
Exactly.
experience of at this level,
Understanding time,
Time.
15 seconds,
Yeah.
how much time you have in which to review. You know what I mean? It's a
it's a learning.
it's overlooked,
look,
but it's an important part. You want you want to replicate the international game as much as possible. Try and create that environment.
That's why when you look around at the world game, I'll come back to that, Mali.
And as you say, it's developing umpires as well,
Yeah.
especially the young ones. That obviously Mr. Wilson would be,
A senior out of this year because
Senior.
he's been there already.
but you got umpire Byron. We had umpire Butler. He would have known a bit about the DRS system as well. But these young umpires on their way, learning the game as well, understanding that procedure, so it's as seamless as possible when they do get elevated.
49 for 1 at the end of 16. It comes down to equality. Because let's look at the Test Championship, the World Test Championship. You have a new cycle coming up. But some of the smaller teams, in particular like Afghanistan and Zimbabwe, they might just get a one-off test match within
And this
that
is where
period
the
of time.
ICC comes in for me. That's something that the ICC should pay for every match played under their
Auspices.
Yeah, so it's the World Test Championship, whatever, the Division 1 of the Associate League,
And
whatever it is.
Because if you're granting this game as a first-class status, then you're talking about development, because this is a
I
development.
mean, Spain and Belgium is a T20 international.
Hey, imagine that.
You ever watch the European Cricket Network?
Oh, trust me, man, it's massive.
What was St. Kitts and Antigua the other day? That game probably doesn't even go against.
doesn't count.
It doesn't count on anyone's record.
It doesn't
That's
count.
ridiculous.
Doesn't count.
How is that not an international in itself, especially T20, if that's the way we're judging T20s? It's a bit of, I don't know how we look at it, unconscious bias almost.
So this is the new bowler, Mali, has been brought into the team that you were telling me about,
Yes,
John
this
Terry.
is Malan Hassanka.
Yeah.
This is the one we've been
Waiting for.
wanting to see. In his 5th match, he's already had 3 5-wicket hauls, 17 wickets.
Driven. Through cover for 4. 50 comes up for the West Indies Academy. Sweetly timed there by O'Geese. And that's full toss, second delivery. And punched away. O'Geese goes to 31 and the score goes up to 53 for 1.
Yeah, just over pitching there was Hassanka. Still trying to find his line and length.
And the good thing, question will be asked if he's bowling from the right end. So we'll wait and see. He saw Motora bowl from that end. Sweetly timed again, pass cover, 4 more.
And once again, down the hill. Spoke about how lightning quick this outfield is at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It was just the one man in front of him on the offside. Just needed to find the gap of him either side. Beautiful cricket shot, that sweet piece of timing.
He goes.
Maybe not as sweetly timed as the one previously, but nonetheless, 4 runs.
He's got 31 now from 62. So he just needs to be thinking about batting. He's got 11 overs to go. Ooh, that kept down Mali.
The odd one just has kept a bit low, hasn't it?
It has. And so that's why I was saying when O'Geese is facing Daniel, he's trying to pull away to go leg side of the ball. To me, I think he just needs to be a lot more tighter.
Yeah, and he has to look to hit the ball up in front of him. If it then does squirt square, fair enough. But he's got to be looking to present a full face, not look to play too square too soon.
More changes being made here now for the right-hander. Worked away into the onside.
It's yet to settle, has Hasanka.
A little bit of nerves.
Yeah, that big stride of Ogis just posing a few problems for him at this stage.
Yeah. Just like anybody else, he'd be nervous.
First overseas international tour.
Yeah.
Once again, it's that slug sweep. Man is on the boundary in that mid-wicket position. That's where he was dismissed in the previous game in that second innings when it looked like could have won the game for the West Indies Academy. Once again, not quite there this time.
How close that was to the stump?
Not sure. Not the best angle to see, but luckily for Oggy, it's not close enough.
Well said. He's on 32.
Especially at this stage of the day, unless it's a rank long hop, just put away the horizontal bat strokes. Look to play as straight as possible. That's what we're talking about, the art of building an innings, batting in spurts. 20 minutes or so before stumps, 10 overs remaining in the day. Not saying shot up shot necessarily, but low risk options.
Yeah, very. And also looking to read the scoreboard. Something which I find that West Indian players don't do consistently enough.
You gotta ask him which one of the scoreboards he'll read today, because if he looks at his score, he'll say, one will say I'm on 32, the manual scoreboard says he's on 26.
Oh my.
He'll be confused.
So he has to look at the manual.
Yes. Has to look at neither at this stage. Look at the ball. That's the key. That red round thing, you know, 6.5 ounces.
Yeah, somebody got to get to Mr. Blacks, and he should be maybe looking at also at the electronic scoreboard. Maybe this standby umpire could maybe sort of remind them. Or gives his on drive in.
That's what we're talking about. Good batting that gets down to the other end. It's partnership 30.
For the entire day, Mali, the umpires have been trying to say, please get the ball up into the keeper's gloves. Do you think there's a little trick to that, Mali? What do you
They've
think?
been telling them that, eh?
Yeah.
It's the art of trying to get the ball in a certain condition without looking like you're getting the ball in a certain condition as well. It's gamesmanship. When is it a bad throw? When is it a, you know what I mean? Could work against them as well.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Especially when you're looking for that reversing. You want to keep one side as pristine as possible. But they also could be thinking about their spinners.
Well, they saw what happened in the last time the West Indies toured overseas, right? Sometimes some things can backfire.
Yep. End of steady Daniel over. About 17 minutes or so now away from stumps. As you can see there, just the 1 wicket taker for the Sri Lankan so far. Hakeem Ogis once again almost leading from the front for this West Indies Academy batting lineup. 33 off 65. He's gotten a start. He's seen off that new ball. Just there. Was that something a little different from Hasanka? Nonetheless, finds a boundary once again. Familiar cricket stroke that for Hakeem Ogis. Look at the stride. Really smothers the spin on that one. Beautiful timing, races away down the hill. Another exquisite cricket stroke from the left-hander. He moves to 37. I'd like to have a look at that delivery again, Jace, possibly. Close up from the hand of Hasanka. Orthodox leggy there. Let's have a look. Is that something different? What's just that? Can't really tell just yet. Over pitches once again. This time they've got the man on that cover boundary. Just giving him a bit of protection there. Yeah. Hasn't done anything extravagant as he's
It's been good batting so far here by our geese. Not allowing the youngster to settle really.
Yeah, there again. Was that something different, Jace?
I think so. In terms of where he delivered it from. Let's look at that. Almost like a back of the arm there, I think I saw. Let me see if I was kind of looking at him live.
I can see just to my left, Renico Smith, he's padded up, so he's ready for a night watchman role here this evening. If a wicket was to fall.
Four more? No, sorry. The post clouded me there. Oh gosh, and the throw not good at all back to the keeper.
Yeah. He's conceded 7. It's been expensive, must be said.
Yeah, these kind of bowlers, you know something has to give.
Yeah, it's not like he's bowled rank poor deliveries, though. It's been some good batting in there.
Just not.
That's the one we're talking about. Was that something different there? Came back. How did that miss? Let's have a look at this.
Look where it comes from.
Just a googly, massive turn there.
Now you're seeing the true potential as to why he's here.
That was big turn,
again,
man.
Trying to go away, they're going to have to be as tight as possible. Yeah.
Luckily for Dindial. Just get something on that one.
Yeah. And the ball tends to squirt a lot here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground as well, too. So I could see him being a handful maybe on day 3. I mean, given the opportunity.
Something similar in the first game as well in terms of day 1. We just saw a bit of turn, a little bit of bounce. Day 2 was the best day in terms of just how much spin and turn was available to the spinners. But day 3, just all settled down.
Ooh. Almost like you're playing at Lords.
Yeah, didn't turn and bounce as you expected. In fact, the wicket didn't quite deteriorate as much, considering how hot it was. This grass covering this that we're seeing up here at Coolidge, it's just binding these pitches together, making them a bit firmer, harder for longer.
I think you have to give some major credit, Mali, to the guys here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, because they have to get the West Indies Academy practice area and camps and the women's team and development team and using almost all of the squares every day. Sometimes no rest at all here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But it's good that they can have a conversation with you, Mali, and tell you what they think will happen if you play on track 6 or if you play on track 5 or if you play on track 4. I mean, I looked at the preparation, Mali, for the Antigua and Barbuda team for the just concluded Leeward Islands T20 Festival. There were 3 games, and all the games had to be played in Liberta. Couldn't be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I mean, this is your home team. How do you explain that? And they have all the resources and all the pitches there, but Antigua couldn't play their games at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Well, they played a few, didn't they? But then, for some reason, they had to stop. Couldn't play night games. I heard they were saying that the lights needed a rest.
Yeah, but Mali, the actual lights came on during the so tell me, Ali, how does that work out? The lights were still being played.
I didn't know lights ran in and bowled and ran between wickets and fielded and did all them work. So I'm saying, I was told. That's what they said.
So I'm telling you, the lights were
So
on.
explicitly that the lights needed a rest. They were tired.
Score at the end of 20, 70 for 1 of 20 overs.
I kid you not. That's what I was told. I don't know if it was a joke or what, but that's what I was told.
Did you read that as well, too?
I didn't read it.
No,
No,
okay,
I was
but
told
you were
that.
just told.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm not disclosing my sources.
Yeah, the lights needed a rest.
Yeah. I was told the lights needed a rest. I was like, oh, they told you that? Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ogis is on 40 from 71. Yeah, when I told someone that the lights were on during the second game, they were said, which lights? I said, well, I commentated, asked Jason. The lights were on. So I really couldn't understand that.
They came on in the day. but when you need them at night, they're resting. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Ooh.
Yeah, boy. Anyway, back to proceedings here at the CCG.
We got a new bowler?
Yeah, it's going to be Dylan Sedera into the attack. He was actually quite good in that second innings.
Squeezed away into the offside for an easy single.
Picked up 4 for 51 in that second innings.
So they got some pretty options, Mali. They got a more balanced attack here to work with. An off spinner, wrist spinner, leg spinner. Something which you've been calling for, Mali, especially in the academy setup. You need a off spinner. You know, you have everybody. You got Joshua Bishop, but you still need to get another variety.
There's a little leg spinner from Guyana that we saw in the under 15s who had a special googly as well. Superb control. I can't quite remember his name. What was his name? Riyadh.
Riyadh, yeah.
That's a name to remember as well. 15 years old. The control he had, 14 or whatever. Big turners.
Ogis is going to have to be careful here, Mali. He's advancing. He's got to get as close as possible to the ball.
And we're just seeing the experience. You know, there were periods where at times the academy could have applied pressure even onto new batters.
Yes.
But here, Ogis is already set 40 of 73, but they sense an opportunity as well.
Something which I think that
forces him to pull out the sweep.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop has to work on. It's like they were just sitting down. You could see the basic feel. It's just being set all the time for everybody. So you got to understand, Mali's just come in, he's a knot. And how do you apply pressure? You got to be able to apply pressure.
Sudhira had just come in, he was on a pair, still had long off and long on, deposited, and he just knocked one down the ground, got off the strike, got off the mark.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful here, Tinal. It's going hard. Just play the ball from right under your eyes. Be careful. Don't want to lose a wicket now. You got 7 overs to go before the day's play ends. Beautiful sunlight. In fact, it's 7 minutes maybe to go. It's going to be critical here. They might maybe try to get in as much overs as possible. Squeezed away. Over comes to an end. And so they may be trying to get in these overs as possible. 73 for 1, 21 overs bowled. By 40? That was always going to be a big ask. Terry has just given us a briefing and told us that the West Indies women team losing by 40 runs in the process. So that series is tied up at 1-1. So he's been switched now, Mali. Remember, I was asking you as to which end they maybe think that he would be maybe more effective.
I wonder if Ogies would take him on to the perceived shorter side.
He's not going to change, Mali. You know that. You're wondering. Trust me.
I think they're trying to play on that here, Sri Lankans.
All right, so let's see the approach here from Ogies.
A little bit of turn, though.
Yeah.
What I like about these, and that's something we speak about, only Terry and Vernon, is spinners looking to spin the ball. Here on day one, how old is this ball? 21 overs.
It's 21 overs.
And he's still looking to give it an almighty rip. Is Milan Hasanka, sorry. Kuda Gamage.
Brings Ogies on strike now. He's on 41. He's batted well. He's really played some exquisite shots that you heard there from Mali.
It's good batting.
Yeah. Rotation as a striker is very important.
And that's something he's done well in the past 3 innings or so. Well, actually, if you date it back to the final game here.
Just needs to break that cycle. Just get that 3-figure mark. I heard Terry saying it today that if he can just, you could see more to come. And we've been tracking his progress for some time, Mali. Oh, that could be close. Well, there are 2 songs there, Mali.
This one, he's pitched within the line of the stumps. So he's put pressure on that front foot defense of Dindial. Massive inside edge there. Short leg. Waiting for something. That's a lot better. Just at times stays a bit leg side of the bars, does Dindial.
Because I think he's trying to open up to try to stay low to the ball. He likes to play the ball through on the offside there. Almost went off balance there. He was turned right around. He's got to keep batting. He's got to keep batting. There's no need to worry about that shot. Forget about that until tomorrow.
Not sure he's picking Milan Hasanka.
Lovely shot. Over pitch anyhow. I think when you said once he bowls the ball into the surface, he's maybe not quite sure. So he's somebody that we could maneuver tomorrow and watch and see how long he bowls, because he would maybe need a long enough run.
Well, they're trying to get him into the game, aren't they? Trying to get him into the tour, trying to bring him up to speed as quickly as possible. As we said, he's come through a different channel.
Yeah.
Not through the traditional channels of Sri Lankan cricket.
Something which, when you look at Basker, that's something that even people in England have been complaining about. The England setup have gone for him, while he struggled to get into maybe even a county team. But England have got other options.
Play on different wickets, different style wickets. Wickets that actually suit his bowling a lot more than, say, county cricket. Slower, lower tracks. Actually, Somerset just rate Jack Leach higher as a spinner, to be fair. Just goes to show you how this game can be so subjective. England actually rates Bashir higher. They think he gives them the better chance.
Yeah. Well, you heard McCullum. McCullum says he's dealing with what happens on the field. So you can't come and tell McCullum all about this data and exactly in terms of what's supposed to be happening. Saying cricket is played on the field, on the day.
I think it's a mix, Obviously, data does inform certain decisions. Surely you've been using data the whole time. When you're checking scorebooks and
it's data.
And the like, it's data. But just going a bit more in depth, maybe.
is the matchups that you're hearing about Mali? Yeah, you know.
That's just a buzzword. It's just a buzzword, like anything. Like narcissist. How many times have you heard narcissist in the last 2 years? It's like people just learnt the word narcissist. Oh, everyone's a narcissist. It's the same thing. It's just trendy, especially in commentary booths. Matchups. It's a matchup. This is the matchup we've been waiting to see. No, it isn't. Yeah.
You can't tell me that Mali's an off spinner and he can't get out Terry, who, you know, he's got his number. You just never know. It's gone for it, Mali.
That's Lara-like. And when I say that's Lara-like, he possesses both sweeps. He can hit it just as powerfully in front
and
or behind of square.
Yeah.
Have a look at the stride. Massive. Gets to the pitch, extends the arms, straight out the middle of the bat.
And I find that he has a bigger stride when playing to the spinners as compared to the seamers. And the seamers, he just stays there. He doesn't get right out. But to the spinners, he's got that big stride. He gets right out to the pitch of the ball.
And if you think about it, you don't necessarily need quite as big a stride per se against the Pacers. Maybe you want him to get a bigger one in. But you more get to the pitch of the spinners looking to smother that spin, get on top of the ball.
Once again, he's got another start again. He's on 47. His mom is here.
Oh, is she?
Yes, she is. She's on the left side of you along with Colin Boy and Tucky's mother, Sonia.
Okay. That's good that the mothers are here supporting their sons.
They make some huge sacrifices. Normally it's the dad. Now this time is mommy.
From different islands. There'll be a flight in.
Accommodation
as well.
Yeah. And then, you know, the boys are going to tax you for some pizza money.
That's what they buy these days, pizza.
Boy, trust me. Or chicken and chips.
Some shawarma money. It's amazing how the shawarma has taken over.
Oh, certainly. All over. More pressure being added here now, Mali. 2 slips. So they're trying to entice him now. What we got here now? 7-2 for you? Is that for the day?
I think it will be stumps.
Joel Wilson comes up. I think that's it, Mali. You called it right. With some 4 overs to go. That's the end of the day's play with the West Indies Academy in a very strong position. Sri Lanka 241 all out of 60.1 overs. West Indies Academy 82 for 1. Geese 47 from 77. Dinal 13 from 39. They trailed by 159 runs. Mali, your thoughts on the day's play?
Yeah, it's been a good day's cricket, especially from the West Indies Academy's perspective. Bowling out the Sri Lanka emerging team for 2-4-1, and their response 82 for 1. As we've seen this before. They've set themselves up and put themselves in good positions. Can they slam home the advantage? That's the question. Sri Lanka, they'll think, okay, things are even really. We saw what happened last week. We saw the same thing. We just need 1 wicket tomorrow and we're right back in it. So it was a good competitive day of first-class cricket. There's not that much in between these two teams. Maybe just a bit of experience. But so far, I'll give day 1 to the West Indies Academy.
And you do that because we had a very much improved bowling spell from Joshua Bishop. 16.1 overs, 3 maidens, 68 runs, 3 wickets. I'm very much impressed, Mali, with the young man, Zishan Mutaro. 11 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, he was very good. His accuracy was what really stood out as well. He's a tall lad, gets a bit of extra bounce every now and again. That extra bounce just caused a few problems for the Sri Lankan batters, and as you said, he was right amongst it in the wickets as well.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 44 runs, 2 wickets. Ronika Smith, 10 overs, no maidens, 53 runs, 2 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 6 overs, no maidens, 33, 1 wicket. I like Smith.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw him in the final game here in the Regional 4-Day Championship, just bowling in the middle. What we saw then and what we're seeing now, it's like two different bowlers. It's absolutely unbelievable. Even what we've seen from him in this match compared to what we saw in match one, he looks to be improving every time with ball in hand. And with what he has, the raw materials, his height, that stature, that strength, what we see, that extra carry and bounce, he could be a real prospect for us in the not too distant future.
So you heard it there from the expert views from Mali Richards and Terry Larajo. On behalf of the 360 team, let me take some time out to wish Vinod Manchan and all of the entire 360 team, including Jason, who is here, and Danny, a very happy Father's Day. Somebody's supposed to be giving me some flowers tomorrow at church, so then I'll go and receive my flowers, and then I will join back the crew in the afternoon. Folks, happy Father's Day to everybody all around the world, and we'll be back tomorrow with the 360 team to bring you more coverage of this important game here at the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground.